Chapter 1070. Sir, Miss, we've arrived at 5-Element City. Liaosha stretched his waist and rubbed his sore neck as he muttered softly, "We're almost there." The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. This woman, she had probably gone mad from watching him. Hey, what's with that expression? So what if I like reading? Do you have a problem with that? Liaosha glanced at him, his face fierce. As long as you're happy. After a day of peace and quiet, it was all thanks to Liaosha's new hobby. It was best not to look for trouble. Seeing Qin Yu give in, Liaosha proudly raised his head. Unfortunately, his movements were a bit too big and his stiff neck muscles pulled. With a cry, he fell over. Qin Yu hurriedly caught her. He immediately felt an extraordinary and shocking sensation. His body stiffened and he quickly helped her up. "Woman, can't you be a little more careful? Isn't it all because of you? Otherwise, would I have fallen over?" Liaosha clenched his teeth. He stepped on his foot and patted the carriage. "Open the door. It's suffocating in the carriage. I want to take a walk." The carriage stopped and Liaosha angrily pushed open the door. In the carriage behind, Qin Yu let out a light breath. Luckily, this woman's curves were thick enough. Otherwise, the accident just now would have been very embarrassing. "It feels good, right?" Mion suddenly said, winking at Qin Yu. This woman was too bold. She actually dared to tease him. Could it be that he had forgotten the suffering he had suffered at the hands of Julu City? Qin Yu humphed and got up to leave. Behind him, Mion's voice continued, "Actually, it feels better for me." Qin Yu almost missed his step. His body swayed and he walked out of the carriage with a dark expression. For the 1,000 illusionary demon mirror, this woman was willing to disregard everything. It seemed that he had to think of a way to make her suffer as soon as possible and solve the problem once and for all. She was trying to seduce him. Oh, but would it really feel better than Liaosha's? It seemed that there was a reason. Mion was clearly bigger. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all these random thoughts. After activating his Abyssal Titan bloodline, his energy seemed to have become more and more vigorous. He had to be more vigilant. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, it was possible that his flaws would be grasped by others and he would end up in an extremely tragic state. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart chilled. The dark thoughts in his mind rapidly vanished like bubbles. 5-Element City was very large, even larger than Julu City. Looking up, one could see that the city walls reached into the sky, as if there was no end to it. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the surface of the city walls was marked with countless marks of damage. Each mark represented a terrifying war. Perhaps it was an internal struggle of the demon race, or perhaps it was a threat from the demonic beasts, but no matter what the reason was, a large number of demon race members were destined to die. It could be said that every mark on the city wall had been soaked in blood, imprisoning the souls of the dead demons that had yet to completely disperse. A powerful baleful aura spread out from within the city walls. This in itself was an extremely powerful deterrent. It reminded outsiders not to have any ideas about this giant city. It was a giant beast that could devour everything. Woo-woo, strong winds blew past. One could almost hear the unwilling roars of the dead demon race members. In the eyes of the demon race, Liaosha possessed a formidable charm. To them, Qin Yu's ordinary appearance was enough to topple cities with a single smile. Thus, not long after she stepped out of the carriage, she had already attracted the attention of countless demon race members. Most of them had burning hot gazes. If it weren't for He Tiangang standing to the side, expressionless as if he weren't someone to be provoked, there might have already been demon race members walking forwards. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If things continued like this, no one could be sure that there wouldn't be any problems. After all, although the demon race of the Abyss possessed intelligence no less than that of flesh and blood beings, because of the abyssal demonic energy, they were often impulsive and easily angered. Although there was no need to fear them, it was best to avoid meaningless trouble if possible. The Abyssal had temporarily retreated from locking onto them, but Qin Yu had no idea when it would descend upon them again. As long as he was careful and didn't arouse its attention, there was nothing wrong with that. Walking to Liaosha's side, Qin Yu lightly coughed. "Didn't you say that you were going to participate in the auction?" It's getting late. If we are late, I fear there won't be any seats left. Liaosha's eyes brightened. That's right. Let's hurry into the city. Old Fox stepped forwards to negotiate. It was unknown what he said, but the group of demon race guards at the city gates were all extremely respectful as they escorted them into Five Elements City. Who is this young lady? She is as beautiful as a fairy. In my opinion, not even a celestial immortal can compare to her. What a pity, this young lady is clearly someone with a great background. She isn't someone you or I can touch. After today, how can any other demon race woman be pleasing to the eye? The corners of Black Armor's mouth twitched as he listened to the whispers around him. He had never thought that he would actually meet the other party again in Five Elements City. Including the time at the lake, this was the third time. It could be considered fate, but what a pity, this fate wasn't what he wanted at all. Black Armor. The young master's voice sounded out from within the carriage. Black Armor bowed. Please speak. This is the third time we've met this young lady, right? With such fate, how could we sit idly by and do nothing? The young master's voice was still calm, but there was an imperceptible heat in his words. Black Armor's face stiffened. Young master, there is no need to speak further. I have already made up my mind. Go and find out where they are staying and where they are going. The young master's voice was cold. Black Armor sighed inwardly and respectfully nodded. After entering Five Elements City, it wasn't difficult at all to find out all the information about the auction. But the bad news was that the auction had already been set 3 months ago and all sorts of admission tickets had been sold. Thus, Qin Yu's words had become reality. The admission tickets had already been sold out. This left Liaosha dissatisfied. He glared at Qin Yu and said that he had jinxed him. Then, he threatened that if he couldn't enter the auction house, he would teach him a lesson. Old Fox smiled and calmed Liaosha down. He said that the young lady could rest assured and leave everything to this lowly one. He left for a while, and then really came back with 6 tickets, and they were all seats in the infield near the front. As for the price, it was nothing more than a sum of demon crystals. Old Fox took the initiative to leave and give up the position of steward of Thousand Eye Temple as compensation. In return, he received a sum of demon crystals. No one knew the exact amount, but with Old Fox's personality that didn't want to lose out, the person who would take over the position of steward of Giant Deer City must have paid a great deal of blood. These were just mere admission tickets. Even though they had been inflated to a sky-high price, in Old Fox's eyes they were nothing more than a drizzle, not worth mentioning at all. Liaosha happily patted Old Fox's shoulder. He said that allowing Old Fox to follow him was the right decision. These words made Old Fox feel as if he were floating in the air. There was nothing he could do about it. He had experienced many trials and tribulations and had tempered his calm temperament. But this great aunt in front of him was someone that even a dignified demon dragon race elder had to obediently respect. As for how strong she was, besides Qin Yu, no one knew. But even if one used their fist to think, they would know that she was absolutely a peak character, someone who could easily dominate the abyss. After being praised by her, it was hard not to feel smug. But the truth was that Qin Yu really didn't know. And in terms of Liaosha's background, he was the same as Old Fox and the others, he was completely in the dark. Let's go, let's find a place to stay and then go to the auction house. Liaosha waved his hand in high spirits, his face full of anticipation. Five Elements City's auction was held in the eastern part of the city, in a place called the Netherworld Platform. This was another incomparably powerful influence that spanned across many layers of the abyss. What was different from Thousand Eye Temple and Three Life Pavilion was that the Netherworld Platform only held auctions and didn't sell them to the public. Because it was powerful enough and had a first-rate reputation, it gradually became the #1 auction house in the abyss. No one knew just what sort of formidable background the Netherworld Platform was hiding. But for countless years, as long as the Netherworld Platform held an auction, there had never been any accidents. Of course, it wasn't that there hadn't been any accidents, but that even if there were, they would be erased in the shortest period of time. The auction this time was also held by the Netherworld Platform. They chosen in not too far from the auction house. Although there was still some time before the auction, Liaosha couldn't wait any longer. After a quick dinner, he shouted that he wanted to go to the Netherworld platform right away. This caused Old Fox to look at the two pheasants in his hands, a helpless look on his face. He originally wanted to cook a delicious meal so that Miss Liaoshe would look at him in a higher light. But now, he could only temporarily postpone this idea. With Liaoshe and Qin Yu in front, they left the inn. In the shadows of the street, there seemed to be a mass of water swimming about. It quietly arrived behind the two demons. Then, the shadow suddenly rose up from the ground. It was like a big mouth that was opened wide, biting towards them. But at this time, the shadow paused for a moment. Then, like a bubble, it burst and dissipated. Shua, one of the demons, turned his head. He didn't discover anything wrong and subconsciously frowned. "Did you feel anything?" "No." The other demon said. "Perhaps I was too nervous. Since we've already obtained the news, there's no need to delay any further. Let's hurry back and report." "Okay." The two demons turned and left in a hurry. But they didn't know that just now, they had already taken a step into the gates of hell. Not long after the two demons left, there was a fluctuation in the air. The figure of Shadowless Demon, dressed in loose black robes, slowly appeared. He looked in the direction that the two demons had left and then looked in another direction. He didn't understand why Miss Liaoshe had stopped him. Although he couldn't figure it out, since Miss Liaoshe had stopped him, she must have her reasons. All he needed to do was comply. Moreover, no matter who sent these two, if they dared to have any ideas about Miss Liaoshe or Sir Qin Yu, they were absolutely seeking death. Shadowless Demon looked down at the admission ticket in his hand and then stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he blended into the crowd and vanished. The famous 5 Elements City auction hosted by the Netherworld platform was finally going to begin tonight. 3 main venues and 7 branch venues would hold the auction at the same time. There would be over 1,000 items up for auction. It could be said to be priceless. Several days ago, a massive number of demons had gathered in 5 Elements City, and today, the number had reached its peak. According to incomplete statistics, because of this auction, there were at least 5 million demons gathered in 5 Elements City. Not long after the beast tide passed, the originally desolate 5 Elements City became bustling once more. Thinking about it, the demons that survived the beast tide needed to spend some money to vent the joy in their hearts. In short, because of the early outbreak of the beast tide, the originally pessimistic auction was even more popular than expected. The direct result was that the streets leading to the Netherworld platform were now filled with a sea of people. Luckily, 5 Elements City had already expected such a situation and had sent a massive number of demon guards to maintain order. Because of this, the flow of people wasn't completely blocked. They were still able to maintain a slow pace as they moved forward. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang stood in front and behind, blocking the surging flow of people and preventing them from colliding with Liaoshe. But there were simply too many people and they couldn't expose their cultivation, so the two of them were sweating profusely. Old Fox said, "Miss, with our tickets, we can enjoy VIP treatment. As long as we reveal our identities, we can enter through the fast passage." Liaoshe hesitated. She looked at the crowd of demons and said, "With our current speed, will we be able to catch up to the auction?" Old Fox shook his head. "That won't happen. We have plenty of time." Liaoshe said, "Then let's not take the fast passage. It's also good to squeeze a bit here." Old Fox bitterly smiled. He thought that Miss Liaoshe's interests were truly different from others. He and Hei Tiangang looked at each other and sensed each other's thoughts. With a thought, they each summoned a wisp of demonic energy and quietly pushed away the surrounding demons. There were some that didn't know what was good for them. They stared at Liaoshe, their breathing ragged, and they fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had been stepped on several hundred times. Whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Of course, strictly speaking, Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had saved their lives. Otherwise, if they really did try to squeeze over, it wouldn't be a matter of life or death. Rather, they would be crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu looked at the excited Liaoshe, who was constantly glancing back and forth. The strange feeling in his heart became even stronger. This woman clearly had a deep background and formidable strength, so why did she always act like she hadn't seen the world? He just couldn't figure it out. An hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Netherworld platform. Qin Yu glanced at Old Fox and He Tiangang. On the way here, the number of demons that had their legs broken by these two had to be at least 80, if not 100. Indeed, beautiful women were a source of calamity. Chapter 1071. Of course, it didn't matter whether it was a disaster or not. In any case, it wasn't him. Moreover, these demons that had their legs broken weren't any good people. He couldn't sympathize with them at all. Thus, Qin Yu subconsciously turned his attention to the Netherworld platform in front of him. The first thing he saw was the incomparably large word Netherworld that was dripping with blood, as if it were cast from blood. A bloody and infernal energy rushed towards him, causing him to instinctively feel fear and awe. Even if he didn't know the reputation and strength of the Netherworld platform, just seeing these two words would cause him to feel an instinctive sense of dread. Qin Yu could faintly feel the terrifying aura contained within the word Netherworld. Although he didn't know who had written this, the one who had written these two words was definitely a peak great demon of the abyss. The entire outline of the Netherworld platform was like an incomparably massive platform that rose up from the ground. There were countless windows of various sizes that shined brightly from within. The dozens of entrances to the first floor were all open. There were demons guarding the entrances, inspecting all kinds of tickets. The tickets to the front of the infield were enough to be called honored guests. After Old Fox took out his ticket, the group was immediately treated with courtesy. Not only did they have priority passage, but there was also a special which leading the way, sending them to their respective seats. The seats in the infield were even more spacious. Liao She and Qin Yu sat down while He Tiangang, Old Fox, and Mion Ye stood to the side. The witch's eyes brightened and her tone became even more respectful. Honored guests, if there is anything you need help with during the auction, please let me know. I will stay here to serve you. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed and stepped back to the side. Then, she took out her internal communication demon artifact to report news of the honored guests so that they could keep an eye out for them. Those that bought 5 infield tickets at once might have spent a sum of demon crystals to enter the infield to see the world. But with 5 tickets, only 2 people were seated and the other 3 were standing to the side. This was a great difference. Not to mention anything else, just the price of the infield tickets had already been raised to the heavens, let alone this sort of consecutive tickets. For 3 servants to follow them in, it could be seen that they didn't lack demon crystals and didn't care about this little bit of money. Such a person was definitely a distinguished guess. Liao She looked around excitedly, waiting for the auction to begin. Qin Yu glanced at the Netherworld platform demoness not too far away and then at the conspicuous He Tiangang, Old Fox, and Mianya. He thought for a moment and said, "All of you, sit down." "Thank you, sir." Old Fox's eyes flashed. He seemed to have guessed Qin Yu's thoughts. He respectfully thanked him and sat down. He Tiangang and Mion Ye also sat beside him. Liao She suddenly thought of an extremely serious matter, and hurriedly turned his head to ask, "Do we have enough magical crystals?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. Wasn't it a bit too late for her to ask at such a time? Old Fox smiled. "Miss, don't worry. I have enough." He Tiangang also nodded. "If it isn't enough, I still have some here. I'm sure Miss will be satisfied." The two of them appeared calm, but it wasn't intentional. It was just that with their status and identity, mana crystals were just a number to them. So what if he spent it all? As long as Miss Liao She was satisfied, everything was worth it. Moreover, if they wanted more mana crystals, with their strength they could casually move their fingers. It was far too easy. Liao She's smile was bright. "That's good. But don't worry, I won't spend your mana crystals in vain. When I find Qin Yu in the future, he will pay me back." Qin Yu frowned. "Liao She, don't go too far. Why should I pay you back what you owe?" "Humph humph. Just because I saved your life. Don't forget, if it weren't for me, the arcane technique would have already killed you. Do you think you would still be alive and kicking today?" Liao She sneered. "You only need to repay me with some mana crystals for saving your life, and yet you aren't satisfied. Qin Yu, do you know what the words heartless and unscrupulous mean?" Qin Yu's face darkened. His heart was filled with helplessness. He knew that Liaoshe would use this as a reason to bully him. And sure enough, his premonition had become reality today. Old Fox hurriedly said, don't worry. It's just a few mana crystals. Sir, miss, you can have as many as you want. There is no need to pay me back. Qin Yu shook his head. That's a different matter. Since I used them to repay you for saving my life, I will definitely repay this debt. Liaoshe smiled. She clapped her hands and praised, you have guts, you have ambition. I like people like you who keep to your words. Then, I will have to spend a bit more today, otherwise I will be too unfair to you. Qin Yu closed his eyes and leaned back in his soft and comfortable chair, no longer looking at this smug woman. Seeing him avoid the battle, Liaoshe became even more spirited. She felt that recently when facing Qin Yu, she was becoming fiercer and fiercer. She was always able to gain the upper hand. Is he deliberately going easy on me? No, it was clearly me who argued until he was left speechless, so he could only obediently lower his head. Hehe, that's right. Netherworld platform, auction hall. Lan Bo sat in a booth, his eyes slightly closed as he listened to the whispers of a guard beside him. Sure, his eyes opened and a sharp light flashed in them. In other words, that Miss Liaoshe is also in the Netherworld platform? Yes, young master. The demon respectfully replied. Lan Bo's lips curled up and his eyes sparkled. Fate, it really is fate. Perhaps this is the best arrangement the abyss has for me. Black Armor lowered his head, his lips twitching. In truth, he didn't think so. It had to be known that there were many different kinds of fate. For instance, ill-fated karma. That Miss Liaoshe clearly had a high status. Although she was the city lord's younger brother and had a noble background, she might not necessarily take a liking to her. If this was handled improperly, it would likely set off a storm. The thought of dissuading him raced through his mind several times, but in the end he didn't say it. The young master had clearly been tempted. If he said anything else, it would only be useless. He could only hope that nothing unexpected would happen. Lan Bo thought for a moment. He lifted a hand and beckoned. The witch that was serving him quickly walked over and respectfully half-knelt on the ground. What orders does young master have? Come here. I have something I would like to ask for your help with. The witch didn't shy away from him. Half of her soft body pressed against his as she breathed out. Young master, please speak. Lan Bo's lips curled up. He had participated in the auction of the Netherworld platform before, so he already knew some of the intricacies involved. For example, these witches were responsible for entertaining guests. If the guests were interested, they could take them away to their heart's content. It had been some time since he had gotten close to a woman. Being seduced by this witch, he couldn't help but be moved. But now wasn't the time for a moment of pleasure. Lan Bo reached out and caressed the witch's plump breasts. Then, he moved closer to her ear and whispered a few words. The witch revealed a look of difficulty. Lan Bo's fingers continued to move. He smiled and said, strictly speaking, this isn't a violation of the rules of the Netherworld platform. I just want to know the location of a friend. As long as you help me, I won't mistreat you. The witch blushed. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Young master, please wait a moment. She waited until he withdrew his hand before standing up and leaving. Black Armor said in a low voice, young master, the witches of the Netherworld platform all cultivate a plucking technique. It is best not to have any relations with them. Lan Bo lightly said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although this Black Armor was loyal, he was too cautious and inflexible. This wasn't the type of person Qin Yu liked. After they arrived at Evil Peak City, he would have his elder brother switch to someone else to listen to his orders. After a moment, the witch returned. She walked to Lan Bo's side and whispered some words to him. Lan Bo's eyes brightened and he smiled. Very good. This is for you. The witch received the leather belt. She glanced at it with a happy expression. After thanking him again and again, she threw him a flirtatious look and left. Lan Bo's eyes crossed the auction area. As he looked at a place diagonally across from him, a burning heat flashed in his eyes. Everyone naturally liked beauty. But as his elder brother rose up and the family became increasingly powerful, he didn't lack for pleasures. If it was just a beautiful woman, then his heart might have been moved, but it wasn't unworthy of his efforts. The key was that this woman called Liao She had an extraordinary status. Although he had only glanced at her from afar, his awakened demonic bloodline had the ability to see through illusions. He had directly seen through her disguise. This woman's appearance didn't have any trace of a demonic bloodline. She was definitely a princess with a noble bloodline. If this was all there was to it, then it wouldn't be a problem. But Liao She had peak demon general level guards at her side. This was the embodiment of her strength. It had to be known that the abyss was filled with endless battles all year round. It wasn't rare for kings to perish, so there were naturally many declining bloodlines that were left behind. Such princesses would often fall to the point of becoming the exclusive property of some great figure, their fates incomparably miserable. But Liao She clearly had a powerful background. If he could marry her, not only would he obtain the strength of his in-laws and consolidate his family's status, but he could also strengthen his bloodline so that his descendants would have some royal blood flowing through them. Although his elder brother had said that everything was fine, he had his own information channels and knew the pressure he faced. The Lord of Erfeng City had an incomparably noble status, but the higher one stood, the greater the risk one had to bear. Behind the boundless glory was a bottomless cliff. The slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into it and die a horrible death. If he could marry a princess, this in itself would be the greatest help to his elder brother. For many years, it had been his elder brother who had shielded him from the wind and rain. Now, it was time for him to do something for his elder brother. As for their status, although their Lan clan didn't have a royal bloodline, they were still a top-tier high-tier demon clan. With an existence like his elder brother, their future was limitless. Given his status, as long as he did things properly, it wasn't impossible for him to marry a princess. Not to mention, Lan Bo was extremely confident in his ability to deal with women. The auction began. When the first auction item appeared on the stage, Liao She immediately entered a state of excitement. Her face flushed red, and her eyes lit up. Esteemed guests, I will be the host for the first round of the auction. Let's not waste any time. Please take a look at the auction item. The elegant and smiling auctioneer gestured with his hand, drawing everyone's attention to a crystal-like object placed on the red velvet. Everyone, please take a look. This object is formed from the crystallization of the heart of a dead demon beast king. The Netherworld platform has verified that there is still a trace of blood essence left within. As he spoke, he lifted his hand and pointed at the crystalline object. After the object trembled slightly, a line of blood suddenly lit up. Soon after, the image of a giant beast appeared in the air, roaring furiously at the sky. The auctioneer withdrew his hand and the crystal-like object returned to its original state. The line of blood dissipated and the phantom of the giant beast disappeared. But that moment was enough for everyone to recognize the identity of the giant beast. Silver-backed purple-eared bear. That's right, it's this demon beast. The bear beast king must have awakened its bloodline ability. If one is lucky enough, they might even be able to obtain its powerful abilities from this wisp of blood essence. The eyes of many demons in the auction house brightened. Most of them were tall and muscular, and their muscles bulged like they were made of iron. The Abyss demon race all had the bloodline of a demon, and it was better to absorb it from the same race. It was no wonder that these people were excited. Chapter 1072. The bear demonic bloodline was considered powerful in the Abyss. Thus, there were many people with this bloodline in today's auction house. Moreover, it didn't mean that only the bear demonic bloodline could absorb a trace of the crystallized demon beast king's heart's blood essence. Demonic bloodlines of the same type had a certain chance, just that the effects would be slightly worse. Thus, this first auction item caused the hearts of many demons to heat up. They thought to themselves that the Netherworld platform's fame really couldn't be underestimated. The crystallized heart of the demon beast king silverback purple-eared bear that still has a trace of its blood essence. The starting price is 500,000 demon crystals. Interested guests, please bid. The auctioneer's smile didn't change, but the number he spat out was extremely unfriendly. Demon crystals were precious crystals that were formed in special environments due to the massive accumulation of abyssal demonic energy. They were used as currency by the abyssal demons. Of course, the reason why magical crystals could replace the function of currency was that they themselves were a powerful cultivation booster. Even though there were many restrictions on using magical crystals to cultivate, that alone was enough for them to have a transcendent status. 500,000 demon crystals was a number that ordinary demons wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives. It was enough to make a demon general go bankrupt. And more importantly, 500,000 demon crystals was just the starting price of this crystallized demon beast king's heart. Only the heavens knew how high the final price would go. But the demons that entered the auction house today were clearly mentally prepared. Although the starting price of 500,000 demon crystals was terrifying, it didn't scare them. You got what you paid for. Whether it was the abyss or the world of the living, this was an unquestionable truth. Good things, naturally, had to have a good price. 500,000. Ever since the first bid was made, the competition for this demon beast king's heart became intense. Each and every one of the burly demon racemen, whose arms could be bent to the size of a horse, were fighting so fiercely that their faces and necks were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. Soon, the price broke through 1 million demon crystals. At this price, ordinary demon generals could no longer participate. After eliminating a large number of bidders, the guests in the VIP seats began to leave the auction. Of course, there weren't many demons in the auction house. They already knew about the information about this auction, and most of the demon crystals they had prepared already had a target in mind. Unless there was an accident, he wouldn't easily scatter his focus on other items, lest the item he locked on to be stolen. So this is an auction. Liao She muttered to himself. His eyes were particularly bright as he looked to his left, then to his right, and there was a look of hesitation on his face. Old Fox was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Miss, if you also like this demon beast king's heart, you can bid for it. Just treat it as practice." Pausing for a moment, he swept his eyes around. The Netherworld platform's auctions always have the best items at the back. Once you familiarize yourself with the bidding rules, you won't suffer a loss. Ah, is that so? I won't stand on ceremony then. Liao She cleared his throat and raised his hand. 2 million. Sure. In the auction house, the sounds of bidding suddenly quieted down. In the booths in the inner area, several people who were bidding frowned slightly. 1,500,000 was probably the ideal price for the crystallized heart of the silverback purple-eared bear in their minds. 2 million demon crystals, it wasn't that it wasn't worth it. Moreover, looking at the momentum of the other party's bid, it was clear that they were determined to win. If they continued to struggle, they feared that the price would continue to rise. At that time, even if they successfully won the bid, they would have spent a great deal of money. Moreover, it was possible that they would have formed some enmity with others. Everyone here had demon crystals, otherwise it would be impossible for them to sit in the VIP booths. But no one's demon crystal was an abyssal wind that came out of nowhere. Moreover, everyone had their own goals today. If you made things difficult for someone else, then in the following auctions, the other party would only need to lift a hand or move their lips to make you pay several times the price. In short, there was no smart person who was willing to do something like this. It was a completely strenuous thing. After a short period of hesitation, the several booths in the inner area chose to shut their mouths and give up the demon beast king's heart. 2,100,000. A deep and resonant voice sounded out from the outer area. The one who bid was a middle-aged demon with a demonic bear bloodline. His face was flushed red and his fists were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with nervousness. It was clear that with his demon general level cultivation, this bid was already the limit of what he could afford. 3 million. Liao She excitedly raised his hand. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He glanced at Old Fox, who had a strange expression on his face. He silently mourned for his demon crystal. If the auction house were to encounter a contestant that increased the bid like this, they would surely be overjoyed. They hoped that everyone would follow suit. 3 million. The young lady over here has bid 3 million demon crystals. Is there any guest willing to show greater sincerity? The auctioneer's voice unconsciously became a bit more high-pitched. The first item had been sold and the price was already above the estimated amount. This would play a role in promoting the rest of the auction. Who are the demonic bear bloodline in the outer area let out a long breath. He slumped back into his seat. As he looked at the inner area, there was a trace of hatred and cruelty in his eyes. But soon, he put away these crazy thoughts in his heart. Not to mention that this was the Netherworld platform. Even if he left, someone that could casually toss out 3 million without batting an eye wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Congratulations to this young lady, 3 million has been sold. After you pay the demon crystals, you may take away this demon beast king's heart at any time. Congratulations once more. As the wooden hammer fell, the auctioneer took the lead in applauding. There was a burst of enthusiastic applause in the auction house. Countless eyes gathered on Liao She. The surrounding demons all smiled and nodded. Liao She's face flushed red. He couldn't hide the smug look on his face. He lightly snorted and said, "Do you see? I was born to participate in such a grand occasion as an auction." Old Fox and Hei Tiangang tried hard for a long time, but their faces couldn't help but fiercely twitch. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. He thought that the clapping demons must be cursing in their hearts. Where did this girl come from? She was simply a stick that stirred things up. The reason he greeted her was because he hoped that in the following auctions, he could ask her to be magnanimous and not randomly bid. To think that she didn't even realize it and was even so smug about it. Hey, Liao She, oh Liao She, sometimes I think you're extremely intelligent and deeply hidden, but sometimes you can even be called a stupid idiot. Of course, he could only keep these thoughts in his heart. He definitely couldn't say them out loud. Moreover, looking at Old Fox and Hei Tiangang, although they had strange expressions, they didn't seem to be forcing things. It was likely that a mere several million demon crystals wasn't anything in their eyes at all. After all, one was the leader of a 1,000-eye hall branch division and the other was the master of the massive Merry Forest. As demon commander-level existences that had lived for countless years, they were bound to be extremely wealthy. If Liao She was willing to spend their demon crystals, these two old demons would surely be overjoyed. At the side, the demoness led several demons from the Netherworld platform, carrying the box containing the demon beast king's heart. She respectfully bowed and said, "Honored guest, please inspect it. If there are no problems, then we can complete the payment." Old Fox stood up and opened the box to take a look. Then, he nodded and took out a deep cyan crystal card. The phantom of a horrifying abyssal beast was engraved on its surface. It was a 3-headed hellhound that was nearly as tall as the heavens. This was the king of the abyss of this level, the 3-headed demon hound race, and it was a storage card jointly issued by several large influences. And, the Netherworld platform was one of the shareholders behind the scenes of this financial bank. After the demoness saw the crystal card, she became even more respectful. She didn't believe that anyone would dare to make a joke out of the Netherworld platform, so this crystal card in front of her must be real. And the crystal card itself was a symbol of status. It was an affirmation of one's strength and wealth. Only a truly great figure could possess such a card. But this demoness in front of her was extremely respectful to the other two youths in the booth. From the looks of it, they were subordinates and servants, and yet they could casually take out this sort of demon crystal card? If so, just how honored were the statuses of these two youths? The demoness didn't dare to imagine. But as her eyes swept over Qin Yu, she couldn't help but reveal a burning heat in her eyes. As a demoness chosen by the Netherworld platform to entertain guests from all over, regardless of cultivation or bloodline, her appearance and figure were absolutely top class. If she could climb into this young master's bed, then even if she couldn't obtain any status, just a little bit of something from him would be enough for her to live the rest of her life without worrying about food or clothing. Mion Ya glared at the demoness and cursed her inwardly. "You little hussy, you actually dare to have ideas about Qin Yu? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Even I, a beauty of the 9-tailed demon fox race, haven't been able to climb into his bed, so what right do you have to have such thought?" Old Fox swiped his card to pay the bill. The several demons from the Netherworld platform respectfully bowed and excused themselves. The demoness had a bitter look in her eyes. But from start to finish, Qin Yu didn't even glance at her. All his attention was focused on the blind man. After the several demons left, Liaosha suddenly said, "Qin Yu, I didn't think you would attract women so much." Qin Yu expressionlessly said, "Can I take that as a compliment?" Liaosha spat and cursed him for being shameless. Then, he turned his head away from Qin Yu and stared at the auction stage once more. The second auction item had already begun. Lan Bo rubbed his chin. He reached out a hand and gently stroked the demoness body a few times. He smiled and said, "You've done well. After the auction ends, I will order someone to bring you to your residence." The demoness blushed red and her eyes blurred. She nodded and stood up, moving to the side. To think that the holders of the Abyssal Demon Crystal cards are actually Miss Liao's subordinates. This identity is probably even more noble and difficult to approach than I thought. But the more it's like this, the more it means that if I succeed, I'll be able to reap unimaginable rewards. Lan Bo's eyes flashed as his thoughts raced. Black Armor took a deep breath. He said, "Sir, I think your actions are a bit too rash. I ask you to reconsider." The more powerful a demon race was, the more they valued their bloodline. Even if they were to marry, they would only do so with powerful bloodlines of the same level. Any attempt to tarnish their noble bloodline would be viewed as a provocation and affront to their entire race. In the endless years of the Abyss, there had been stories of a commoner boy overturning a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, or a prince falling in love with a Cinderella. But the Abyss was not a fairy tale world. The final fates of these people were often far more miserable than anyone could imagine. Of course, it wasn't that there were no successful cases. But, the number was so small that calling it a phoenix feather or a Chilean horn was an exaggeration. Black Armor had received a great favor from the city lord and received orders to welcome the second young master into Evil Peak City. Of course, he had to be loyal to his duty and prevent the second young master from encountering danger. But unfortunately, Lan Bo was not his elder brother. Although he was intelligent and patient, he did not know how to act according to his own abilities. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lan Bo's position in himself seemed to be a little too high. Thus, in his opinion, while it was difficult to pursue the princess, it wasn't impossible. Moreover, if he succeeded, he would reap a bountiful harvest. His elder brother and even the entire family would look at him in a new light. Thus, in the face of Black Armor's loyal words, he frowned and sneered, "Black Armor, don't forget your status. You are just a servant of my family. Do you dare look down on me?" Chapter 1073. Black Armor knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "This subordinate doesn't dare." "Humph, then shut your mouth. If you dare to say another word, you can return to Evil Peak City." Lan Bo looked away. He already felt extreme disgust towards this guard captain. Black Armor bitterly smiled. He stood up and said nothing more. He had already done what he needed to do. The rest could only be left to fate. He hoped that this wouldn't cause too much trouble. Miss Liaosha, who had successfully won the heart of a demon beast king at a price of 3 million, continued to bid several more times in the following auctions. Finally, she obtained something. Not everyone was afraid of this unfamiliar and rich little girl. Firstly, the things she had chosen weren't that precious. Secondly, the price she offered was really a headache for them. After thinking it over, no one was willing to provoke this mysterious woman. Lan Bo's eyes brightened. He knew that his chance had come. Everyone was avoiding Liaosha's arrogance. If he could do the opposite, he would surely be able to attract her attention. As long as the two of them interacted, he was confident that he could deepen his impression in her heart. Then, step by step, he could complete his conquest of Princess. Now, all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity. And soon, this opportunity appeared. An abyssal demonic vine's root was brought onto the auction stage. After some bidding, Liaosha bid once more. This abyssal demonic vine comes from an unknown level that no demon has ever truly stepped into, a mysterious and hidden abyss. In order to obtain a single root, a demon commander was injured and 3 demon generals were swept away, leaving not even their bones behind. Although it seems harmless now, once it matures, its strength will be incomparably terrifying. Of course, cultivating a demonic vine requires time and a massive amount of resources. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in the abyss. If you want to obtain something, you need to invest a corresponding amount of resources. Honored guests, you should all understand this. If you invest resources and energy into training your juniors, they may not be able to grow up. But if you invest in this abyssal demonic vine, it will definitely return to you. An incomparably obedient and powerful guardian demonic vine, one that will allow you to live a carefree life. One couldn't help but admit that the auctioneer's mouth was truly eloquent. With his encouragement, the atmosphere in the auction house became even more heated. Of course, the main reason why so many demons were fighting over it was that the abyssal demonic vine was indeed miraculous, and its future growth potential was astonishing. After all, no one was stupid enough to throw out magical crystals just because of a few words. 4 million. This was the first time Liaosha had placed a bid, and the faces of the demons in the bidding war had already warped a little. It was her, it was her, it was her again. This was a woman who loved to stir up trouble. Once she made a move, she wouldn't let go. I'll let you have the previous items, but this abyssal demonic vine is truly a good item. Once it fully matured, even the demon commander's cultivation would be at a disadvantage. Even though it could only stay in one place, unable to move at will, it was still enough to be considered priceless. 4 million magical crystals was definitely an underestimation of the abyssal demonic vine's value. After a round of bidding, the price smoothly rose to 5 million, and those who were still fighting for it were basically the VIP seats in the inner area. Lan Bo was also among them, but he was not conspicuous. He would occasionally increase the price, but the frequency was not high, and the range was not too big. 6 million. With a wave of his hand, Liaosha raised the price by a notch. At this price, the number of bidders decreased again. The Netherworld platform's main auction was said to have over 1,000 items, and many of them were precious. This abyssal demonic vine had cost more than 6 million magical crystals. In the following auctions, they would probably miss out on other good items. Some people backed out, while others were even more determined to get it. That was because this abyssal demonic vine had an even more important place in their eyes. 7 million. In the VIP seats in the inner area, a skinny demon in a blood-red robe said coldly. He glanced around and said, "Everyone, this demonic vine is very important to my Blood Shadow clan. Please part with it." The expression of the demon who was serving him changed slightly. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed guest, please conduct yourself with dignity. Your current actions have already violated the rules of the auction house." The Blood Shadow tribe powerhouse had a cold look in his eyes. "Do you want to die?" A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the demon witch. Her entire face paled in an instant. But at this time, the Blood Shadow tribe powerhouse stuffily coughed. His body swayed and fear appeared in his eyes. On the stage, the auctioneer had a faint expression. "Esteemed guest, if you wish to continue bidding, then you must abide by the rules of our Netherworld platform. Otherwise, please leave." The Blood Shadow tribe powerhouse took a deep breath. He turned and sat back down. "Continue bidding." The auctioneer smiled. "Thank you for your understanding. Then, let us continue bidding on this abyssal demonic vine. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, our Netherworld platform will bid 7,100,000 demon crystals. If there is no one who wishes to increase the bid, then we will keep this item." Old Fox revealed a look of praise. He felt some admiration towards this auctioneer's wit. These simple words were able to resolve the psychological burden that the other guests had to bear when bidding. Otherwise, with the Blood Shadow tribe's previous stance, the auction would have been affected. But now, there was no need to worry about this. 7,300,000, 7,500,000. The auction continued. Liaosha lifted his hand. 8 million. Sure, countless eyes instantly gathered on her. Liaosha tried her best to maintain a straight face, as if she didn't care about this at all. But, she seemed to inadvertently glance at Qinyu, her eyes filled with arrogance. It was clear she was saying, "Did you see my prestige? How childish." Qinyu sneered inwardly. He didn't have any research into the treasures of the abyss, so he naturally had no interest in this auction. As for Liao Shi, who the hell knew why she was spending so many demon crystals to bid on these things? Perhaps it really was to experience the process of the auction and personally participate in it. Even though this seemed like an extremely unreliable possibility, Qin Yu felt that anything that happened to Liao Shi was possible. The abyssal demonic vine was indeed good, but no matter how good it was, it had its own value. When the price exceeded 10 million, there were only 4 people left in the auction. At this time, Lan Bo was finally noticed. Although he didn't increase the price by much, thinking about it, it seemed that he hadn't given up from the start. Moreover, after the price surpassed 10 million, he continued to increase the price. This alone was enough to show that he was determined to win 11 million. To increase the price so neatly, and it was our Miss Liao Shi, it was clear that her bid placed a considerable amount of pressure on the other 3 parties. After a brief moment of hesitation, the demon on the left side sneered and gave up on bidding. Another guest thought about it and added another 300,000 magic crystals on top of that 12 million. This time, it was Lan Bo who raised the bid. Before this, his performance had been lukewarm. Who would have thought that after breaking through 10 million, he would suddenly become so radical? The demon that raised the price by 300,000 revealed a stunned expression. He immediately shook his head and put down the bidding number in his hand: 13 million. 14 million. Liao Shi raised 2 fingers: 20 million. Then, she blinked. This is my bottom price. If anyone offers a higher price, the abyssal demonic vine will belong to him. Lan Bo was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he deeply sighed and stood up. Miss, you are quite bold. I admit defeat. The abyssal demonic vine is yours. Liao Shi smiled and nodded. She inadvertently glanced over. This caused Lan Bo to reveal a smug smile. The fish had taken the bait. After some competition, Liao Shi had spent several million demon crystals in order to purchase this abyssal demonic vine. But with the wealth she had displayed, a mere several million demon crystals wasn't something she cared about at all. Even if she felt some ill will towards him because of this, it was only a minuscule amount. And more importantly, because of the competition between the 2 sides, he had already left behind a preliminary impression in Liao Shi's heart. The birth of any relationship started from the first impression. In Lan Bo's opinion, although the first impression he had given Liao Shi wasn't perfect, it was absolutely effective. And this was only the beginning. Before this auction ended, he would leave an even deeper mark on her heart. Liao Shi smiled as she sat down. Her demeanor revealed a trace of grace and elegance, even giving off an illusion of nobility and grace. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at her face for a long time and said, "Where are you feeling unwell?" Liao Shi's face stiffened. She glared at him fiercely and mouthed, "You shut up." Qin Yu sneered inwardly. He thought that no matter what woman it was, once they were angered, the words "old lady" would jump out. Some would say it out loud and some would roar in their hearts. But no matter what method they used, it was clear that the words "old lady" were extremely good and were deeply loved by the vast majority of women. During the intermission of the auction, the Netherworld platform had prepared all sorts of refreshments for the guests to eat and rest. Mion Ye stood up and went out. When she returned, her mood seemed a bit off. Qin Yu glanced at her several times and saw that she had her head lowered, not saying a single word. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem as if she had been wronged. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he didn't think too much about it. She elegantly ate some snacks and drank some tea. Then, Liao Shi was in high spirits as she threw herself back into the auction. The first item to be auctioned in the middle of the auction caused her eyes to brighten. She didn't hesitate to call out a bid, more than doubling the base price. 9 million. Tonight, this young lady, who had won many times and had never failed once, was bidding once again. What she has taken a fancy to is this vial of hill troll blood. As we all know, the hill troll is a type of ancient life form that was born in the early days of the abyss. It was once a peak existence comparable to the abyssal titan, abyssal demon dragon, hellfire phoenix, and other superdemon beasts. But, the abyss is constantly changing. Because of some unknown reason that we have yet to discover, the hill troll gradually withered away until it finally vanished, becoming a part of the legends of the abyss. The origins of this vial of hill troll blood are unknown, but guests can rest assured about its quality. My Netherworld platform can guarantee that this is the blood of the true hill troll. If the first item to be auctioned today, the incomplete crystallized heart of the demon beast king, is a true treasure, then compared to this vial of hill troll blood, the difference is at least 3 levels, or even more. 9 million demon crystals, this is completely worth it. A new auctioneer stepped onto the stage. He was clearly much more enthusiastic. His passionate voice was able to stir the blood in one's body. The bid for this vial of hill troll blood soared, quickly breaking through the 10 million mark and becoming one of the top auction items. Liaosha was still bidding. Lan Bo was also among them. However, there were many people who knew what was good and what was bad. Many people in the auction had come for this vial of hill troll blood. Thus, even though the bid had broken through the 10 million mark, there were still many demons competing. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before the bid exceeded 20 million. In fact, it might even reach an even higher limit. Chapter 1074. 20 million. Lan Bo suddenly spoke up, directly increasing the bid by 5 million. Even though the bidders had guessed that it would not be difficult to exceed 20 million, this sudden increase caused many demons to feel their hearts skip a beat. One had to know that 20 million demon crystals was already more than half the wealth of an ordinary demon general. The boldness required to throw it in one go was simply unimaginable. Furthermore, there was something that had already been repeated several times. There were definitely not just 1 or 2 precious treasures in the auction house. The further one went, the more likely it was that something truly good would appear. 20 million demon crystals reduced the number of bidders by at least a third. And Liaosha's following bid, on this basis, eliminated nearly 80% of the bidders. 30 million. Even in the Netherworld platform's auction, an increase of 10 million in a single bid could be considered an absolute extravagance. On the stage, the auctioneer's face instantly flushed red, and his voice grew louder and louder. It's this young lady again. She directly increased the bid by 10 million. So now, the bidding price is 30 million. Is there any guest who is willing to pay a higher price? His gaze continuously swept across the crowd, but there were already very few demons who were willing to continue bidding. There was almost no response. However, the current price of 30 million had already exceeded the estimated value of the mountain troll blood. It could be considered a successful bid. 31 million. It was Lan Bo, the younger brother of the city lord of Otherworld Peak City. He had finally grasped the second opportunity to deepen his impression in Liaosha's heart. And this time, he had made up his mind that he would definitely not give up. Since he had stopped the first time, he had to be forceful the second time. He had to suppress Liaosha's arrogance and keep the mountain troll blood for himself. Only then could the contrast between the 2 times leave a deeper impression in Liaosha's heart. He might even become curious about him because of this. Then, a wonderful story could perhaps slowly take root and sprout from this curiosity. Liaosha raised his eyebrows and looked at the bid in surprise. Then, his lips moved, and a heart-pounding number jumped out. 40 million. 41 million. Lan Bo stood up and revealed a perfectly timed bitter smile that was filled with helplessness. This young lady, the blood of the hill troll demon, is one of the most important objectives of my participation in this auction. Thus, I can only apologize. Liaosha nodded with a smile. Of course. Treasures are tempting, and the one who offers the highest price will obtain them. We'll just have to rely on our own means. She raised her hand. 50 million. Lan Bo returned the courtesy. Thank you for your understanding. He stood up straight and took a deep breath. 60 million. Her enunciation was clear and powerful. At this time, there was a short pause in the bidding. The Netherworld platform had sent someone to verify Lan Bo's purchasing power. After all, if he didn't verify his wealth in advance and made a fool of himself in the end, the Netherworld platform would also lose face along with him. As it turned out, Lan Bo was indeed very capable. After the demons at the Netherworld platform respectfully bowed, they returned the magic crystal card to him. This was a card that was deep purple in color. On its surface, there were strange patterns that seemed like blazing flames. In this dim environment, it attracted a great deal of attention. Any demon that noticed this magic crystal card would involuntarily reveal a look of shock or fear. In the abyss, a magic crystal card was a symbol of status. But there were also differences in the quality of the magic crystal cards. For instance, the one in Lanbo's hand was one of the top magic crystal cards that were rarely circulated. The vast majority of abyssal kings used this type of crystal card. Just this alone was enough to prove Lanbo's status and identity. The eyes of the demoness that served him were so charming that they seemed as if they were about to flow out. As for wealth, with this card, even if there wasn't even a single demon crystal stored inside, one could directly draw out 1 billion or more demon crystals. Its other name was the King Unlimited card. This meant that as long as the card holder was still alive, they could draw out a nearly limitless amount of demon crystals. The auction continues. This esteemed guest has bid 60 million. Are there any other bids? The auctioneer seemed to have been reminded of something. His tone became much calmer and he didn't try to stir up the hearts of others. There was a solemn look on his face. King Unlimited card, although the Netherworld platform didn't fear an abyssal king, since this was someone who could directly hold the card, they had to give them the respect they deserved. Not actively provoking them was a manifestation of this respect. As for the card holder's voluntary consumption, they would still accept it. Liaosha blinked. He turned to look at Old Fox. This fellow faintly smiled. With our status, although we can't obtain the top King Unlimited card, a mere several tens of millions of demon crystals isn't anything at all. Moreover, even if it were several times more, I would feel some pressure. But for He Tiangang, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He Tiangang nodded. He took out a magic crystal card. Anything within 1 billion is fine. Liaosha's eyes brightened. His lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hand. 100 million. Sure, wherever his voice went, it was like someone had pressed a mute button. The auction house fell deathly silent. Lanbo's heart skipped a beat. Because he had taken out this magic crystal card that his elder brother had specially given him, all the confidence and vanity he had felt had completely vanished. 100 million, that was 100 million demon crystals. If he took it out, it would be enough to form a mountain and fill up a small abyssal city. This woman's wealth was far more astonishing than he had imagined. But with the situation having reached this step, he had already said his piece. Unless he gave up on his initial thoughts and gave up on Liaosha, he could only stubbornly persist. 200 million. Not only did he have to persist, but he also had to show that he didn't fall behind at all. This was because only people on the same level could interact with each other and have the impulse to go one step further. Black Armor's eyebrows jumped up. With the status of the City Lord, things like demon crystals were nothing more than a meaningless number. But this number was too large and it would affect the City Lord. Moreover, with things like this happening, it was clear that the young master was riding a tiger. If things continued like this, it would be impossible to resolve. Young master, just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Lanbo's sharp eyes. He could only swallow his following words. From this gaze, Black Armor could feel an intense loathing and impatience. It was clear that the young master was no longer willing to conceal his dissatisfaction towards him. After returning to Underground Peak City, he would take the initiative to apply for a transfer. It was just that he was dissatisfied with the City Lord's most beloved younger brother. His future days wouldn't be easy. Liaosha hesitated for a moment. Then, he let out a deep breath and stood up. He performed an incomparably dignified high-class demon etiquette. This young master is quite bold. The blood of the hill giant demon is yours. Lanbo relaxed and smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet. If there had been any hesitation just now, he would have completely missed out on this golden opportunity. He had already noticed Liaosha's gaze just now. The interest and curiosity in it couldn't be hidden. This 200 million was well spent. For the Lan family, as long as they spent enough time, they could accumulate an endless amount of demon crystals. But this golden opportunity wasn't something that could be exchanged for even 10 billion demon crystals. Thank you, Miss, for letting me win. In the following auction, if Miss is interested, Lanbo will take the initiative to step back once in return. He bowed and then sat down. He had already aroused the other party's curiosity. What he needed to do now wasn't to show off too much, but to display his own charm. In fact, it would be best if he could hide a bit of indifference and indifference. Only like this would women not think that he was deliberately trying to approach them. Of course, no matter how much he said, it was all in theory. It was nothing more than empty words. The true hard conditions were that he was handsome, beautiful, and that his family had a large amount of land and connections. Otherwise, all of this would be like the dragon slaying skill that he had learned. As for whether or not these words hurt his heart, this was the truth. It had nothing to do with whether or not it hurt his heart. A strange light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was now sure that this woman, Liao Shi, was plotting something. Otherwise, with her terrible personality and how she had been clamoring about smashing everyone with demon crystals before the auction started, how could she give up so easily? Moreover, she was still exchanging blows with this pretty boy called Lan Bo. If there was something fishy going on, then he would open his mouth and eat the table. Could it be that Liao Shi's personality had suddenly changed and she was moved by this pretty boy? Thinking back to how she had been so obsessed with reading all sorts of random books, Qin Yu suddenly felt that this wasn't impossible. If this was really the case, then Liao Shi's taste were truly terrible. He didn't believe that with Liao Shi's eyesight, she wouldn't have been able to see that this Lan Bo brat was clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on. As Qin Yu was lost in thought, he was suddenly kicked hard. He looked up and glared at her. "Why are you stepping on me?" Liao Shi had a smile on her face. Her lips moved and she clenched her teeth. "I'm warning you, stop thinking nonsense. Act normally and don't ruin my plans." Qin Yu coldly sneered. "If you really like this boy, then that's your own business. I can't be bothered to care." The auction continued. He was bored. He leaned back and subconsciously turned around, glancing at Mion Ya. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu frowned. He thought for a moment and then stood up. "I'm going to drink something." As he walked past Mion Ya, he bumped her knee. Mion Ya took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Miss, I will go serve the young master." As she spoke, she stood up and followed. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang glanced at each other. They could see the gratification in each other's eyes. Although Qin Yu sometimes appeared cold and indifferent, the truth was that he was a very soft person. If they followed such a person, they wouldn't encounter any heart-wrenching things. It seemed that their decision was correct. Qin Yu walked to where the buffet snacks were placed. He stopped in a corner and turned around, frowning. "What's wrong with you?" On the way here, Mion Ya had thought about many things. She had originally decided not to say anything, but as soon as she was asked this question, tears began to flow down her face. Qin Yu was startled. He could sense that this nine-tailed demon fox demoness wasn't just trying to seduce him. Rather, she was really crying. "Hey, if you have something to say, then say it. What are you crying for? If others see this, they will suspect that I've done something bad to you." Mion Ya sobbed as she wiped away her tears. "I'm sorry, young master, but I really can't help it. I want to ask something of you. Although it's a bit excessive, please help me." As she spoke, she knelt down. Qin Yu grabbed her and said in a low voice, "If you want me to refuse you, then continue kneeling. I absolutely won't stop you." Mion Ya paused and stood up. She raised her head and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Qin Yu drew back his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Indeed, curiosity was something that he absolutely couldn't have. As for being soft-hearted, they were just some abyssal demons. They were mortal enemies of the world, so he didn't care at all. "That's right, I'm just curious." Qin Yu took a deep breath and put down his hand. "Speak. What's going on?" Chapter 1075. The Netherworld Platforms auction was held simultaneously in the main venue and the 7 branch venues. Strictly speaking, the items that could be auctioned in the main venue were of relatively high value. But this didn't mean that the items auctioned in the branch venues were of poor quality. On the contrary, for some demons, what they looked forward to the most were the items auctioned in the branch venues. For instance, in one of the 7 branch venues, there was a slave market for all sorts of abyssal demons. Slaves were good things. Once they signed an abyssal blood contract, they would become their master's vassal and would never be able to betray him again. Under an order, whether it was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or a bottomless abyss, they had to obey their master's will, even if they had to fill it with corpses. Thus, in the abyss, raising slaves was the norm. Any demon with some strength would think of ways to expand their slave ranks. As for the source of these slaves, the abyss was not a peaceful place. For instance, the level that Qin Yu and the others were in had been managed by the three-headed demon hound race for many years. The interior had been cleaned out, so it was relatively peaceful. But in other levels of the abyss, there might not be such a stable rule. The struggles between the overlords of large and small forces would cause countless demons to die or be captured. There were many races in the abyss, and besides some special races with powerful bloodlines, they had strong reproductive abilities. Thus, there was no shortage of people. Once one became a captive, the chances of being ransomed were small. Then, what awaited them was to be sold into slavery. And this could at most be considered contributing a small portion of the abyss's incomparably bustling slave market. The true bulk of it was involved in wars between two levels of the abyss, or even several levels of the abyss that fell into a chaotic war. The territories of the defeated would be plundered. All the subjects would be divided up, and besides a small portion, the rest would be sold as slaves. Of course, there was another reason why the abyss was so popular. Besides controlling the lives and deaths of the slaves and having a stable source, there was also another important reason. This had already been mentioned before. That was the cultivation method of the abyssal demons. All abyssal races, no matter how strong or weak, their strength was established on the demon bloodline within their bodies. And demon bloodlines, strictly speaking, originated from abyssal demon beasts. The latter could swallow each other to increase their strength. Similarly, the demons could also take this cultivation shortcut. For instance, Qin Yu's blood refinement technique allowed him to plunder the bloodline of other demonic species for his own use and enhance the strength of his own bloodline. If it wasn't controlled, the entire abyss would have no order to speak of. All demons would become monsters that devoured others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, after the abyss had just formed and was at its most chaotic period, the powerful races had established an iron rule that demons were not allowed to devour each other in order to maintain the order of the abyss. Those who violated this rule would be jointly killed. Over the years, this law had gradually stabilized and restrained the abyss devil's desire to devour each other's bloodline. It was also because of this that the Chaos Abyss was able to maintain its current stable ruling order. Of course, it was impossible to completely eliminate this phenomenon, because devouring the bloodline of other demon species to strengthen oneself was an instinct imprinted in the bloodline of all demons. There were also some rules and order makers who secretly did things that no one knew about. Even if they knew, they could only be a part of the destruction. What he meant was that devouring the bloodline of the demon race could increase the strength of the demon race in a short period of time. As for slaves, they were not within the scope of protection. In other words, as long as one's bloodline could withstand the slaves they raised and they did not degenerate into the bloodthirsty and violent blood-eyed demon race, they could eat 8 or 10 a day and not be punished. Therefore, raising slaves in large numbers could increase one's strength, obtain subordinates that did not fear death, and if they found good seedlings, they could eat them all in one bite, benefiting themselves. This was basically the reason why slavery in the abyss was a common practice. And today, Mion Ya had asked Qin Yu for help in order to rescue 2 of her fellow clansmen from today's slave auction. To be more precise, it was a boy and a girl who looked to be 3 to 5 years old, with a pair of furry fox ears on their heads, and who looked to be in human form. Right now, they were wearing necklaces specially made by slave merchants. These necklaces could seal the demonic energy in their bodies and prevent them from escaping before they recognized their master. Slaves that had the qualifications to wear these necklaces were absolutely top quality in the market. To use these precious necklaces on 2 little 9-tailed demon fox boys and girls seemed like making a mountain out of a molehill. I know that everyone is puzzled. I am such a solemn person, but we slave merchants only care about profit. Since I am willing to pay a heavy price to help these 2 little things wear these slave necklaces, there must be a reason. The owner of this slave stall was a short and stout demon. He wore large gold chains and sunglasses and a black robe that revealed his chest. 2 thick fangs protruded from his lips. Looking at his wild and unruly hair that pointed straight into the sky, it was clear that what flowed through his body was the bloodline of an abyssal wild boar. A boar didn't completely represent a simple and stupid person. On the contrary, the bloodline of an abyssal wild boar was extremely cruel and cruel. It was one of the more formidable middle-level demon bloodlines. He tore open the robe in front of his chest to reveal his fat abdomen. In truth, his skin was thick and his defensive capabilities surpassed that of iron and stone. There was a terrifying scar on his abdomen. The flesh and blood on the surface seemed to have been corroded by a powerful demonic energy, turning a horrifying dark blue color. Now, it was crudely stitched together by some sort of silk thread. It was like a giant and fierce centipede was lying there, a horrifying sight to behold. This wound was caused by this little boy. If it weren't for my thick abdomen, I would have been cut open by him. The surrounding demons' complexions changed as they heard this. But most of them revealed looks of doubt. The truth was that these 2 nine-tailed demon fox boys and girls were far too young. Even though their bloodlines were powerful, it was very difficult for them to be able to inflict such serious injuries on this slave trader, who was obviously very powerful. I, Strong Pig Zhu, have been a slave trader for over 100 years and have never made a mistake in my goods. All the customers that have worked with me are well aware of this. If you don't believe me, I can understand. I will naturally give you an explanation. He closed his robe, seeming to tear at his wounds. He grimaced in pain and turned to glare at the little boy who was glaring at him. Why do you hate me? I wasn't the one that destroyed your village. Also, if it weren't for you being able to sell me for a good price, I would have taught you just how much you would have to pay for that claw of mine. With a cold sneer, Strong Pig Zhu walked over and reached out to grab the little boy. The little girl beside him tightly hugged him. Her eyes were tightly closed, tears constantly flowing out. Little sister, let go. He won't kill me. The little boy earnestly said. He pushed away the little girl. Strong Pig Zhu grinned. Of course. You are the biggest piece of gold in my business. I can't bear to kill you. Strong Pig Zhu turned and smiled. Everyone, please take a good look. I will soon reveal just why this 9-tailed demon fox brother and sister set such a high price. As he spoke, he lifted a finger and pointed at the slave collar. Bang! A terrifying vicious energy and resentment erupted from the little boy's body. His fair face twisted and his eyes filled with cruelty and destruction. A crimson red-eyed 9-tailed demon fox phantom appeared above his head. It lowered its head and bit down at him. Strong Pig Zhu coldly snorted. He tightened his grip on the little boy's neck and simultaneously stimulated the slave collar's strength. The 9-tailed demon fox phantom dissipated with a loud crack. The little boy's face was deathly pale. His body trembled and he was soaked in sweat. Demonic power flooding the body, bloodline gathering. A demon cried out involuntarily. His eyes fell on the little boy and little girl, a blazing heat in his eyes. Sure, the complexions of the many demons changed at the same time. Strong Pig Zhu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Customer has good eyesight. That's right, after we spent a great deal of money to appraise them, we have determined that this is indeed the situation this customer described. He looked around at the crowd and saw the burning passion in their eyes. The smile on his face grew brighter. About half a month ago, a rather famous slave-catching team had already agreed to keep this secret for them, so their names were hidden and no longer mentioned. In short, this group of damned scoundrels had extremely good luck. They discovered a village where the 9-tailed demon fox race lived in seclusion. Everyone knows that the 9-tailed demon race was once an existence comparable to the royal family. Even though they have declined, whether it is the men or women of this race, they are still the most sought-after top goods in the slave market. Each one of them can be sold for a high price. But this group of scoundrels, perhaps because their hands were stained with too much blood, they were finally abandoned by the will of the abyss. When they broke into this village, they encountered the desperate resistance of the 9-tailed demon fox. As for the specific process, although I didn't personally experience it, based on my understanding of those scoundrels, For them to still reveal expressions of fear after telling their story, it must have been extremely terrifying. Strong Pig Zhu loosened his hand and threw the boy behind him. He pointed at them and said, "In the end, the slave hunters suffered heavy casualties. They killed all the 9-tailed demon foxes in the village, whether they were men or women, without exception. Then, in the center of the village, in a small temple that seemed to be used for sacrifices, they caught these two little things. As night fell, the slave hunters who had suffered disastrous losses welcomed true terror. These two little fellows nearly wiped out the entire slave hunters. In the end, they couldn't bear it any longer and fainted from the excessive strength in their bodies. Only then were they captured once more. As for the wound on my body, it was caused by a moment of carelessness when I was helping him put on the slave collar." Strong Pig Zhu sucked in a deep breath. "Now, I have clearly explained their origins and conditions. Everyone here should know the value of these two little things, right? It can be said that their bloodline talent has reached an inconceivable level. As long as they grow up, they will surely become demon generals. In fact, they even have a good chance of attacking the demon commander realm. To tell the truth, I had thoughts of keeping them here, but in the end I gave up on such a tempting idea. Perhaps I might be able to control demon general level slaves, but if they are demon commanders, disregarding whether or not they will betray me in the future, just the fact that they are treasured is enough to make me suffer the consequences. Thinking about it, those scoundrels of the slave hunters that sold them to me also had similar thoughts in their hearts." He stretched out a hand and raised 2 fingers. "In order to purchase them, I paid a great price. The slave collars on these two little things' necks, as well as the wound I received, all of this will be included in the cost. So, they set the price at 20 million demon crystals. Moreover, I ask all of you to listen carefully. 20 million for one person and 40 million for 2 people. Whoosh minus 40 million demon crystals. Even in the main auction house, this was a massive amount of money, let alone in the slave market where profits were low but quick. It was simply shocking. Many demons widened their eyes as if they were looking at a madman. They looked at Strong Zhu who had raised 2 fingers. But, the ground beneath their feet seemed to take root as they stood there motionlessly. Good goods had a good price. 40 million demon crystals sounded unbelievable, but one could come to a conclusion after thinking about it. This price wasn't particularly exaggerated. The market price of a demon general level slave was around 3 to 5 million demon crystals. As mentioned before, an ordinary demon general would have a wealth of around 1 million demon crystals. But wealth and life were clearly not equal. Even if you gave them 5 million demon crystals, a demon general wouldn't die. But as long as you spent these demon crystals to buy a demon general level slave, you could do whatever you wanted. You could choose from all sorts of unique skills, so this price was relatively reasonable. The 2 9-tailed demon fox clan boys and girls, although they were weak, they had superb growth potential. Just now, after the boy removed his slave collar and released his aura, it wasn't difficult to determine that he had the potential to attack the demon commander realm. And a demon commander level slave was priceless. They rarely appeared in the slave market, and even if they did, they would quickly be bought by powerful buyers. It had to be known that this was a demon commander that stood above all others. Besides the abyssal demon kings, they stood at the peak of the abyssal demon race. They represented endless wealth and power. 20 million demon crystals to buy a slave that had a chance of becoming a demon commander in the future, this could be considered a great gamble. But as long as they won, they would gain 10 times or even 100 times the profit. Nearly the entire slave market was drawn in. The air fell deathly silent and the eyes of many demons were filled with uncertainty. Even if they only bought one, it would still cost 20 million demon crystals. This decision wasn't so easy to make. Mionye had a nervous expression. She glanced at Chinyu from time to time, but she didn't dare to say anything. 40 million demon crystals far surpassed the limits of what she could bear. Only Chinyu could buy them. 40 million demon crystals, I want these 2 little things. A charming voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. The silent slave market immediately exploded into an uproar. Someone really bid. Mionye's eyes widened and her face paled. Zhu Daqiang pointed a finger. Good. This guest has bid 40 million. Is there any other guest who is interested? The rules of our slave market are that the price is the base price. But if more than one guest takes a liking to the same source of goods, they can bid and compete. The crowd parted to two sides. A demon woman with an enchanting body and lustful eyes walked out. Her big eyes fell on Zhu Daqiang as the corners of her lips curled up. Oh, I really want to know which big brother will try to steal these two little things from me. Her eyes swept over the audience. As the demons saw her, their complexions changed. 13 Madam. It's actually that woman. This is troublesome. Many demons frowned, secretly regretting their decision. If they knew this would happen, they would have been more decisive and made a bid ahead of time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in the same situation where they were all swept away by this woman. As for competing with her, forget it. Wasn't it better to be alive? Why did they have to seek death? This was Spring Wind 13 Madam. In 5 Element City, there was a Spring Wind embroidery shop. Although the proprietress was very beautiful, her business was very ordinary. But many years had passed and this embroidery shop was still doing well. There was no sign of it going out of business. The reason why this embroidery shop was famous was not because it was still alive despite its poor business, but because it was still safe and sound after a great storm. No one knew what caused the disturbance back then, and no one knew how the matter was resolved in the end. But the 13 big families in the east of the city had been deserted until now. Not even a branch family could escape. That was how 13 Madam became famous. She was called Spring Wind 13 Madam, the owner of an embroidery shop. At the same time, she was one of the most dangerous existences in 5 Element City. No one knew exactly how vicious she was, but the 13 clans that had been cleanly slaughtered seemed to be the best proof of that. Chapter 1076. Strong Zhu revealed a reluctant expression. If it was 40 million demon crystals, it was impossible for him to make a loss. In fact, he could even make a considerable profit. But who would complain about having too many demon crystals? Even if it was another 50 to 70 million demon crystals, he could still carry it away. But he had heard of Spring Wind 13th Lady's reputation. This incomparably charming beauty had a great backer behind her. As for which backer it was, although there was no confirmation, it was undoubtedly a powerful one. Now that she had spoken, even if others wanted to bid, they might not dare to do so. What a mistake. If he knew this would happen, he would have set the starting price higher. Lady 13th Lady covered her mouth and giggled, revealing her amorous charm. It seems that no one is willing to compete with me today. Then, I must thank everyone here for letting me win. She looked over and said, Boss, let's make the transaction. Strong Zhu squeezed out a smile. Just as he was about to nod, someone suddenly spoke up, 41 million. Someone bid. Strong Zhu was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. His eyes widened and a hint of joy flashed in them. He never thought that there would be someone in 5 Element City who wasn't afraid of Lady 13th Lady. Wasn't he worried that this woman would chew him to pieces? But whether or not his bones were crushed had nothing to do with him. Earning more demon crystals was the most important thing. 41 million. Zhu Daqiang chuckled a few times. Shasan, it's not that I don't want to make a deal immediately, but you also know the rules of our slave market. I still want to make a living here, so I don't dare to break them. You see, those in the slave trade all had hands stained with blood and were cruel and merciless characters. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Spring Wind 13th Lady is indeed terrifying, but as long as we don't provoke her first, we don't need to fear her. Lady 13 glanced at Zhu Daqiang, who had a fake smile on his face. She smiled and said, Of course. I won't let boss offend everyone over such a small matter. She turned and looked him up and down. Her smile became even more charming. Little brother, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Why are you making things difficult for big sister? Qin Yu had a calm expression. Boss, I bid a higher price. If no one follows, will these two little things belong to me? The corners of Strong Pig Zhu's eyes jumped up. He glanced at Qin Yu, thinking that he really couldn't tell that this boy was actually quite the character. He actually dared to look down on Spring Breeze 13th Lady. This kind of blatant disregard was no different from a direct slap in the face. He forced a smile. At this moment, he would not speak casually. Although he was not afraid of Lady 13, he could not offend her for no reason. The expressions of the surrounding devils also changed slightly, and they subconsciously took a few steps back, clearly worried that they would be affected. Haha, what an interesting young man. Truly interesting. Lady 13's smile became even more charming, and her eyes seemed to be watering. 42 million. Her bright eyes fell on Qin Yu, as if she had seen something very interesting. 45 million. Qin Yu met her gaze with a calm expression. Lady 13 blinked her eyes. Little brother, everyone worked hard to earn these magical crystals. Why don't you cherish them? Why don't you yield to me today? Once this matter is over, I will naturally give you a reward that will satisfy you. There seemed to be something wrong with this topic. Although Lady 13 seemed charming and unrestrained, in all these years he had never heard of anyone who could become her guest. The surrounding devils all had strange complexions. They thought that this vicious and crazy woman, could it be that she had taken a liking to this boy? 50 million. Qin Yu looked at her as if he were looking at air. In truth, he could only use this method of ignoring her to prevent himself from revealing more of his emotions. This was because this woman in front of him exuded a thick and nearly tangible smell of blood. It was far too pungent, causing him to instinctively feel disgusted. If he looked at her for too long, he feared that he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal emotions that he shouldn't have. Mion Ya seemed to be able to feel this woman's blood energy. Her face paled and her body shivered. Her eyes were filled with hostility. Lady 13's eyes suddenly fell on her. Her lips curved up in a smile. Little brother, how about we make an exchange? I'll give these two little things to you and I'll pay you an additional 20 million demon crystals. In return, you give this girl beside you to me. How about it? Mion Ya's heart tightened. She subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. He didn't refuse. He actually didn't refuse right away. Could it be that he was considering it? 20 million demon crystals, if it was used to buy beauties, he could buy at least several hundred of them. Moreover, they would be of different abyssal races with different tastes. Although she was from the nine-tailed demon fox clan and her appearance was outstanding and she wasn't weak, in front of Qin Yu, she could only play the role of warming his bed. Moreover, he simply didn't take a liking to her. During this period of time, she had tried to seduce him several times, but he hadn't responded at all. Using her to exchange for 20 million demon crystals? No, it wasn't just that. Without her, Qin Yu had no reason to buy the nine-tailed demon fox clan's two little fellows. Perhaps he would be able to earn another sum of demon crystals if he sold them. Like this, he could earn demon crystals and also avoid unnecessary trouble. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like a very good deal. Mion Ya's complexion paled even further. A pleading look appeared in her eyes. Tiny beads of sweat dripped down the tip of her nose. This damned woman, after being messed around with by Lady 13, she seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. Qin Yu maintained his composure. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and was secretly pleased. Since she dared to seduce him, then he would make her suffer a bit. As Lady 13 saw Qin Yu remain silent, a happy light flashed in her eyes. She took 2 steps forwards and said, "Little brother, no matter what this transaction is, you won't lose out, or perhaps you can even give me these 2 little children, then I can pay you an additional 20 million demon crystal." Shua Mion Ya's complexion paled and her body swayed. She never thought that this woman would actually speak of the thing she feared the most. As long as he handed her over, he would be able to obtain 40 million demon crystals. Gulp, it was unknown who it was, but someone subconsciously gulped. This boy's woman was indeed beautiful, but when a woman was placed together with demon crystals, especially 40 million, did this choice even need to be said? Taking 2 more steps forwards, Lady 13's face flushed red. "What, little brother isn't satisfied? You really are greedy. How about I accompany you for 2 more days after the transaction is completed?" This was no longer a hint, but a clear attempt to seduce him. Heavens! Although Spring Breeze 13th Lady was frightening and vicious, her beauty couldn't be discounted at all. She was like a beautiful black rose covered in poisonous thorns. Now, she actually agreed to give herself to him. Who could resist such temptation? Qin Yu suddenly took a step back and raised his hand to cover his nose. Looking at the approaching Lady 13, his eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He thought to himself, "You can talk, but why are you so close? The smell is too pungent. I can't bear it." He originally wanted to let Mion suffer a bit and then teach her a lesson afterwards so that she would remember. She really didn't know how to cooperate. "Enough. I'm not interested in you, no matter who you are or what your demon crystals are." From the reactions of the surrounding people, Qin Yu could roughly guess that this so-called Spring Wind Lady 13 was a woman with a great background. But so what? After getting rid of the will of the abyss, and with Old Fox, Hei Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon following him, as long as he wasn't facing an Abyssal Demon King, he had nothing to fear. And would an Abyssal Demon King be with this disgusting woman who reeked of blood? Haha, it wasn't that Qin Yu looked down on her, but this woman really didn't have a chance. This was because he could feel that the smell of blood on her was because she had fused with part of the Abyssal source. As for the Abyssal Demon Kings, to them, if this woman came even a little closer, they would be so disgusted that they wouldn't be able to eat. "You." Lady 13's expression froze, and her eyes turned cold. "It seems that little brother is very confident. Then let's each make a bid." She stretched out a finger. 80 million. "I must take these two little nine-tailed demon fox with me." Qin Yu glanced at the boy and girl who kept looking at Mion with a hint of excitement. His lips curled up into a cold smile. 100 million. He paused, rubbed his eyebrows, and continued, "Not a total of 100 million, but for the two of them. I bid 100 million each." Zhu Daqiang's vision went black, and he fell on his back with a plop, but in the next second, he stood up with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his body size, and his whole face was flushed with excitement. Customer, you must know, although we are selling our slaves, the Netherworld platform has a commission. You cannot bid so casually." His teeth chattered as he stared at Qin Yu, afraid that he would hear a sorry from Qin Yu's mouth. 200 million. If the deal is done, it will be delivered soon. Qin Yu's voice was calm, but in truth, he was a little excited. Although he didn't care about things like magic crystals, being in the abyss, he had a general understanding of their purchasing power. Naturally, he understood that the light words 200 million magic crystals were not something that could be described as spending a fortune. But since it wasn't something that belonged to him, he didn't feel bad spending it. Another subconscious thought was, "Liaosha can spend it, so why can't I spend it?" The entire audience was deathly silent. In the slave market, the Netherworld platform demons responsible for maintaining order quickly rushed over, their faces filled with excitement. 200 million magic crystals. Although it wasn't much compared to today's total, it had already broken the record for a single transaction since the opening of the slave market. Of course, excitement was excitement. They still had to verify the purchasing power of this young man in front of them, lest they become a joke. All the honored guests that entered the auction house today, whether they were in the main hall or the branch hall, had already made records in advance. Occasionally, there would be some that were missed, but as the auction progressed, the records would be added. Soon, the Netherworld platform demons that maintained order in the slave market obtained the information they wanted. The guest in front of them had come from the main hall. Moreover, it was the young lady that had bid 100 million for the hill troll demon's blood. Although the blood had been bought by Lan Bo for 200 million, the previous series of auctions and the appearance of the crystal card were enough to prove Liaosha's wealth. As a fellow traveler, Qin Yu was naturally trustworthy. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Thank you for visiting the slave auction branch. I'm in charge today, and I'd like to confirm one last time with you. Are you sure you want to buy these two nine-tailed magic fox slaves for 200 million magical crystals?" Qin Yu nodded. The man took a deep breath and looked at Lady 13. It was clear that as long as she didn't continue bidding, the transaction would be completed. Lady 13's charming face was now purple and green. The words that she had said before were now ruthlessly thrown back at her own face. However, she had no choice but to endure this humiliation no matter how much she wanted to endure it. It wasn't that Lady 13 couldn't afford to take out 200 million magic crystals, but using such a large amount had already surpassed her highest authority. Lady 13's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked deeply at Qin Yu, and then her lips moved, revealing a beautiful smile. "Little brother, perhaps we will meet again." With these words, she turned and left. At this moment, Qin Yu's body suddenly stopped. He frowned, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Then, it immediately disappeared. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lady 13's back and loudly said, "I think it's best if we don't meet again in the future, otherwise you will definitely regret it." Lady 13's figure paused for a moment. She turned around and laughed like a flower. "I said before that little brother was interesting, but only now do I realize that you are more interesting than the average person, far more interesting. Then, we will meet again if there is a chance." What followed next was incomparably smooth. Old Fox rushed over on his own initiative. After paying the magic crystals, the two nine-tailed demon fox boys and girls wearing slave collars ran over to Mianya's side. They each grabbed one of her hands, their expressions both nervous and happy. Strong Zhu, who had been hit in the head by a super meat pie, waved his hand again and again, saying that he would also give the collars to the honored guest and that there was no need to be polite. What nonsense, such a great customer, such an honored guest who had thrown out so much money, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to even kneel down and curry favor with her. Didn't he see all those people around him? They were all so envious that their eyes had turned into rabbit eyes. Ha ha ha, after today's auction, I, Strong Zhu, will surely become famous. Qin Yu nodded. He turned and said, "Let's go." Old Fox fell behind. He looked at the two little guys and then at Qin Yu, and he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Since Qin Yu was together with teacher Liao, how could he not have his own methods? This level of spending magic crystals was simply a mountain higher than a mountain. These two little nine-tailed demon foxes, even if they had a bit of potential, how could they be worth 200 million magic crystals? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Heartache, it was more or less a bit. After all, he had toiled his entire life and the amount of magic crystals he had accumulated was less than 200 million. That was nearly half of what he had spent. But thinking about it, it was a good thing that Qin Yu was willing to spend the magic crystals. With Qin Yu's personality, the more magic crystals he spent, the more he would remember him. In the future, perhaps with a single thought, Qin Yu would give him an unexpected return. Thinking of this, Old Fox felt much better. His puzzlement and heartache completely vanished. He looked left and right. He couldn't help but wonder if he should persuade Qin Yu to continue strolling around and buy a few more slaves that were pleasing to the eye. Because of the previous delay, when they returned to the main venue, the auction was already coming to an end. At this moment, the item being auctioned seemed to be a demonic artifact once used by an abyssal demon king. It was so powerful that it attracted intense competition. Teacher Liao was not interested in this and didn't intend to bid. He glanced at Qin Yu and said, "It feels good to spend a lot of magic crystals, right?" Qin Yu sat down and nodded. When it didn't involve his secrets, it was better to be honest. Curling his lips, Teacher Liao glanced at the two little guys and said, "You have a good eye. This magic crystal is worth it. Let's go back and watch the auction first." Qin Yu was very curious about why Teacher Liao had asked him to provoke Spring Breeze 13th Lady. But this really wasn't the place to talk. He nodded, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes, not saying anything else. However, Teacher Liao, who had previously said that he couldn't use any power, was now able to send him a voice transmission. Did he adapt to the rules of the abyss, or did this matter have some hidden meaning that he didn't know? Chapter 1077. The Netherworld platform's auction would continue for the entire night. According to the progress of the auction, it might even be delayed until noon the next day. To the energetic demons, this clearly wasn't a burden at all. But Liao Shi didn't seem to be in a good mood. Every now and then, she would yawn several times. After sitting for a while longer, she felt her eyelids start to struggle. Qin Yu frowned and said, "If you are too tired, let's go." Liao Shi weakly nodded. "All right, let's go back to sleep." Old Fox, Hei Tiangang, and the others didn't have any objections to this. They all stood up and left. The witch that was serving them revealed a nervous expression. She hurriedly followed them and said, "Honored guests, the finale item of this auction hasn't come on stage yet. It would be a pity to leave." The several guests she was responsible for were already listed as the most honored guests. But, as the auction was about to enter its climax, they actually chose to leave early. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, anyone with a brain would know that this wasn't a result she could control. But while this was the truth, it was inevitable that she would suffer a loss. It might even affect the rewards she received after the auction. The witch was anxious. She looked at Qin Yu with a pleading look in her eyes, hoping that he would stop. But it was clear that her pleading didn't have any effect. Qin Yu was expressionless and didn't even glance at her. The witch had a bitter look in her eyes. After determining that she couldn't reverse the situation, she hurriedly reported this matter through an internal communication demonic artifact. Before Liao Shi and Qin Yu reached the exit, several demons from the Netherworld platform rushed over. The witch quickly introduced them. They were all high-level figures of the Netherworld platform. "Thank you, honored guests, for visiting the Netherworld platform. This is a small gift, but I hope you can accept it." One of the demons smiled. His manner was gentle, like a spring breeze. Another demon explained, "There are 2 tokens inside that represent the status of honored guests. With these, you don't need to buy an admission ticket and can directly obtain the qualifications to enter the inner field." Seeing Liao Shi's dispirited expression, Qin Yu nodded. Old Fox stepped forward and accepted it. Both sides exchanged some pleasantries. The other party was a bit perceptive and took his leave. But before they could continue, someone else rushed over and asked them to wait for a while. This lowly one pays respects to young Miss Liao Shi. "My young master still has to participate in the auction and is unable to personally escort you away, but he asked me to give this to you." The devilish guard bowed respectfully and offered a jade tube with both hands. It was filled with scarlet blood. Although it wasn't full, it was at least half full. Liao Shi's face flushed red as he hid away the fatigue on his face. He glanced at Zhongxian and asked, "This is?" The demon guard said, "The blood of a hill troll. My young master said that he only needs half, and the other half is for young miss." As he spoke, he could not help but sigh in amazement. The young master was indeed the young master. His generosity was beyond their imagination. This seemingly inconspicuous half-tube of blood was worth 100 million magical crystals. He had casually given away such a precious object. At this time, he held his hands in his palms, his heart constantly shaking. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would break this jade tube. At that time, even if he was skinned alive and refined into oil, he still wouldn't be able to make up for even 1% of the loss. Luckily, Liao Shi didn't leave him in fear for too long. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, "Tell your young master that the blood of a hill troll is indeed useful to me. I will accept it." Hei Tiangang stepped forward and took the jade tube. The demon guard let out a breath of relief. He hurriedly bowed, "Yes, then I will go and report." He turned and quickly left. Looking at his receding figure, Liao Shi's eyebrows arched up. He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Did you see that? This is called charm." Qin Yu had no expression. He lightly said, "I don't know if it's charm or not, but if you continue to stubbornly persist like this, there will definitely be problems." Liao Shi curled his lips and didn't say anything else. He stretched and turned, "Let's go, let's hurry back and sleep." Liao Shi had been full of vigor just a moment ago, but after leaving the Netherworld platform, she became weak and listless. She walked as if she would fall over at any moment. Qin Yu glanced at her and then turned around to give some orders. Old Fox nodded and left, quickly finding a carriage. He helped Liao Shi up. Just as Qin Yu sat down, Liao Shi's head tilted to the side and she leaned over, muttering that she was too tired and wanted to sleep first. Just as she finished speaking, without even pausing for a second, she began to breathe evenly. She had actually fallen asleep like this. Could it be that she had been so engrossed in reading all sorts of random books during the day that her mind had been exhausted? But with Liao Shi's performance, such a small matter shouldn't have exhausted her to such an extent. Subconsciously, Qin thought back to how Liaosha had fainted twice for no reason. He frowned, a trace of worry in his eyes. This woman, just what was she hiding? 10 days later, why did she have to wait 10 days before telling him everything? Could it be that this period of time had some special meaning to her? After thinking about it for a long time, Qin couldn't come up with anything. He could only suppress his thoughts and look down at Liaosha's pale face. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't move her to the side. The carriage quietly drove forward. Old Fox and He Tiangang glanced at each other, worry in their eyes. There seemed to be something wrong with Miss Liaosha's condition, but they couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. As their thoughts raced, the two old demons simultaneously thought of the abyssal demon dragon Elder Alpha who had left. Could this matter be related to him? Should they warn Qin? But with Qin strength and his relationship with Miss Liaosha, he should know more than them. Shadowless Demon was like a real shadow, shuttling back and forth through the darkness of Five Elements City, clearing away demon after demon that tried to approach. After showing off in the Netherworld platform and throwing out hundreds of millions of demonic crystals, he naturally drew covetous eyes. Those with many demonic crystals were usually strong and had deep backgrounds. This was enough to scare away the vast majority of demons that harbored ill intentions. But this didn't mean that they could rest easy like this. After all, even in the dark abyss, there were still those who took risks out of desperation. Wealth moved the hearts of men, this was a universal truth. But these people were doomed to bump into an iron plate. No, it should be said that they had bumped into an incomparably majestic mountain of iron and stone that pierced into the clouds. As long as they bumped into it, they were doomed to have their heads split apart and die with a loud crack. They would never be able to escape unscathed. Shadowless Demon's entire figure was covered in black robes. The only thing that was revealed was his icy cold eyes, without the least bit of emotion. He was like a death god that walked in the darkness, coldly and cruelly harvesting lives. After a moment, they smoothly arrived at the inn. Qin hesitated for a moment. He reached out and picked up Liaosha. She was tall and had a bit of body to her. Qin had personally witnessed this with his own eyes. But now that he picked her up, she was unexpectedly light. She was like a paper person that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Just as he was about to get off the carriage, Liaosha groaned twice in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes and patted Qin. "Put me down." Qin furrowed his eyebrows. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fierce, fierce." Liaosha steadied herself and stretched her body. She looked out the window and said, "We arrived so quickly." Qin nodded. "If you're fine, let's get off the carriage. We can go back and rest early." "Rest?" Liaosha shook her head. "That's impossible. I've already slept. How could I waste my life on something as luxurious as this?" She patted her cheeks, and her face instantly flushed red. Her eyes regained their vigor. She turned around to look at the two nine-tailed Magic Fox Clan virgin boys and girls who had already fallen asleep beside Mion Ya. They won't be able to hold on for much longer in their current state. Let's make our move quickly. After all, we've spent 200 million demon crystals. We can't just let it go to waste. Mion Ya stiffened. Her eyes widened. "Miss, Liaosha humphed. As someone from the same clan, can't you sense the danger these two little fellows are facing? Put away your wishful thinking. This is a strength that surpasses their limits. If you don't extract it as soon as possible, the only fate that awaits them is a loud bang and they will explode into pieces." She curled her lips and was the first to open the carriage door. A sharp light flashed in Qin eyes. As expected, Liaosha had also realized the reason why he didn't hesitate to spend demon crystals to buy these two little fellows. He turned to look at the dazed Mion Ya. Qin didn't say anything else. He stood up and left the carriage. He hoped that this woman was smart enough to understand the current situation and not try to do anything stupid. A moment later, Liaosha, Qin, and the others arrived at the independent courtyard that they had reserved. On the day of the Netherworld platform's auction, they were still able to temporarily move in. This sort of high-quality and private independent courtyard was a result of the power of the demon crystals and Old Fox's outstanding communication skills. It was unknown what Mion-Ya had done, but the two little nine-tailed demon fox clan fellows had fallen into a deep slumber. They were placed on the soft carpet on the ground, but they still didn't show any signs of waking up. She turned and knelt on the ground, a pleading look in her eyes. "Miss Liaoshe, Sir Qin Yu, I know that these two are slaves that you spent demon crystals to buy. You have the absolute right and qualifications to deal with them as you please. But I beg of you, if possible, please spare their lives." This woman, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his heart shaking. When she had fallen into his hands in Giant Deer City and was forced to reveal information about the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror, although she couldn't withstand the torment and had submitted in a pitiful manner, she had never displayed such a pitiful attitude. It seemed that she really did care about the life and death of these two little fellows. Liaoshe waved his hand. He impatiently said, "Crying and crying is so annoying. In this world, besides those that live forever, who can escape death? If you can't even see through this, then don't even think about having any great achievements in your life." Qin Yu glanced at Mion-Ya, whose face was deathly pale and whose eyes were filled with despair. His lips twitched and he said, "Don't worry. What we want to extract is only the uncontrollable strength in their bodies. We won't harm the lives of these two little fellows." With Liaoshe's personality, if it was something that couldn't be avoided, she wouldn't bother explaining. She said so much. Although it seemed cold and distant, it actually represented hope. Mion-Ya's eyes brightened. "Is what you say true?" Qin Yu asked, but his eyes subconsciously and nervously fell on Liaoshe. Yes. But if you continue to be so long-winded, I might get annoyed and change my mind." Liaoshe glared at Qin Yu, but there wasn't much fierceness in his eyes. Instead, there was an indescribably complex emotion. This stinky brat seemed to understand her very well. Yes, I won't say anything else. I'll leave now." Mion-Ya was startled and quickly stood up. She glanced at the two unconscious little fellows one last time, clenched her teeth, and left. Even Old Fox and Hei Tiangang weren't allowed to stay here. She was well aware of her own limitations. The door closed and the aura inside and outside was isolated. Qin Yu directly said, "I just feel that the strength in these two little fellows is attracting me. But I still need you to tell me what to do." Liaoshe's lips curled up. "Now you know who is the most important person to you, the one you can't do without. Hehe, when you were bickering with me before, you weren't this obedient." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. "You and I both know that these two little fellows are in a poor state. Moreover, the slave collars around their necks have stimulated the strength in their bodies. They are like two giant firecrackers that might explode at any moment. If you want to play with your mouth, then once this matter is over, I will accompany you to the end. But for now, shouldn't we finish our proper business first?" Liaoshe glared at him and humphed. "Then you better remember that you owe me another favor." Qin Yu nodded. I will. Liaoshe curled her lips. She said something perfunctory in a low voice, but she didn't argue any further. She directly said, "The method is very simple. Use the blood refining technique to extract the demonic bloodline within their bodies and take that unstable strength for your own use. Originally, if you didn't care about their lives, this would be very simple. You would just need to roughly and forcefully extract it and the final effect would be perfect. But who asked you to talk so much? If you want to protect their lives, you will need to expend a bit more effort." Qin Yu nodded without expression. "I will do as you say. If you don't have such intentions, I can say it for you." But at this time, there is no need to argue with her. Moreover, violent and forceful. This adjective was a little confusing and awkward. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Liaoshe's attitude towards the abyssal creatures seemed a bit inappropriate. As mortal enemies of flesh and blood, they were two sides that couldn't coexist. Once they met, they would instinctively feel a sense of disgust and hostility towards each other. Only by destroying the other would this end. Liaoshe's actions seemed a bit too kind. Moreover, unknowingly, Qin Yu had to admit that he had also been affected. Wouldn't this be a problem? After all, the abyss was destined to be a part of their lives. In the end, they would have to find a way to return to the world of the living. A puzzled look appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Whatever, he would consider these things later. Liao She's eyes flashed. She glanced at Qin Yu, seeming to sense something. Then, she suddenly said something inexplicable. Sometimes, your eyes, your feelings, and even your personal experiences are all deceiving you. The truth might not be like that. Before Qin Yu could ask, she waved her hand. I'm just speaking some nonsense, so don't take it to heart. Even if you do, I won't be able to explain it to you. You can go see for yourself later. Now, restrain your thoughts and do as I say. Remember, you must be careful. Otherwise, if the speed of your swallowing is just a bit too fast, these two fragile little things will be sucked dry by you. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and nodded. Now, let's begin. Liao She walked over and wrapped her arms around Qin Yu's waist, pressing her entire body against him. Oh, when he was hugging her, it felt as if she was a paper doll. Now that he was so close to her, he could confirm that it was just an illusion. In this world, how could there be such a turbulent paper? 2 hours later, Qin Yu's entire body was soaked in sweat. His face was pale and he finally took a few steps back. Liao She's long dress was also drenched in sweat, and he released his grip and turned around with a cold smile on his face. If it weren't for your soft-heartedness, how could a simple engulfment have become so difficult? Hehe, this is a warning to you. You absolutely cannot be a good person, otherwise you might end up ruining yourself one day. Her tone was nasty and her mouth was unforgiving. But right now, her face was covered in a thin layer of red. Her sweat-soaked dress clung tightly to her body. Not only did it perfectly outline her figure, but it also gave off a slightly transparent feeling. Liao She clenched his teeth. He felt that he had suffered a great loss this time, but the truth was that Qin Yu's mind had been severely exhausted. He was in no mood to feel or look at anything. He took a few deep breaths. When his condition stabilized, he squatted down and checked the condition of the 2 nine-tailed demon foxes. Luckily, although they were a bit weak, their auras were stable. The demon bloodline in their bodies was almost completely preserved. Of course, it was impossible to say that there were no accidental injuries. But in their condition, being able to survive was already the greatest fortune. Qin Yu wasn't going to create a bit of guilt in his heart because of this. He let go and turned around. Liao She, thank you for this time. I will go and recover first. You should also rest. Qin Yu held one fox in each hand and pushed open the door. He handed them over to Mianya, who was waiting anxiously outside. He nodded and did not give her a chance to speak. He returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He resisted the dizziness and discomfort and mobilized the demonic energy in his body to recover. He had to admit that the abyssal demons had a strong ability to adapt and recover. Perhaps this was related to the harsh environment of the abyss. An hour later, although Qin Yu's complexion was still pale, the discomfort he felt had mostly disappeared. Qin Yu let out a breath and opened his eyes. A hint of joy appeared on his face. His intuition was right. After extracting the strength of the 2 nine-tailed demon foxes through the blood refinement technique, he had obtained a great harvest. Because Liao She had helped him obtain Mianya's blood, Qin Yu had deceived everyone and broken through the restrictions of the 1,000 illusion magic mirror and completely recognized it as its master. Thus, the true body of the abyssal titan could be preserved. At first, Qin Yu did not notice anything. But not long after, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The 1,000 illusion magic mirror had recognized him as its master and helped Qin Yu permanently solidify the true body of the titan. But Liao She's ability to create an avatar through the 1,000 illusion magic mirror seemed to be in a dormant state in Qin Yu's perception. In other words, after the 1,000 illusion magic mirror had recognized him as its master, it seemed to have come back to its senses. What was done could not be undone, so it simply sealed off part of its abilities. If that was all, Qin Yu might not have cared too much. After all, he had never intended to cultivate an avatar. But the 1,000 illusion magic mirror involved the permanent solidification of the Titan's true body, and the Titan's true body was his strongest trump card in the abyss. Of course, he could not allow any accidents to occur in this aspect. Thus, even if there were no other problems with the Thousand Illusion magic mirror, Qin Yu still had to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. But now, after extracting the strength of the two little foxes, this hidden danger had finally disappeared. The Thousand Illusion magic mirror's ability to cultivate avatars was now open to Qin Yu. He could clearly sense that as long as he wanted to, he could duplicate a part of his soul and aura, creating an avatar that was connected to his main body and could be completely controlled. This was good. As for avatars, he could think about them in the future. At least for now, Qin Yu did not have such plans. Liao Shu, including this time, it seemed that he owed her more and more favors. But there was no problem. Once he learned her secret, Qin Yu would naturally find an opportunity to repay her. The 10-day agreement had passed today. In other words, there were still 2 more days before she would come clean. Qin Yu had to admit that he was looking forward to this matter. No, to be more precise, he was looking forward to it very, very much. Chapter 1078. After the auction ended, Lan Bo walked out of the Netherworld platform in high spirits. There was not the slightest hint of dispiritedness in him. His chest was brimming with pride, as if he could conquer anything in the abyss. Liao Shu had accepted the half-tube of hill troll demon blood that he had gifted to her. While this seemed ordinary, there were many deeper meanings behind it. Given Liao Shu's background and the teachings he had received from a young age, he knew what he could accept and what he had to reject. Even if he accepted a gift out of consideration, he would return the gift in the shortest time possible so as to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Liao Shu had experienced such things far too many times. Besides, even if she didn't realize it herself, the people around her would take the initiative to remind her. But even after the auction ended, there was still no news from Liao Shu. On the contrary, this did not mean anything bad. On the contrary, it was great news. It meant that she had truly accepted his gift. A gift worth 100 million demon crystals. That's right, even to the princess, 100 million demon crystals was not a small sum. Since she had accepted it, it meant that she had tacitly acknowledged that he had the right to pursue her. Lan Bo had gone through so much trouble and spared no expense in spending so many demon crystals. This was a tacit acknowledgement that he had the right to pursue her. From the looks of it, Liao Shu's impression of him was quite good. Then, next, as long as he struck while the iron was hot, he was very confident that he could conquer this noble and powerful princess. She would become a booster and springboard to increase his capital, and he would be able to touch a higher level of authority in the abyss. After boarding the carriage, Lan Bo had just sat down when the guard he had sent out hurriedly returned to report the news. After hearing the report, a strange glint flashed across his eyes, and he muttered softly, after returning, "She hasn't stepped out of her room, nor has she shown any signs of wanting to leave. Is she waiting for me to come over?" Lan Bo felt a tinge of excitement in his heart, and his face reddened slightly. He had toyed with countless women in his life, but this was the first time he had done so with such a noble status. He couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, he felt an urge to rush to the inn where Liao Shu was and further display his charm. But soon, this impulse was pushed back into the depths of his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "No, now is not the time. Since I've already aroused her interest, I might as well distance myself from her and provoke her sensitive nerves. Worrying about gains and losses is the key to deepening our relationship." "That's right, that was it." Lan Bo coughed softly and slowly said, "Continue to keep watch. If you discover anything, immediately report back to me." "Yes, young master." The demon race guard saluted respectfully, turned around, and hurried away. Qin Yu was also a bit surprised. After Liao Shu finished participating in the auction, he had actually locked himself up once more. Just like when he was in Four Seasons City, he was acting mysteriously. Thinking back to some of the things she had obtained at the auction, his eyebrows furrowed together. Could it be that this woman was refining potions again? As Qin Yu thought of her previous inappropriate behavior, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. He knocked on the door once, but before Qin Yu could speak, he was ruthlessly scolded. She shouted that if he disturbed her again, there would be no end to it. The hand that was knocking on the door froze. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. What problem could there be with such a powerful voice? He must have been overthinking things. Mianya was busy taking care of the 2-week nine-tailed demon fox fellows, so she wasn't in the mood to continue wandering around in front of Qin Yu. Should he go out and take a stroll around Five Elements City? Just as this thought appeared, it was immediately crushed to pieces. If he had the time, he might as well take a rest. Only after regaining his spirit would he have the strength to face whatever tricks Liaosha might come up with. As for what those tricks were, Qin Yu didn't know yet. But if they appeared, they would definitely appear. For example, that young Master Lan Bo must be very excited right now. When he knew that he had been fooled, would he give up so easily? And there was also that Spring Breeze 13th Madam. She had lost so much face in front of everyone. If they just let things go like this, how could they establish themselves in Five Elements City in the future? Moreover, they had been away from the auction house for so long. Although the shadowless demon fox had cleaned up a lot of things, none of them had really attacked them. Although he couldn't be sure that there weren't people working for 13th Madam, at least she hadn't made a move yet. Just because she hadn't made a move didn't mean she wouldn't. It was only a matter of time. And enemies that knew how to endure were usually more difficult to deal with. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't worried about whether they were difficult or not. But if there were too many flies, they would always be annoying. His rest wouldn't be good or comfortable. So, he should take advantage of this rare moment of leisure to rest. Qin Yu hoped that Liaosha would be able to refine the potion in one breath. After these last 2 days, she would be able to confess everything to him. But reality proved that Qin Yu's thoughts were too beautiful. This time, Liaosha only used half a day to walk out of the room. Although she didn't ask for the result, she had a proud expression on her face. She walked with a confident expression, as if she were the second greatest in the world. It was clear that the result of the potion refining was quite good. Qin Yu asked. This woman blinked and said she wouldn't tell him. Qin Yu was so angry that he couldn't breathe and his chest heaved. You big shot, you're amazing. Refine whatever you want. Even if you want to tell me, I don't care. With a dark expression, Qin Yu asked, if there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. I'm going to continue resting. It wasn't easy for him to raise a bit of his spirit, but after seeing this woman, it was almost all gone in the blink of an eye. Liaosha's eyes narrowed. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu, pausing on a certain part of his lower body. What did you do while I was in seclusion? But, it's only been several hours. Even if you plowed the fields without rest, with your strength, you shouldn't be so tired, right? TSK, or are you just a silver spear that looks good on the surface but is actually useless? That's too pitiful. As she spoke these last words, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Qin Yu. She had an expression that said, I never thought you would be such a person. Qin Yu's mind went blank. What the hell was going on? Moreover, she was a woman, okay? Even if she was a big shot, her gender couldn't be changed, right? Then what are you talking about right now? Just what are you talking about? Plowing the fields, is it really appropriate for such outrageous words to come out of your mouth? And that look in your eyes, what's going on? Hurry up and put it away. Do you think I, Qin, need to prove my fierceness to you? However, the more he tried to explain, the worse things would get. Perhaps she would continue to pester him endlessly, and who knew what other horrifying topics she would spew out. Qin Yu coldly snorted and stood up to leave. If he couldn't provoke this big shot, then he would just hide. All right, I understand your difficulties. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just a common problem that all old men have. Liaosha's light voice sounded out from behind. When there's time, I'll refine some potions for you. Once you eat them, you'll definitely be full of vigor and vigor. Pa-Tara Qin Yu's footsteps came to a sudden stop. He looked at Old Fox across from him. This old thing's face was twisted beyond recognition. Under Qin Yu's intense gaze, he humbly lowered his head, a cold sweat dripping down his face as he fell to the ground, his bones smashed to pieces. F***ck, I didn't use the word smashed to pieces well. I have to change it right now. But I accidentally stumbled upon such an embarrassing thing. Will I really not be silenced to keep my mouth shut? Just thinking about it makes me scared. Looking at old Fox's nervous and sweaty expression, Chinyu didn't even need to use his fists to guess what this old fellow was thinking. His complexion immediately paled. Liaosha. He turned around and growled, gritting his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. This damned woman, she did it on purpose. She must have done it on purpose. If old Fox really took this matter seriously, then every time he saw Chinyu in the future, his mind would be filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Thinking of this, Chinyu wanted to strangle Liaosha to death. Ah, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, a mistake, a mistake. But Chinyu, you can rest assured that this matter is only between the two of us. There won't be a third person who knows about it, so you can rest assured. Liaosha guiltily chuckled a few times and then walked away with his head lowered. I just came to tell you that the auction is over and there isn't much fun left in Five Elements City. We should continue on our way. Old Fox had a panicked expression. Ah, we're leaving? Then this old servant will hurry and pack up so that I don't delay the young master and Miss journey. After saying that, he immediately slipped away. Chinyu raised his hand and covered his forehead. The two of you, that's enough. Hurry and pack up. What the hell do you have to pack up? However, it was true that he was going to leave Five Elements City. Old Fox ran back and forth and quickly completed the checkout procedures. He climbed onto the wildebeest's back and acted as if this was something he should do and that he didn't know anything. Seeing this, He Tiangang was stunned. In order to obtain the recognition of Miss Liao Shi and Sir Chinyu, he had actually worked so hard. As expected, this old fox was able to become the manager of a branch of Thousand Eye Hall with his weak fox bloodline. Furthermore, he even had the strength he had today. It was definitely not just luck. He Tiangang took a deep breath and revealed a solemn expression. He thought to himself, I have to work harder to show off myself. I can't lose to this old fox. In the shadow of the carriage, Shadowless Demon looked at old fox and then at He Tiangang, who had a solemn expression on his face. He sighed in his heart. Was the competition going to start now? It seemed that he, who walked in the darkness and had the lowest sense of existence, was at an innate disadvantage. It seemed that he had to think of a way to change his situation as soon as possible. He had to let Miss Liao Shi and Sir Chinyu know that he was a very useful subordinate. Chinyu walked into the carriage with a dark expression. Liao Shi quickly sat down and picked up the gorgeous book in his hands, pretending to be seriously reading it. On the side, Mion Ye lowered her head and brewed tea. As if she had been suffocated by the hot water, her face was slightly red. The two of them did not have any flaws, but with the temperament of children, it was impossible for them to completely hide their emotions. The two little nine-tailed demon foxes' faces were still a bit pale. Their gazes constantly fell on Chinyu, and there was a bit of pity in their eyes. The nine-tailed demon foxes were born with intelligence. They knew what they should know and what they should not know. Of course, they knew what Liao Shi and Mion Ye had been whispering to each other just now. It was hard to tell that such a free and easy person with such an extraordinary aura was actually. How pitiful. Chinyu's eyes twitched and the veins on his neck bulged. If looks could kill, Liao Shi would have been executed dozens of times over. This damned woman, just what did she say? Did she really think that just because she feared her identity, he wouldn't dare to do anything? Liao Shi, I didn't say anything. You must believe me, it was Mion Ye. She saw through it herself. Liao Shi said in a panic. The book in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Chinyu almost laughed in anger. He hadn't even said anything and you already knew what was going on. If you were so capable, why didn't I see you ascend to the heavens? As for Mion Ye, it seemed that the lesson he used Spring Wind 13th Lady to teach her wasn't enough. He had to leave her with a deeper impression and let her understand that there were some things regarding men that could not be misunderstood or laughed at. That's right, not even a little bit. No matter who came. If one came, he would fight one. If a pair came, he would fight a pair. If a group came, he would fight a group. The carriage suddenly stopped. After a light cough, He Tiangang's voice sounded from outside the carriage. Sir, miss, We have guests. Liao Shi's eyes brightened and he glared at Qin Yu. I apologize. In the future, I won't tell anyone about this. You better cooperate with me and don't ruin my plans. After speaking, he gave Mion Ya a look. The nine-tailed which felt as if she had been pardoned. Qin Yu's gaze just now had truly frightened her. She quickly got up and opened the window. Outside, another carriage was parked not too far away. Lan Bo stood outside the carriage and saw the window open. He revealed a confident smile. Miss Liao Shi, what a coincidence. We meet again. Liao Shi's expression was calm and his demeanor was dignified and noble. There wasn't any trace of his previous eccentric appearance. Seeing her putting on an act like this, Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that women's acting was indeed a kind of instinct. It was unbelievably powerful. If he ruined her plans and saw this woman jump up and down, as this thought raced through his mind, Qin Yu told himself to endure it. He had seen her go back and forth in the auction house and tease this person several times. No matter what the reason was, it had taken a great deal of effort. If she really exposed herself and flew into a rage out of shame, who knew what Liao Shi would do? Oh, so it's Sir Lan Bo. It is quite a coincidence that we meet today. May I ask where Sir is going? Lan Bo was overjoyed. She had taken the initiative to ask where he was going. It seemed that today's chance encounter had been very effective. They were both smart people and it was impossible for them to meet by chance. But today they actually met again. This clearly showed that Lan Bo had taken the initiative. After the auction, he had endured it for a long time. But in the end, he couldn't hold back and ran over to meet with him on his own initiative. But he was too embarrassed to say it out loud, resulting in such an awkward chance encounter. All of this sounded a bit funny, but thinking about it carefully, one could feel how cute it was. This was the evidence of his intentions. As for women, no matter what background they had, no matter what personality they had, they would always have different attitudes towards men who cared about them. Thus, even though Liao Shi knew all of this, she didn't say it out loud and left him some face. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to ask where he was going and let this matter pass. All of this showed that things were progressing more smoothly than expected. Perhaps because of her identity as a princess and her powerful background, Miss Liao Shi had never had any experience in this aspect. Therefore, the difficulty of conquering this place would be much lower than expected. To Lan Bo, this was undoubtedly the best news. On one hand, the difficulty was reduced, but on the other hand, once a woman had her first awakening of love, she would never let go. If the two of them were to be together in the future, this would inevitably play a decisive role. As his thoughts raced, Lan Bo maintained his perfect smile. I heard that a demon brother of yours had some conflict with Spring Wind 13th Lady. This woman's background is extremely mysterious. It is naturally impossible for her to harm you, but it wouldn't be good if the mood was ruined by her. So today, allow me to escort you out of the city. Take it as repayment for your kindness in the auction house. He paused, as if afraid that Liao Shi would refuse. After all, Miss Liao Shi didn't give me a chance to retreat after the auction. Liao Shi blinked. How did you know we were going to leave the city? Lan Bo was momentarily at a loss for words. His face turned slightly red and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Just as he was stuttering, the corners of Liao Shi's mouth curled into a smile. Shortly after, he coughed lightly and said, however, I still thank young Master Lan Bo for his good intentions. No, this is my honor. Then, as if afraid that she would change her mind, Lan Bo turned around and hurriedly boarded the carriage. He ordered the carriages to follow behind and the two groups, one in front and one in the back, headed towards the city gates. As he sat down in the carriage, the panic on Lan Bo's face disappeared in the blink of an eye and was replaced with a smug smile. Sure enough, women liked men who were nervous and a little panicky in front of them, and they also liked men who looked stupid. This gave them confidence and pride that they could see everything clearly and everything was in their control. Thus, it was easy for them to let down their guard and even develop a sense of sympathy and protection towards such a man. Perhaps it could be called a woman's innate motherly brilliance. Of course, titles and such had never been important. What was important was that Lan Bo discovered that he had taken a giant step towards his goal. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would be able to fulfill his wish and take that noble and proud princess into his arms. How reckless, how reckless. As Lan Bo's imagination ran wild and he felt a fire burning in his chest, in the carriage in front of him, Liaosha narrowed her eyes. Her lips curled up and she let out a long breath. This little thing, she really wants to die. Qin Yu looked at her. I think it's time for you to speak about some of your plans. For instance, that person following behind us. Just what do you want from him? Liaosha rolled her eyes. Do you think my eyesight is that bad? What does he have on him that is worth me coveting? Qin Yu frowned. Then why are you doing all this? Don't tell me it's just for fun. Her two fingers snapped. Liaosha looked at Qin Yu with an expression that said, I didn't think you would be so smart. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. He roared out, Liaosha, I'm speaking the truth. Can you blame me if you don't believe me? Liaosha waved the book in his hand. This book had an even more gorgeous cover. This book describes many scenes of noble young masters teasing beautiful young girls. Although I find it refreshing to read, there is one thing that I am very dissatisfied with. Why is it that all the books are about noble young masters teasing beautiful young girls and finally making them fall hell-bent on him and love him so much that they are willing to do anything for him? It's just, so, I want to speak for beautiful young girls. Qin Yu's face darkened. Speak human language. Liaosha stood up and placed his hands on his hips. I want to let everyone know that beautiful young girls can also play with noble young masters in the palm of their hands. I want to make him feel happy just because of her smile, but also sad because of her dissatisfaction. Qin Yu was expressionless. If someone else said this, he definitely wouldn't believe them. Moreover, he might even curse out loud. Did they think he was a fool? But this person was Liaosha. He had said many times before that this strange woman was someone that Qin Yu still hadn't been able to completely understand. Anything that happened to her, no matter what it was, wasn't necessarily impossible. Could it be that because of such an incomparably ridiculous reason, she had gone through so much trouble? Haha, she was just too bored. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Although he guessed that this matter might not be the same as what Liaosha said, since she didn't want to say it, it was useless to ask. Once the drama began, everything would naturally become clear. With Liaosha's personality, it was fine to play around, but he definitely didn't have much patience. Thus, Qin Yu felt that the boy called Lan Bo in the back of the carriage would at most be able to be happy for a day or two. Then, he would be ruthlessly stomped into the mud. He hoped that this fellow's expression wouldn't be too wonderful at that time. Chapter 1079. It wasn't just Liaosha who was being watched, but Qin Yu as well. When Yixing left the inn, the charming spring wind 13th lady had already received the news. Her willowy eyebrows rose up and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Just as Qin Yu thought, after losing so much face in front of her, if she didn't do something about it, what status would she have in Five Elements City in the future? She had to do something, but Liaosha and Qin Yu's origins were mysterious. Even after using some methods, 13th lady still hadn't determined their background and origins. But in the auction house, with the strength Yixing displayed, even an idiot could tell that he was a hard bone to chew. If she bit him, she might even break several of her teeth. In Five Elements City, 13th lady's own strength was clearly insufficient to make these people pay the price. Thus, if she wanted revenge, she could only borrow the strength of these people. She had already sent out information about this matter. It was just that she hadn't received a reply yet. For many years, many demons within and without Five Elements City had wanted to know just what sort of background 13th lady had. But the truth was that this background was so terrifying that even she sometimes felt fear. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to contact them. If it weren't for this time, she wouldn't have sent out a message on her own initiative to have them act. Of course, anger and resentment were only one aspect. The most important thing was that she could obtain enough benefits from this matter. For instance, that nine-tailed demon fox girl behind that boy. If she could seize her demonic bloodline, her strength would surely rise. In an underground chamber of the embroidery manor, a mass of demonic energy appeared out of thin air. It condensed into a ghostly face, its mouth opening and closing as it spoke, reporting to Master, "They have already left the city and are heading southwest." Lady 13 waved her hand. "Got it. Continue to keep a close watch and be careful not to be discovered." The ghostly face cackled several times. "Master, rest assured that it is impossible for them to discover me." "Pow!" With a light sound, the ghostly face exploded. Demonic energy tumbled around it and it vanished into thin air. The harsh environment of the abyss wasn't just words. Besides the demon cities and surrounding areas that were relatively safe, the vast abyss was a world of demon beasts. Ordinary demons wouldn't dare to travel alone unless they were confident in their own strength. Otherwise, there was an 80% chance that they would never be able to return and would end up as the flesh and blood of a magical beast. The reason why Liao Shi, Qin Yu, and the others were able to travel smoothly was due to their superior strength. The demon commander-level shadowless demon roamed around the team, cleaning up all the dangerous elements that they might encounter. Because of the mutation of the shadow demon bloodline, the shadowless demon had a super strong stealth ability, which made it easy to do these things. Moreover, in his shadowy state, he also had strong senses. Any heterogeneous magic that tried to get close to him would not be able to escape unless it was strong enough to exceed the limits of his senses. At this moment, in the shadow of a big tree, Shadowless Demon looked at the translucent shadow in front of him expressionlessly. Even though they couldn't hear his voice, this kind of sneaky behavior clearly showed that he didn't come with good intentions. If not for Liao Shi's warning earlier, the Shadowless Demon would have snapped his neck by now. "Humph humph. With just this little bit of concealment skills, you still dare to be impudent in front of me? You're simply courting death." It had happened once in 5 Elemental City, and now, it was happening once more. Clearly, everything was under Liao Shi's control. He was really curious as to what Liao Shi was planning right now. But no matter what the truth was, there was one thing he was sure of. Those demons that tried to do something would suffer a miserable fate. They had already left the city, but Lan Bo didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He kept following behind the team. The good news was that Liao Shi seemed to have tacitly agreed to this point. He didn't ask them why they didn't leave. Of course, this was good news. There was no sun or moon in the abyss, but they could still tell the time. The time when the light was the brightest was probably noon. He Tiangang heard the knocking on the carriage. He pulled slightly, and the 2 wildebeests stopped. He jumped off the carriage and said respectfully, "Sir, miss, what's the matter?" The carriage opened from the inside, and Liao Shi walked out. He raised his hand to cover his eyes and looked around. Then, he nodded slightly. "The environment here is not bad. You must be tired from the journey. Let's rest here." Qin Yu never had any opinions on such matters. Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others wouldn't say anything either. As for the environment here being good, there was a river in front of them. The water was relatively rapid, and in addition to the low roars of water crashing into the earth, there should be a waterfall not too far away. And indeed, looking up into the distance, one could see through the branches of the trees and faintly make out the silhouette of a mountain peak that wasn't too high. Faint traces of mist lingered around it. Because there was an abundant water source and the surrounding trees were lush, there were some weak abyssal demon beasts that were drinking from the shallows of the river. Pairs of vigilant eyes locked onto this group of uninvited guests. Whoosh! At this time, the river water suddenly exploded and a large fish leapt out. Its body was over 10 feet long. It had been hidden in the water and hadn't been detected at all. Now, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. It directly bit down on a small beast that was drinking water on the shore and dragged it into the water with a splash. Blood gushed out before everything returned to normal. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If it weren't for this place could barely be considered a quiet and secluded place surrounded by mountains and rivers. But now, there really wasn't any sense of beauty to it. But Liao Shi clearly didn't think this way. Her eyes widened with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that her acting skills were on point, she might have jumped up and down. She turned and looked at He Tiangang. "That big fish must taste very good." He Tiangang nodded. I will go catch it for Miss. As he walked to the riverside, without hesitation, he jumped in. With the previous example of catching fish and shrimp in the lake, in Liaosha's eyes, the dignified master of Merry Forest had clearly become an excellent fisherman. Old Fox laughed as he began to arrange a temporary camp. Ya brought the two little fellows to help. They cleared away the weeds and leveled the ground. Soon, everything seemed to be set up. Miss, what would you like to eat today? Liaosha licked her lips. Barbecue is a must. Fresh fish skewers or something like that must taste good. As for the leftovers, we can make some fish soup. I believe that Old Fox will be able to make something delicious. After being praised, Old Fox's spirits rose. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, patting his chest and saying, Miss, don't worry. Today, have Hei Tiangang catch some more ingredients and I will show you my skills. And before, my clansmen sent me 2 pheasants. After I cooked them with my Fox clan's special methods, they tasted very good. They absolutely won't disappoint, Miss. Gulp. Liaosha gulped. She waved her hand, indicating for him to hurry up and begin. When she turned around, she had restored her previous dignified appearance. Lan Bo cupped his hands together and bowed. Miss Liaosha, are you preparing to set up camp here? There isn't anything important on this trip. I'm just taking a stroll. If Sir Lan has other matters to attend to, you may leave first. Liaosha smiled. There haven't been any problems so far. It seems that Lady 13 has already given up on revenge. Lan Bo shook his head. Even so, I cannot be careless. I will escort Miss for a bit longer before I consider leaving. After saying that, he turned around and said, Go, help Miss Liaosha expand the campsite and search in all directions, lest some blind demonic beasts ruin Miss Liaosha's mood. Yes, sir. Black Armor bowed and left with his men. Although Lan Bo didn't like him, before they arrived at Dark Peak City, Black Armor was still the leader of the demon guards. As for Lan Bo, he didn't want to show any disagreements with his subordinates in front of Liaosha. After all, strictly speaking, this could be considered a lack of leadership skills. With the help of these people, a sizable campsite was quickly organized. Qin Yu comfortably leaned back in his chair. He looked at the busy demons and then at the elegant Lan Bo who was happily chatting with Liaosha. The corners of his mouth twitched and he immediately closed his eyes. Forget it. Although Liaosha had done this on purpose, a fly wouldn't bite a seamless egg. If it weren't for this Lan Bo harboring evil intentions, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap. This was his own choice, so he couldn't blame others. He would just watch the show. Hei Tiangang walked out of the river, dripping wet. He had just eaten his fill and hadn't had time to digest the big fish on the ground. This fellow's vitality was tyrannical. Even though his head had been hammered open, he was still struggling and hadn't died yet. Old Fox chuckled and took over. He had Hei Tiangang grab some more ingredients and then dragged the big fish to the side to clean it. Fish skewers, fish soup, and so on were naturally not difficult for Old Fox, who had specialized in cooking. He even changed the way he took the ingredients from the big fish and made 4 or 5 different ways to eat it. This caused Lan Bo's heart to be filled with emotion. He thought that a person who could carry a magic crystal card with him was actually an old servant and a chef in front of Liaosha. Such a simple thing showed his status and nobility. It must be known that Old Fox and Hei Tiangang were clearly of equal status. And before, Hei Tiangang gave Black Armor the feeling that he was at least a peak demon general. In other words, this old fellow who was busy preparing food was at least a demon general. Demon generals were considered low-level nobles in the Abyss. Even in front of a demon general, they would receive a certain degree of courtesy and respect. Only the extremely powerful royal families of the Abyss with deep backgrounds could view the devil generals as the most ordinary of servants. This was because these devil generals were originally raised from the slaves they owned and had broken through to become devil generals. Because of this, even though Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had the cultivation of demon generals, they were still willing to do the work of servants without the slightest dissatisfaction. Chapter 1080. Of course, this was all Lan Bo's own imagination, but it was indeed very appropriate. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this was the case. Thus, Liaosha's position in his heart became higher and higher. He became more careful with his words, trying his best to get closer to Liaosha, but trying not to be too flattering. Women liked obedient men, but they absolutely did not like men who had no opinions of their own. They hated bootlickers who took the initiative to approach them. Otherwise, even if they were accepted for a while, they would soon get tired of it and kick him away. Just as the banquet was taking shape under Old Fox's exquisite skills, Spring Wind 13th Lady, who was in 5 Elements City, finally received the news she wanted. They had agreed to help. Actually, Lady 13th Lady was not surprised by this. After all, that girl represented a powerful Demon King bloodline. For those people, this was an irresistible temptation, especially since Lady 13th Lady knew that their leader had been trying to break through his limits in recent years. And a powerful Demon King bloodline would undoubtedly be a powerful booster, and it would very likely help him achieve his dream of breaking through. The corners of Lady 13's lips curled upwards, revealing a charming yet incomparably cold smile. She stood up and slowly said, "Little brother, I've already said that we'll meet again someday. In that case, I'll see you later." Swish, demonic energy surged, and her figure disappeared on the spot. During the day, Shadowless Demon's concealment ability was somewhat affected, but he was still a top hunter. Under the black robe, his eyes turned and fell on the slowly retreating phantom not too far in front of him. "He's useless." Liaosha's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Shadowless Demon's lips curled up, revealing a smile. He quietly followed behind the phantom, leaving the range of the camp. "A bunch of ignorant juniors, how dare you provoke my master? Today, I'll let all of you die in this wilderness." With a sinister laugh, the phantom quickly solidified, and like a water shadow, it directly turned into a human. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. But in the next moment, this solidified demon's eyes widened in horror. This was because a pair of cold eyes were floating in the air, indifferently watching him. "You!" Before he could utter a single word, another arm appeared out of thin air and grabbed him by the neck. Then, the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Following a soft catcher sound, terrifying mana instantly swept out. The head that was bent at a strange angle and the light in the eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the entire body turned into powder and completely disappeared without a trace. "Have they started?" Shadowless Demon licked his lips with excitement in his eyes. He needed a massacre to prove his worth. Hee, come on, come on. However, the Shadowless Demon's excitement of going on a killing spree was suppressed as soon as it rose up. Liaosha instructed him to hide in the shadows and not to make a move without her permission. It wasn't a good feeling to have prey in sight but be unable to make a move. But compared to young Mistress Liao's orders, it was nothing. Therefore, not long after, the first to notice that something was wrong and be attacked was a demon guard under Lanbo's command. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream, shouting that it was a magical beast attack, and then his entire head was swallowed and chewed into pieces. Blood mixed with sticky white juice dripped from the mouth of a magical wolf and fell to the ground. The air immediately reeked of blood. The camp was alarmed, and Lanbo's face was slightly red. Of course, it wasn't because he was angry that his guard was killed, but because his guard was so easily killed by a demon wolf, which made him feel humiliated. Especially in front of Liaosha. Kill it. It wasn't rare for demon beasts to injure people in the abyss. It could only be said that his companion was unlucky. The other demon guards weren't that sad or worried. After all, it was just a demon wolf. "Yes, young master," a demon guard said in a deep voice. He sneered and strode forward. "Bastard, come and die." Black armor wasn't favored by the young master recently. This was a well-known fact. Then, after returning to Irving City, the position of the leader of the guards around the young master would definitely be changed to someone else. Such a good opportunity was not to be missed. The bodyguard who had volunteered had been rather active recently. Black armor was expressionless. He was loyal to the main family, but that didn't mean he didn't have any temper or schemes. After all, it was impossible for him to survive to this day and obtain the trust of the city lord to become the leader of the guards just by relying on loyalty alone. Against a demon that wanted to replace his position and was a subordinate of Shi-Ri, there was only coldness in his eyes. "Ordinary demon wolf? Haha, what a joke. Let's see how you die." Ah! Amidst the screams, the volunteer guard's stomach was cut open, and blood and organs flowed all over the ground. "Save me! Save me!" The strong vitality of the demon kept him alive. He grabbed the ground and crawled. But soon, his pain ended. The demon wolf's eyes were cold as it bit through his throat and swallowed his head. This thing seemed to be especially interested in the demon's head. "Brain-eating demon wolf, it's a brain-eating demon wolf," a demon guard shouted, his eyes filled with fear. Abyss demonic beasts had no intelligence. They only knew to follow their instincts and frantically devour other demonic beasts or demons to increase their strength. The more they devoured, the more chaotic the demon bloodline in their body would be. Unless they were lucky enough to transform into a demonic beast king, they would regain consciousness and gain intelligence under the suppression of the will of the abyss. But aside from this, there was another situation that allowed demonic beasts to gain a certain degree of intelligence. That was brain-eating. The power of the demons came from the demon bloodline in their bodies. Their souls were nourished by a mysterious substance in their brains. That was how they could continuously strengthen themselves as their strength increased. Devouring large amounts of demon brain matter could help demonic beasts get rid of the influence of their bloodline. Of course, the demonic beasts themselves didn't know this. Thus, brain-eating demonic beasts were often born due to some unexpected circumstances. But there was no doubt that brain-eating demonic beasts possessed power that far surpassed their own kind. Because of their intelligence, they could consciously avoid danger and avoid powerful opponents. They only hunted weak prey and slowly accumulated strength. As for the brain-eating demonic beasts, if they wanted to remain conscious, they would have to consume the brains of the demons to maintain their consciousness. Thus, this was the scene they were seeing now. Black Armor took a step forward and said, "Young master, there is no need to worry. It is just a brain-eating demonic wolf. At most, it can only compare to a demon general. Wait for this subordinate to kill it and take its head to dispel young master's worries." Lan Bo nodded slightly. "Very good. Go." Although he wasn't clear about Black Armor's strength, his elder brother seemed to value him. Since he had sent Black Armor as a leader, there should be no problem with Black Armor's strength. Reality proved that there was no problem with Lan Bo's confidence. Although he didn't like Black Armor's way of doing things, Black Armor's strength was tyrannical. After a few simple exchanges, Black Armor tested out the strength of this brain-eating demonic wolf. Then, he took out his spear and pierced through it. The brain-eating demonic wolf frantically struggled. However, the power that invaded its body was like violent magma, madly annihilating its vitality. The madness, ruthlessness, and unwillingness in its eyes finally disappeared, returning to a deathly stillness. Black Armor panted slightly. Although he hadn't attacked for long, he had expended a significant amount of energy. Only that final spear strike had that kind of power. However, it was all worth it. Perhaps through this matter, he could redeem his position in young master's heart. Even if he gave up his position as the guard captain, he wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. However, at this moment, Black Armor suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His expression changed, and he stomped on the ground, retreating without hesitation. His reaction was fast, but he was still a step too slow. The brain-eating demonic wolf's corpse exploded with a bang. At this critical moment, Black Armor roared. Demonic chi erupted from his body, wrapping around him and forming a suit of battle armor. Forming demonic chi into armor was one of the methods of a demon general. The reason Black Armor had this name was because the demonic chi armor he condensed had astonishing defensive capabilities. However, at this moment, when the brain-eating demonic wolf exploded and formed a blood mist, it was like falling into a strong acid. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of Black Armor's flesh was corroded away. The exposed flesh immediately turned a greenish-black color and began to emit a foul stench. Black Armor's expression changed. He did not hesitate to use his hand as a saber and cut off the discolored flesh. Only when he saw fresh blood flow out did he sigh in relief. However, when his gaze fell on the rapidly dissipating blood mist, his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong with the situation. Although the brain-eating demonic wolf had some intelligence, it had self-destructed after being killed. Furthermore, its blood mist contained a potent poison that surpassed the limits of its abilities. Could someone be controlling this brain-eating demonic wolf? As soon as this thought appeared, Black Armor's heart shrank. An icy chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. Demonic beasts had no intelligence. Aside from a few, they could not be tamed. As for the bloodthirsty and cruel demonic wolves, they were the most unruly of all. No demon had ever heard of anyone being able to control them. However, there were exceptions to everything in the world. There was a type of demon that the Abyss did not tolerate. They could not step into the territory controlled by the Abyss demon race. They could only wander the wilderness of the Abyss like stray dogs, living alongside demonic beasts. They were neither demons nor ghosts. They were the previously mentioned red-eyed demon race. Because they had devoured too many other demon race bloodlines, they eventually lost control of their power and became controlled by the demon race bloodline. They were incomparably violent and terrifying existences that only knew how to kill and destroy. Perhaps the Abyss itself was the source of evil, so it was not completely locked down. The red-eyed demon race might have been abandoned by the orthodox demon race, and if they were discovered, they would be relentlessly hunted down. However, the red-eyed demon race had obtained the ability to coexist peacefully with demonic beasts. They could survive in the wilderness, and some powerful red-eyed demon race could even use special methods to control demonic beasts. If this was really the case, Black Armor took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. He quickly retreated to Lan Bo's side and said gravely, "Young master, we must leave immediately." Chapter 1081. It is rare to see such a powerful demon general under your command, Liaosha said softly, showing a trace of admiration. This made Lan Bo feel that he had redeemed his previous loss of face. Just as he was about to smile modestly, Black Armor rushed back and hurriedly said that he wanted to leave immediately. This interruption made Lan Bo feel that his good situation was ruined. He frowned subconsciously. Why? As expected, even if this Black Armor had some strength, he was completely unsuitable for him. He was simply too blind. Black Armor was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He said anxiously, "This brain-eating demonic wolf's behavior is abnormal. It might be hiding danger. Young master, I don't have time to explain. We might still be able to make it if we leave now." Liaosha raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Black Armor and revealed a trace of surprise. Although his previous praise was somewhat intentional, this thing's strength was indeed very good. Moreover, it seemed to be alert and decisive enough. It had some value in nurturing it. But in Lan Bo's eyes, her behavior had a different meaning. His complexion darkened. "Black Armor, what are you trying to say?" This fellow displayed his strength. Could it be that he wanted to use this opportunity to obtain more credit in exchange for his satisfaction? At other times, he wouldn't mind cooperating with his subordinates. As long as everything was under control, this was unimportant. But not now. If he were to turn around and leave without even knowing the reason behind his actions, putting aside subduing Liaosha, the good impression he had left on her would be torn to shreds in an instant. "Hihi, I found you." A low and gloomy voice seemed to resonate with the air, entering everyone's ears with a slight tremor. Black Armor's complexion changed drastically. He felt an unforgettable cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty tone from this voice. "It's them. It really is them." If he had fled just now, he might have been able to escape with the young master with his strength, but it was clearly too late now. Lan Bo shouted with a gloomy expression. Black Armor suddenly turned around and stared at the depths of the forest. He roared, "Enemy attack! Protect the young master!" This was the tragedy of an Abyss slave. No matter how strong or smart you were, everything was controlled by your master. You had no right to bargain. Moreover, even if you fell into danger, you could only choose to risk your life. Suffer and escape alone? It doesn't exist. Wisps of mist appeared. They were dark and gloomy, like dancing claws and fangs, harvesting the aura of life. Wherever it passed, the lush trees rapidly withered. Even the Abyss trees, which had absorbed demonic energy to nourish themselves, could not withstand the destructive power of this mist. Bang ere bang, the earth trembled, accompanied by the sound of trees being knocked down or falling to the ground, gradually approaching from afar. It was as if a huge creature was walking through the fog and approaching the camp. Lan Bo's face was ashen. There was no doubt that the development of the matter had already proven Black Armor's judgment. But it was precisely because of this that it made his previous foolishness and ignorance even more obvious. How would Liao Xiaojie view him? From the corner of his eyes, he saw that she was looking at the fog and was not paying attention to him at all. This discovery made Lan Bo clench his fists subconsciously, and a trace of gloom appeared in his eyes. Damn Black Armor. Mistake. Of course he couldn't be wrong. Then, the one who was wrong could only be the incompetent Black Armor. Laughter came from the fog, incomparably charming and seductive. Little brother, I said before that we would meet again soon. After a pause, the laughter continued, so today, I have come here to fulfill our previous promise. Little brother, hurry up and come out. This voice, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. It really was Spring Wind, 13th Lady. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This woman did have some background. Moreover, although he didn't know what this fog was, he felt a trace of dread. Of course, dread didn't mean anything. At most, it could only mean that the fog was fierce. Qin Yu had 10,000 ways to disperse this fog, but now wasn't the time for him to appear. This was Liao Shi's stage. Thus, after Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his expression returned to normal. He remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Liao Shi said, Qin Yu, it seems that she's looking for trouble with you. Yeah. Qin Yu looked at her. It was unknown what she was planning, but he decided to play it by ear and not say anything. Liao Shi shook her head, a helpless expression on her face. You brat, you always like to stir up trouble. If you really make a mess, don't you need this big sister to clean up after you? Forget it, I'll help you one more time. Remember this. You owe this big sister a favor. This woman was definitely taking advantage of him on purpose. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and put on a fake smile. Then I'll have to thank big sister. Good boy. Liao Shi waved her hand. Old Hei, I'll have to trouble you to deal with this. Hei Tiangang bowed. Yes, miss. Hold on. Lan Bo suddenly said. I said before that I would protect Miss Liao and your safety. Now that there's a problem, how can I hide behind you? He looked at the fog, a cold light in his eyes. A red-eyed demon race that can control demon beasts. Haha, since we've encountered such trash, let's kill them all so they don't bring disaster to the abyss in the future. Liao Shi hesitated. Wouldn't this be too troublesome for Sir Lan Bo? After all, these red-eyed demons are not to be trifled with. That's right. The more I do this, the more I can display my strength and restore my previous image. Lan Bo laughed. Miss Liao Shi, rest assured that the strength of my guard isn't limited to what he displayed just now. A mere red-eyed demon race isn't anything at all. He turned and said, Black-armored captain, I ask you to capture that woman that tried to harm Miss Liao Shi. I want her to kneel in front of the miss and beg for mercy. Black-armored could feel that Lan Bo's will didn't allow him to argue. His eyes flickered for a moment before he fell silent. Yes, sir. Standing up, he grasped his spear and stepped forwards. His figure was like a great bird that soared into the skies as he howled into the fog. A slave was an ant in the eyes of their master. They had no will of their own, even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of them, they had to do so without hesitation. City Lord, if you die in battle today, please don't blame me for not protecting sir. Black-armored had tried his best. Bang, within the fog, there was a violent explosion. Then, it tumbled about like a hideous monster. Black-armored's strength was indeed as Lan Bo had said, it was far greater than what he had displayed before. He slaughtered his way into the fog alone and began to fight with the enemies. One could hear that there wasn't just one person coming. From time to time, there would be cries of death. Lan Bo smiled. Miss Liao Shi, rest assured that my guard captain is strong. He will definitely be able to. Before he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying back from the fog at an astonishing speed. This figure smashed through dozens of trees and fell in a mess. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth and his eyes were wide and gloomy. This was Black Armored, who had slaughtered his way into the fog. From the looks of it, he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It was clear that he wouldn't live for long. Lan Bo's words and the smile on his face froze. He looked at the fog and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. He knew just how cruel and terrifying the red-eyed demon race was. But, because the demonic bloodline within these fallen demons had gone berserk, the demon general realm was nearly the limit of their strength. If they went any higher, their only fate would be to be torn to pieces by the wild strength within their bodies. This was why Lan Bo had been so calm and confident before. This was because Black Armored's strength was enough to fight against any demon general, even the cruel red-eyed demon race. But now, it was clear that something had gone wrong. Black Armored had been slaughtering his way through the fog and was suddenly knocked back, severely wounded and on the verge of death. There was only one possibility: there was an even stronger powerhouse amongst the red-eyed demon race that had attacked. Moreover, their strength was so terrifying that it far surpassed the limits of what Black Armored could withstand. With just one strike, they had severely wounded him. And the only one who had the qualifications to do this was a demon general. Just as this thought appeared, Lan Bo's heart skipped a beat. A cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart, sweeping through every inch of his body as if wanting to freeze his blood. His elder brother, Lan Hai, who had just become Erfeng City's lord, was a demon general. Thus, Lan Bo had a clear understanding of just how strong a demon general was. In front of a demon general, no matter how powerful a demon general was, they would only be able to fight with a heaven-defying demonic bloodline in the abyss. Otherwise, no matter how many of them there were, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs that could be easily destroyed. At this moment, Lan Bo suddenly felt regret. If he had listened to Black Armored, perhaps he would have had a chance to escape from here. But now, there was no longer any meaning in saying all of this. He had to think of a way to survive. Fighting head-on definitely wouldn't work, so he could only start elsewhere. Calm down, I must calm down. It had to be admitted that although Lan Bo was a little arrogant, his basic qualities were still pretty good. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. For example, right now, he still didn't know that there were a few people watching the show. Trapped in a desperate situation of life and death, Lan Bo, who was thinking at high speed, suddenly took a deep breath and said loudly, "My elder brother is the current city lord of Erfeng City, Lan Hai. He has the strength of a demon general, and the background that Erfeng City represents shouldn't need me to say more. If we die here today, my elder brother will definitely find the true culprit at all costs to avenge me. Therefore, we are willing to take responsibility for the conflict from before and the situation today, and we will pay the corresponding price. I hope that everyone can be magnanimous and let us live. This is the best choice for you and me." The mist suddenly dissipated, but it didn't disappear directly. Instead, it quickly gathered in one place, revealing the hidden place. A ferocious-looking beast that was almost 300 meters tall and had eyes that seemed to be dyed red with blood appeared in front of everyone. All of the mist was being sucked into its mouth and nose. Its black scales flashed with a metallic luster. A blood-eyed demon sat on its head, looking down at everyone with a cold gaze. A ball of light floated next to the beast. Spring Wind 13th Lady sat cross-legged inside the faint white circle of light. Behind her were ferocious-looking red-eyed demons with bloodthirsty eyes. There were at least 100 of them. Each of these blood-eyed demons had a demon beast at their command, and they kept growling from the depths of their throats. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. It was like there was an invisible mountain pressing down on the hearts of Lan Bo and the others. Even breathing became difficult. Over 100 red-eyed demons, the terror of this power was simply unimaginable. We all know that the red-eyed demons were created because they devoured too much. The demonic bloodline in the bodies of other demons eventually went out of control, and the bloodline went berserk, affecting their minds and causing them to degenerate into monsters that only knew killing and destruction. Therefore, each red-eyed demon had devoured at least 10 other demons before they degenerated. This meant that the power they possessed far surpassed that of ordinary demons. They could even compare to demon generals. Of course, even though it wasn't 100%, from their auras, At least half of these 100 blood-eyed demons had reached the demon general level. Julu City, which had almost been destroyed by the beast horde, had only been able to gather 50 to 60 demon generals when the four top factions, the City Lord's Mansion, Thousand Eye Hall, Merry Forest, and Three Life Pavilion, worked together. In terms of high-level battle prowess, this was already a powerful strength comparable to a top-tier city. However, the most shocking and terrifying thing was the beast at the very front and the blood-eyed demon sitting cross-legged on its head. After suffering a bloodline backlash that affected their minds, the blood-eyed demon was still a demon on the surface, but they were almost no different from demon beasts. They would be controlled by their bloodline and fall into the abyss of devouring demonic bloodlines. They would become violent and kill endlessly, and only a small amount of their minds would remain. However, although the eyes of this blood-eyed demon occasionally flashed with a destructive and violent aura, there was only coldness and calmness in the depths of his eyes. The terrifying aura was like a black hole that was constantly being released and enveloped everything within its range of destruction. As for the beast below him, there was the sound of wind and thunder as it breathed. It was deep and heavy like a drum, and it pressed down on one's mind like they were in a desperate situation. Lan Bo's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. His face, which had been forcefully stabilized, became deathly pale. Demon General. There wasn't just one demon general red-eyed demon. There was also a terrifying demon general level demon beast. The reason why the demon general level demon beast could maintain its mind was because it had devoured the brains of countless demons. This was definitely something the red-eyed demon race had intentionally raised to increase its own strength. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. With the strength of two demon general level demon beasts stacked together, the destructive effect would increase exponentially. The reason why Lan Bo was able to remain calm earlier was because his elder brother had given him a trump card to protect his life. With this trump card, even if he faced a demon general, he had a certain degree of confidence in escaping. But now, he was facing two demon general level demon beasts. The power of 1+1 would definitely be far greater than 2. The trump card would lose its effect. Damn it. When people had something to rely on, they were usually able to appear calm and confident. Even if the negotiation failed, they could just leave. They could just pretend that all their previous efforts were in vain. As long as they were alive, nothing was a problem. However, when life and death were out of their control and they no longer had something to rely on, it was a little difficult to maintain calmness. Lan Bo bit his tongue to prevent himself from trembling too much. His thoughts spun wildly. Right now, there was only one thing he could think of: how to leave this place alive. When he saw the demon general red-eyed demon, Lan Bo grasped the crux of the matter. The other party's target was not him. Liao She was the crux of why this demon general red-eyed demon did not hesitate to expose himself and personally attack. It had to be known that this was a huge risk in itself. Once the news of the demon general red-eyed demon's existence was leaked, it would definitely attract the combined forces of the major forces of the Abyss. The existence of the red-eyed demon king had already conquered several layers of the Abyss, causing hundreds of millions of demons to live in fear. The Abyss world would definitely not allow a second red-eyed demon king to be born. Even if there was only a trace of hope, it would be completely destroyed. The more Lan Bo thought about it, the colder his heart became. He could not find any possibility of the other party letting him live, even if his elder brother was the City Lord of Erfeng City, a powerful existence that had a high chance of obtaining the recognition of the Abyss and reaching Demon King rank in the future. However, accidents often appeared in despair. The red-eyed demon sitting cross-legged on the head of the beast actually nodded. "You can leave." Lan Bo's eyes widened, and his heartbeat sped up. His instincts told him that things would not be so simple. The blood-eyed demon race was cruel and bloodthirsty. How could they let him leave so easily? Furthermore, they were not afraid of exposing their existence. There was a problem. There had to be a problem. Perhaps, as long as I leave here, I will immediately be surrounded and killed. There are other blood-eyed demons hiding in the surroundings. However, this was not a problem. As long as he left the range of the two demon generals, he could activate the life-saving trump card his elder brother had given him and directly escape. That's right, that's it. Taking a deep breath, Lan Bo turned to look at Liao She. At this moment, the blood-eyed demon spoke again. Only you can leave. They must stay. His tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Spring Breeze 13th's expression changed slightly, and she frowned. Chief. Her cooperation with the blood-eyed demon race was a great taboo in the abyss. Once this matter was exposed, she would definitely die. Of course, she did not want to see a hidden danger that could endanger her safety. The blood-eyed demon chief expressionlessly looked down at her. I have my own arrangements for this matter. You do not need to say anything. Being shrouded by his gaze, endless fear poured out from the bottom of her heart. Spring Breeze 13th's face paled, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lan Bo's expression kept changing. However, in less than a breath's time, he had already made his choice. Compared to death, everything else was nothing. After thinking this through, he no longer hesitated. He said directly, I will leave immediately. Regarding today's matter, I will not say a word. If I go against this, I will be hated by the abyss and die without a burial place. In the abyss, this kind of oath had an absolute binding force. Once it was violated, the abyss would sense it, and he would suffer a miserable fate. The demon commander Red-Eyed Demon Race's mouth curled up. Amidst the mockery, there seemed to be a trace of emotion. Then, he waved his hand. Go. Lan Bo turned around and left without looking at Liao Shi again. Capturing the princess indeed had endless benefits, and it was worth it for him to go all out. However, if he had to choose between life and death, of course, he would live. Chapter 1082. Young Master, save us. Please take us away with you. We can also swear an oath that we won't speak anymore. Young Master, please don't go. The demon guards around Lan Bo all began to plead, their faces filled with panic. Everyone in the dark abyss knew how terrifying the red-eyed demon race was. Once one fell into their hands, death was the best result. Lan Bo turned a blind eye to all of this, turning a deaf ear to it. He lowered his head and walked away. Save you. I'm sorry, it's already not easy for me to preserve my own life. Liao Shi revealed a mocking smile. She suddenly said, Young Master Lan Bo, are you going to leave now? Shu'er He Tiangang stood in front of Lan Bo, his cold face expressionless and his eyes indifferent. Being shrouded by this gaze, Lan Bo's heart trembled and he subconsciously felt fear. He clenched his teeth and looked up. Miss Liao Shi, since you and I are in danger today, we can only rely on our own methods to escape. Why must you make things difficult for me? Liao Shi faintly smiled. Young Master was the one who said that you would guarantee our safety, so how did it become me making things difficult for you? Lan Bo didn't want to stay here for even a single breath of time. He turned to look at the leader of the blood-eyed demon race and said, You were the one who wanted me to leave. By doing this, they are defying your will. The blood-eyed demon race leader was expressionless. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. There was a loud explosion in the world as vast demonic energy gathered. In the blink of an eye, this demonic energy condensed into a terrifyingly thick demonic arm. It was covered in translucent blood-red scales and its 5 fingers came clenching downwards. He Tiangang's face was like a rock, expressionless. In his eyes, his pupils instantly expanded, filling up his entire eyeballs, causing them to turn pure black. Bang! A formidable aura erupted like a volcano erupting from a dam. His black robes fluttered in the wind as he punched out without hesitation. Amidst the heaven-shaking explosion, the demonic arm carrying a boundless aura suddenly exploded. Demonic chi surged outwards, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Wherever it swept, the earth would shatter. Countless thick trees were uprooted and tumbled in the air, turning into dust in the blink of an eye. The demon guards who were begging for help, Lady 13, and over 100 red-eyed demons were all sent flying by the force of the attack. The world was deathly silent. Lan Bo's eyes widened. Just now, a protective treasure had taken the initiative to block the attack. He was still standing in his original spot. Looking at He Tiangang, who was slowly withdrawing his fist, he suddenly felt like a clown. Demon Commander. He was a demon commander, but how could this be possible? She had witnessed with her own eyes how He Tiangang had jumped into the river to catch fish just because of a single sentence from Liao Shi, as well as other ingredients for her to eat. How could such a thing happen to a demon commander? This was simply the greatest humiliation. Lan Bo's body stiffened even more, because he thought of another matter. He Tiangang was the devil marshal, then what about the other old fellow who played the role of the chef? Gulp, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt as if his heart was filled with ice water, sinking continuously. Spring Breeze 13th Lady was also shocked and panicked. She found that she seemed to have hit an iron plate this time. Once news of her relationship with the blood-eyed demon race spread, what awaited her would be an incomparably miserable end. Even if she never returned to Five Elements City and gave up all her businesses there, the blood-eyed demon race was a group of violent and bloodthirsty villains. They wouldn't support a useless person like her. Thinking about how the blood-eyed demon race dealt with similar matters, Spring Breeze 13th Lady's face became even paler. Her flirtatious and charming appearance no longer existed. Demon Commander, the blood-eyed demon race's leader, said in a deep voice. His scarlet eyes flashed with seriousness and excitement. The reason why he was able to break through to his current level was because he accidentally devoured an injured demon commander and took its bloodline for himself. The process was extremely dangerous, and he was so close to being possessed. But in the end, the blood-eyed demon race's leader had the last laugh and obtained the strength he had today. Therefore, he was well aware of the benefits that a demon commander could bring. However, the prerequisite was that he had to successfully suppress the other party and completely devour it. If it was somewhere else, he might not be able to do it. After all, the demon commander in front of him was clearly extremely powerful. Fortunately, he had brought all his subordinates with him just in case. If he borrowed their strength, he would have a chance. The benefits were directly proportional to the risks he had to take. However, since he had made his move today, there was no room for negotiation. If he wanted to quietly grow and find a chance to transform, he definitely could not expose his existence. Therefore, these people in front of him had to stay. He raised his hand and patted the giant beast beneath him. It looked like a giant lizard. At this moment, it opened its mouth and roared. A large pool of mucus dripped from the corner of its mouth, revealing countless sharp fangs. They were like messily placed sharp knives, flashing with a cold light. Roar. As it roared, a ball of energy similar to a breath shot out of its mouth. He Tiangang's expression became grave. However, before he could do anything, the ball of breath exploded on its own and turned into a huge black net. Specks of blood-colored light flowed on the surface and flickered continuously. This thing was actually a powerful imprisonment demonic artifact. The leader of the blood-eyed demon race stood on the head of the giant lizard and slowly raised his hands. As he did this, the large number of blood-eyed demon race behind him instantly revealed pained expressions. Their blood-colored eyes revealed savagery and ruthlessness. They were like wolves that could devour people at any moment, but they did not dare to resist the robbery of their leader. Waves of blood energy flew out of the blood-eyed demon race and entered the leader's body. This caused the aura of the blood-eyed demon race to rapidly rise. Roar. With a roar, roiling abyssal demonic energy gathered from all directions and condensed into the phantom of a monster above his head. The reason it was called a monster was because such an absurd and terrifying creature had never appeared in the abyss before. It had 5 heads, each of them in different shapes. One of them was simply a lump of rotten meat that had been kneaded together. Then there was a twisting head that looked like countless tentacles tangled together, forming a thick body. Dozens of sharp claws and arms grew out in a barbaric manner. They were like branches blown by the wind in the dark night, wildly dancing in the air. This was the outline of the blood-eyed demon race's life demon seed. Their incomparably diverse bloodline abilities were barely fused together to form this thing that would make anyone feel a sense of terror and madness just by looking at it. To be able to condense the outline of a life demon seed, this represented a strength that surpassed the limits of a demon commander. In the giant deer city beast tide, He Tiangang and the Blackpool City Lord had only barely managed to do this because they had taken the invincible strength pill that Liaosha had given them. From this, one could see that after plundering the power of his subordinates, the blood-eyed demon race's leader's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. His eyes became even redder, as if blood was about to flow out. He locked onto He Tiangang. But just as everyone thought that he would unhesitatingly slaughter He Tiangang and plunder his power, this blood-eyed demon race leader suddenly attacked. His target was the nearby Liao Shi. Roar. The monster-level chaotic life demon seed let out a roar into the sky. Dozens of arms stretched out at the same time, grabbing at her. Although the blood-eyed demon race leader was impatient for the power of a demon commander's bloodline, he clearly understood the principle of taking the easy way out first. After capturing Liao Shi and swallowing her, he would seize the Demon King bloodline in her body. Even if he couldn't break through his current bottleneck, he would still be able to increase his strength. At that time, killing He Tiangang would be easy. His plan was correct and his attack had been sudden. He had used this diversion tactic to perfection. But unfortunately, even if Liao Shi couldn't do anything, He Tiangang wasn't the only one protecting her. Old Fox took a step forward. Without holding back, he erupted with his own power. Although he wasn't a true demon commander, by relying on the secret treasure of the Thousand Eye Hall, he could erupt with strength comparable to it. Giving up his position as the branch steward didn't mean that he would have to hand over this secret treasure. Old Fox had paid an unknown price to finally obtain the recognition of this secret treasure and obtain the qualifications to rule over a region. Unless he died, no one could take this thing away. The Fox race's demon race bloodline wasn't strong, but a demon commander was a demon commander. After reaching this level, they could control the abyssal demonic energy with just a thought and act according to their will. The image of a 300-meter-tall demon fox appeared and blocked the attack of the demon commander's demon seed. However, the difference between Old Fox's strength and that of the demon commander blood-eyed demon race was still very obvious. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the demon fox's body continuously shattered. It could barely block the attack of the demon seed's demon seed. Two demon commanders. As expected, there were two demon commanders. Lan Bo closed his eyes in pain. He had made a grave mistake. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have needed to escape. But unfortunately, there were no IFS in this world, and there was no chance for him to start over. A miss was a miss. With the protection of two demon commanders, even if a demon commander blood-eyed demon race appeared, Liao Shi would most likely be able to escape unscathed. What should he do? His actions just now had completely offended the other party. If he let Liao Shi escape today, the other party would definitely make things difficult for him. If it was just before, with Liao Shi's impression in his heart, even if he offended the other party, Lan Bo wouldn't feel fear. After all, his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, a demon commander with a limitless future. He also had a powerful royal family backing him. Yet, before Liao Shi, the two demon marshals were nothing more than the most lowly of servants. If so, just how fearsome was her true identity? He didn't dare to imagine it. She was probably one of the strongest royal families in the abyss, and she had a long history and shocking strength. At that time, even his elder brother wouldn't be able to protect him. He might even be implicated and face trouble. Beg for mercy? Gain Liao Shi's sympathy? No, impossible. That woman was definitely not a fool. After what happened just now, she naturally wouldn't believe any of his flowery words. Then there was only one way, to make all of them stay here forever. Only then could he solve all of his problems. Lan Bo's expression flickered, and all kinds of emotions collided. In the end, he took a deep breath, and a crazed coldness appeared in his eyes. Every man for himself. I don't want to do this, but I have no choice. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Lowering his head, raising his head. Concealing all of his emotions, Lan Bo walked over with a face full of shame. Miss Liao Shi, I was blind. Please forgive me. Women were strange creatures. No matter how much they hated a person, they wouldn't kill them directly. Instead, they would vent all of their anger before announcing the death sentence. To put it simply, there would always be a distance between death and death, which could buy them some time. Lan Bo wanted this time, or more accurately, he wanted a chance to get close to Liao Shi. As for being humiliated or humiliated, what did it matter compared to life and death? Chapter 1083. Women were born to act, and they had powerful buffs. This was something Qin Yu already knew. However, He was still shocked by Liaosha's performance in the next 2 seconds. His eyes couldn't help but stare blankly. How could he describe her eyes at this moment? There was sadness mixed with mockery, and there was a hint of happiness in the sadness. There was also a hint of hesitation and self-mockery in the happiness. Coupled with the subtle changes on her face, she actually released several different emotions in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness or pretentiousness. Anyone could see that it came from the bottom of her heart and represented her true emotions. Lan Bo, who had always thought that he could control a woman's thoughts, couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Could it be that this woman really fell in love with me? If I beg for mercy now and come up with some other reason, will I have a chance to win back her feelings? However, this thought only existed for a moment before he suppressed it into the depths of his mind. I can't take the risk. Capturing Liaosha and using the blood-eye demon race to kill them all was the best way. However, on the surface, under Liaosha's gaze, his emotions became more and more intense. Guilt, regret, embarrassment, despair, all sorts of complicated emotions intertwined. This scene made Qin Yu sigh in his heart. Perhaps this was the scene in front of him. As expected, in the field of acting, he really didn't have much talent compared to these powerful actors. Miss Liaosha, I know that my mistake is unforgivable, but I really have no other choice. I can't die. Before I fulfill my mother's wish. I promised her that I would take revenge for her. I can't die. I really can't die. Lan Bo's eyes were red, and large droplets of tears flowed out. His eyes were filled with pain and stubbornness, but who knew what he was saying? As he spoke, he took a few more steps forward. He was already at a distance where he could make a move. Right now, other than herself, there was only Qin Yu beside Liaosha. Although she hadn't seen him make a move, it was clear that he was just a kid with a background like Liaosha. His aura was ordinary, so there was no need to fear him. So what if he had 2 demon commander guards? Now that she was being held back by the blood-eyed demon race's leader, as long as he could capture her, everything would be settled. You! Liaosha stammered with a quivering voice, but before he could finish his words, Lan Bo, who had been waiting patiently for an opportunity, had already made his move. His figure suddenly sprang out, and the power that erupted in an instant, although it had not yet reached the level of a devil general, it was not far from it. Furthermore, he had even borrowed the power of a powerful demonic artifact when he made his move. With a light catcher, Liaosha and Qin Yu were enveloped by a mass of crimson energy, imprisoning the 2 of them within. A trace of excitement appeared in Lan Bo's eyes. But at this moment, a cold and sinister energy instantly invaded his body. It was like an icy chain that directly suppressed all the demonic energy within his body. His entire body froze on the spot. He was only a jong or so away from Liaosha, but he was unable to cross the gap. Lan Bo widened his eyes as he looked at the shadowless demon that appeared in the air. His eyes were filled with endless fear. Demon Commander, the 3rd Demon Commander. His body trembled, and he actually lost control of his lower body. A fishy smell immediately spread through the air. Young lady, young master, shadowless demon bowed. He did not kill Lan Bo because he had guessed that this matter would not be so simple. Otherwise, there was no need for the mist to go around in such a large circle and play around with this boy. Liaosha blinked his eyes and wiped away all the messy thoughts on his face. He said what he was about to say next. You are so stupid that you are cute. She lifted a hand and gently tapped the air. There were no fluctuations of aura at all, but the crimson energy that covered her and Qin Yu shattered like a mirror. Qin Yu looked at Lan Bo and his lips twitched. Have you played enough? Not yet, Liaosha confidently said, a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. My acting skills have just begun. I have already thought of what I will do next, and the effect will be absolutely perfect. I never thought that this boy would be so uncooperative and directly attack. I'm so disappointed. Lan Bo's body trembled several times. His eyes widened with disbelief. Although Liaosha had only said a few words, there was far too much horrifying information within. Could it be that this woman had been playing with him from the very start? But why? There was no enmity between the 2 of them. They had only fought once by the lake, and the conflict hadn't even occurred yet. Yet, it was all because of such a minor matter. Wasn't this a bit too boring? Whether or not it was boring, Lan Bo wasn't in the mood to think about it. He felt as if he had been thrown into icy water, a cold chill drilling into his heart and into his bones. It turned out that he was a clown. It wasn't just what had happened just now, but the entire situation had been a play in the eyes of others. He was the performer on the stage. He thought that his performance was perfect, but he didn't know just how pathetic and laughable everything was. Lan Bo's eyes shined with hatred. He stubbornly stared at Liao She, as if he wanted to imprint this beautiful face into the depths of his mind. He believed that he would die without a doubt this time. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide the emotions in his heart. Hey, your eyes are quite fierce, but who are you trying to scare? Liao She chuckled and walked over. Lan Bo couldn't speak. The only thing he could do now was to turn his eyes. Looking at Liao She in front of him, the tiny blood vessels on the surface of his eyes rapidly filled with blood, turning crimson as if they would spit out flames at any moment. Bang! That clean kick was followed by two sounds that sounded like blunt objects breaking. Shadowless Demon's body under the black robe froze subconsciously, and the way he looked at Liao She became more and more respectful. Lan Bo couldn't move. But at this time, his face and even his entire body seemed to have worms drilling into his flesh, causing him to violently twitch. Blood dripped down from his crotch. It was incomparably red, like a crystal-clear gem. As it fell to the ground, it splashed outwards. Because you had some very rude thoughts in the past, this kick is an extra reward from me. You don't need to say any words of thanks, and you can't even speak right now. Liao She turned around and snapped his fingers. That's enough. Let's hurry up and end this so that we don't waste this sumptuous lunch that old who spent so much effort to prepare today. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He thought that Liao She had just used such a terrifying kick to cut off his descendants, and yet he was still in the mood to eat a sumptuous meal. His mental fortitude was truly incomparably strong. Qin Yu glanced at Sir Lan Bo, who couldn't move or make a single sound and was trembling all over. His lips moved and he swallowed back the words he was about to say. It would be best if he didn't provoke this woman for the time being. Shadowless Demon bowed. Yes, miss. By himself, old who could only barely resist the attack of the Blood-Eye Demon leader. But with Shadowless Demon added on, the situation was completely different. Condensing the outline of a demon seed was a strength that surpassed the limits of a demon commander. But, without reaching the Demon King realm, it was impossible to obtain the recognition of the Abyss Will. Strictly speaking, the Blood-Eye Demon leader was the same as Old Hu and Shadowless Demon. They were all at the Demon Commander level. With 2 against 1, even if they couldn't win, delaying him would be an incomparably easy matter. And the strongest of the 3 was He Tiangang. Although there was a Demon Commander level brain-eating lizard, it wasn't too much of a problem for him. In Giant Deer City, in order to maintain the Abyssal Titan bloodline, Liao She had extracted He Tiangang's bloodline and then used Qin Yu to repay him. He had also solved the problem of his bloodline withering that had plagued He Tiangang for countless years. With his accumulated strength, he had reached the peak of the Demon Commander level. He was only a step away from becoming an Abyssal Demon King. With such strength and the incomparably powerful 3-headed Demon Hound bloodline in He Tiangang's body, the power he could erupt with was simply terrifying. Boom! The net-shaped demon tool that imprisoned him shattered with a loud bang. Then, there was a heaven-shaking roar. A 3-headed demon hound phantom directly condensed. Its 3 heads and 6 eyes locked onto the brain-eating lizard and it roared as it charged forward. The outline of a demon seed, even if it was forcefully condensed by borrowing the abyssal demonic energy, it had the strength of a demon commander for a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, it began fighting with the brain-eating lizard. He Tiangang's eyes locked onto Spring Wind 13th Lady and the hundreds of Blood-Eye Demon experts around her. He raised his hand and pressed forward. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy instantly turned into a giant hand. With a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, it suddenly pressed down. The ground rumbled, and a 1,000-foot-deep pit appeared, burying all of them. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Just this strike alone had almost killed all of them. The few that survived were groaning with heavy injuries. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Demon Commander. This was the terrifying power of a demon commander. The abyssal demonic energy they mobilized had the power to destroy mountains and break rivers. After this strike, He Tiangang did not continue to attack. His eyes landed on the brain-eating lizard that was fighting with his demon seed outline. Soon, with a painful howl, the lizard's entire head was snapped off and pulled out from its neck. Stinking beast blood gushed out like a giant fountain, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. Rumble, the corpse of the brain-eating lizard fell to the ground. The blood-eye demon leader that was being entangled by Old Fox and the shadowless demon revealed a trace of anger and fear. He gritted his teeth and suddenly roared. In an instant, he erupted with power that far surpassed his own limits. Bang! Old Fox and the shadowless demon were both sent flying. In the next moment, the blood-eye demon leader turned and fled. In order to buy time, he chose to self-destruct his demon seed outline without hesitation. Even if it was just a trace that hadn't solidified the outline of his life, it would still cause a huge backlash to him. His bloodline was weak and he would not be able to return to his peak state for at least 10 years. This might even affect his chances of breaking into the Demon King realm in the future. It was a very cliché phrase, but it had to be said here. Compared to life and death, this was nothing. If he didn't flee, he would die. It was true that he was a demon commander, blood-eye demon leader, and his strength was incomparably strong, far surpassing those of the same realm. But now, he was facing 3 demon commanders, and one of them was not much weaker than him. If he didn't leave now, once he was surrounded by these 3, his only fate would be death. Not good. The blood-eye demon leader's heart shrank. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in his ears and his vision fell into darkness. A sharp pain came from his mind. It was as if a rusty iron nail had been smashed by a heavy hammer, piercing through his skull and into his brain. However, the blood-eye demon leader's strength was indeed very strong. After being caught off guard and attacked, he used less than a breath's time to regain control of his body. This was already shockingly fast, but for a demon commander, a breath's time was enough for the 2 sides to decide life and death. No. With a roar of unwillingness, the blood-eye demon leader's head flew into the sky. Then, his body and limbs were cut off without hesitation. Puff! His chest suddenly exploded. The shadowless demon was like a real shadow that directly pierced through his chest, holding a still beating heart in his hand. What played a crucial role in killing the blood-eye demon leader was, of course, Qin Yu's handiwork. Strictly speaking, Lan Bo wasn't counted correctly because there were at least 4 demon commanders around Liao She. Because Qin Yu didn't summon his Titan true body, he was only a demon commander. But if he used it, he could be counted as 10. Chapter 1084. Giant bronze torches burned fiercely in the underground palace built from giant stones, but it didn't give off the slightest feeling of warmth or light. Instead, it made people feel more and more gloomy. An altar stood in the center of the palace. It wasn't big, but it was built with great care. Disregarding everything else, just the materials used to build it were the most precious top-grade magic crystals. Every piece was extremely valuable. But this kind of magic crystal was very hard, and if it was subjected to too much power, it would directly shatter into powder. Thus, to carve such a large area of complex patterns on the surface of a top-grade magic crystal and keep it intact was an incredibly difficult task. A figure sat cross-legged on the altar. His back was straight, and even though he was sitting there, he still gave off the feeling of a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to shake him in the slightest. This was an incomparably calm and heavy invisible aura, or more accurately, it came from a person who truly held power and possessed great strength. Unexpectedly, this demon was very young. His tall nose and slanted eyebrows were enough to tempt the hearts of countless abyssal witches. Especially when paired with his powerful aura, it was very appropriate to say that he was so handsome that people couldn't close their legs. But now, this young demon seemed to have encountered some problems. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and between those wrinkles, there was a solemn and dignified look. After a long time, the demon opened his eyes. There was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes, but he immediately calmed down, like an ancient well without any ripples. As expected, I still can't lock onto his position. This guy is even better at hiding his aura. I just don't know what happened for him to personally make a move. Doesn't he know that once his existence is exposed? I hope nothing will happen, the demon muttered to himself on the altar. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Without giving him any time to react, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but his entire body trembled violently, and blood continuously seeped out of his ears and eyes. After a long time, it was unknown how much blood the demon had shed, but the altar beneath him was covered in blood. A thick stench of blood floated in the air. With a series of cracking sounds, cracks began to appear on the surface of this altar that was astonishingly expensive and difficult to construct. It could no longer be used. He's dead. He's actually dead. I've spent so much effort, and I didn't even hesitate, to delay the cultivation speed of my main body. To think that this is the result. Was I too greedy, or was the abyss too harsh on me? With every word he spoke, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that this demon had suffered an even more terrifying injury than what could be seen on the surface. However, the strange thing was that as he spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes gradually turned from dim to bright, and his slightly weakened aura increased at an alarming rate. Ah! He roared at the sky, and a terrifying magical fluctuation swept out in all directions like a volcanic eruption. The entire underground palace shook, and the thick and shockingly sturdy boulders shattered one by one. The body outside had been destroyed, and his many years of hard work had been destroyed. However, this also freed him completely. He didn't need to continue fighting with it, and his cultivation that had been used up could erupt again. Roar! As he roared, the image of a giant beast appeared above his head. Although it was blurry, it released an aura that made one feel despair. The blood-eyed demon commander rank was very rare, and its reaction after death was shocking. The corpse of the blood-eyed demon race's leader and the heart in shadowless demon's hand quickly dissipated, turning into wisps of scarlet blood energy that condensed into a ball the size of a child's fist that kept shrinking and expanding. Liaosha waved his hand, and the ball flew into her hand. With a flip of her hand, it disappeared. Then, he said with a bored expression, "The show is over. Hurry up and clean up. I'm very hungry, and I'm going to have a big meal." Spring Wind 13th Lady's body trembled. Because her dress was severely damaged, large amounts of her snow-white skin were revealed. Her curled-up body outlined her perfect figure, which was even more shocking. She originally thought that she was dead for sure. Her flirting didn't move He Tiangang, who was in the middle of cleaning up the blood-eyed demon race. This guy had a cold expression, and his attacks were swift and clean. He walked in the deep hole that he had created with his palm, and he would point at those who were panting. Then, with a muffled sound, a terrifying demonic energy attacked and crushed the blood-eyed demon race that was struggling at death's door. "Wait," Liaosha suddenly said. He Tiangang stopped and bowed. "Miss, what are your orders? It's too boring to just kill them like this. I have a good idea." Liaosha blinked her eyes and said proudly. A moment later, the blood-eyed demon race that had escaped death left with Spring Wind 13th Lady and the unconscious Lan Bo He. "Remember what I said. You must take care of this brat. Don't let him die easily. Do you hear me?" Spring Wind 13th Lady's body trembled. She quickly nodded and ran even faster with the blood-eyed demon race, disappearing without a trace. TSK, who said that the blood-eyed demon race is a bunch of brainless monsters like demon beasts? I think they are quite tactful. Liaosha had a curious expression. Old Fox and He Tiangang had helpless expressions. They thought that at least they had some intelligence, so it was easy for them to judge the situation. To be able to keep their lives today was a blessing that they had cultivated for many years. If they didn't run away now, were they supposed to stay and wait for death? But why didn't the miss kill all the evil and fallen blood-eyed demon race? And that Lan Bo was the new city lord of Evil Peak City. They had heard of him before, and it was said that he was a person that shouldn't be provoked. Although with the status of the young miss and Sir Qin Yu, there was no need to fear them at all. The less trouble there was, the better. Ari, they couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand. But since Miss Liaosha had said it, even if their brains were mush, they would obey without hesitation. The sumptuous lunch that had been delayed for a long time finally began. Because of the battle just now, the shockwaves had destroyed the entire camp. Even the river not far away had been broken, and the rapid flow of water had spread in all directions. Therefore, lunch continued in a different place. One could see the waterfall when they raised their heads. Apart from the annoying sound of water falling, the environment was pretty good. Lanbo's guards had already fled in all directions. Only Black Armor, who was heavily injured and unconscious, was left behind. He Tiangang casually threw him to the side. Liaosha fed him an unknown potion. It was completely grey, and even Qin Yu had never seen it before. During this period of time, she had been very secretive. She had refined a few potions, but no one knew what they were. But the effects of this potion seemed to be very good. After taking it, Black Armor's aura quickly stabilized. Although he didn't show any signs of waking up for a while, at least his injuries had stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. This made Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon secretly jealous. How precious was Miss Liaosha's potion? Even though the three of them had gone all out and killed the red-eyed demon leader, they hadn't been able to obtain the reward from the miss. Of course, perhaps it was because the red-eyed demon leader's strength wasn't much in the miss eyes. But no matter what, how could a brat like Black Armor obtain the miss's potion? Presumably, this was one of the reasons why He Tiangang had unintentionally used a bit more strength when he had thrown him. Oh, the deep pit under Black Armor's body didn't seem too shallow. The taste of the Fox clan's secret pheasant was indeed top-notch. Liaosha ate it to her heart's content and praised Old Fox. Qin Yu also couldn't help but nod. The taste of the chicken was definitely in the top 3 of all the delicacies he had eaten in his life. Most of the 2 pheasants went into the stomachs of the 2 people. There was even a dispute over a chicken wing that was roasted golden and glistening with oil. In the end, Qin Yu was defeated. Liaosha smiled in satisfaction. He chewed in large mouthfuls, his cheeks puffed up high and his eyes filled with pride. Shadowless Demon actually had precious demonic wine on him. According to him, it was something he had casually picked up during a hunt. After opening the first jug, He Tiangang wrinkled his nose. He raised a thumb and said, "This is truly a rare wine. The master of this wine must have cursed you many times in the past." Shadowless Demon laughed, a bit of pride in his voice. "Who cares if he cursed me or not? It's not like I can hear him anyway. Moreover, for his wine to enter the mouths of the Miss and Sir, as well as the 3 of us demon commanders, it can be said that he died a worthy death." This wine was indeed good wine. With Qin Yu's taste, his eyes brightened after drinking it. Liaosha was even more satisfied. She hugged the jug of wine and didn't let go. Her face flushed red and her eyes became increasingly bright. She tilted her neck and looked at Qin Yu's face. The corners of her lips occasionally moved as she let out a few chuckles. Qin Yu frowned. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you," Liaosha replied directly. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. "Is there something on my face?" Liaosha paused. What she said next scared Qin Yu so much that he dropped the jug of wine in his hand. "Qin Yu, when you looked at me before, did you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have?" Cough 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, Qin Yu felt like he was about to cry. Instinctively, the image of Liaosha's disheveled appearance appeared in his mind. Although he didn't want to admit it, after so much time had passed, it was still vivid in his mind, as if it had just happened. Embarrassment appeared on his face, followed by anger. "If it wasn't for you running around carelessly, would I have seen something that I shouldn't have? Moreover, I was the one who took the initiative to buy clothes for you to change into. What? Now that we drank some wine, you want to settle old scores? Mph, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not guilty at all. I'm not guilty at all." Liaosha sneered. "I just mentioned it. Why did you have such a big reaction? If you were really magnanimous, you wouldn't be like this." Qin Yu, looking at the aggrieved, indignant, and embarrassed look on his face, Master Liao shouted, "You do have it." But she didn't get angry. Instead, there was a hint of smugness in her eyes. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. This woman was indeed abnormal. What was there to be proud of? Old Fox and He Tiangang hid far away. But even if they were 10 times further away, with the strength of a demon commander, they could still hear everything clearly. The two old demons looked at each other and could feel the sly smile in each other's heart. As expected, the relationship between Qin Yu and Miss Liaoshe wasn't that pure. But to them, this was good news. Since the two of them were one family, wouldn't it be the same no matter who they relied on? Because of the existence of the excellent cook, Old Fox, and the large amount of abyss wine from the shadowless demon, lunch became dinner, and then midnight snack. In the end, Qin Yu felt dizzy, and Liaoshe couldn't hold on any longer. He fell into Qin Yu's arms and fell asleep. This made Qin Yu smile. "Heh, woman, I can't drink as much as you." Raising his spirit, Qin Yu glanced around. After making sure that Old Fox and He Tiangang were awake, and Shadowless Demon was nowhere to be found, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu was woken up by the rumbling sound of the waterfall. He let out a breath and slowly stood up. Liaoshe, who was sleeping in his arms, had already crawled up. She squatted on the platform in front of the waterfall and looked down at the puddle that was formed by the sudden increase of the waterfall's water flow. Qin Yu walked over. Liaoshe didn't look back, but she seemed to know it was him. She said, "Qin Yu, look at the little worms in the water. They are called larvae. They are a kind of worm that likes to live in water in the abyss. They can barely be counted as a kind of demon beast. Of course, they are the weakest kind. They are at the bottom of the food chain. Even a small fish can turn them into food. And the most tragic thing is that their life cycle is only 7 days. From the moment they are born and open their eyes, they will become a corpse on the 7th day of their life. Their body will quickly decompose and become a part of the abyss." Qin Yu squatted down by the side and took a look at the parasites that Liaoshe spoke of. They were around the size of a grain of rice, and they had transparent wings growing on their backs. They swam in the water in groups, and from time to time, they would gather together and scatter apart. It was as if they were fighting over food or playing with one another. He didn't understand why she was suddenly interested in these little things today. Also, her tone was obviously not right. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if it was because she had read too many nonsense books before that this woman was suffering from the disease of being a literary girl. How could he be so sentimental? Qin Yu turned to look at her. "So emotional?" "It's not emotional." Liaoshe smiled. Her expression was calm and composed. It even gave Qin Yu a completely different feeling. It was like she was another her. Liaoshe continued, "I just can't figure out how such a weak and short-lived thing can live with so much vigor. It's only 7 days. No one will remember them. Once death comes, they will completely disappear from the abyss." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Liaoshe's state seemed very strange, but he couldn't tell just what was strange. His thoughts raced and he said, "The life of a larva is only 7 days. Perhaps it is as you said, and no one in the abyss will remember its existence. But it has existed." It opened its eyes and saw the abyss. Everything it saw was engraved into its memory. This is an eternal truth. Even if it dies, even if no one remembers it, if it sees it, if it exists, then it exists. It is itself, and that is its greatest affirmation and recognition. Liaoshe paused for a moment, mulling over this in her heart. Then, she said in a soft voice, "Itself is its affirmation and recognition. Although these words are a bit strange, they do sound a little interesting." Seeing her mood improve a little, at least not as depressed as before, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Of course, I am a very insightful person. It's just that you haven't discovered it before. You really are a narcissist." Liaoshe stood up and stretched her waist. "But, thank you." She turned and walked towards the camp, shouting as she walked, old Hu, hurry up and prepare breakfast, I'm hungry again." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He couldn't help but wonder if what he felt just now was wrong. This woman could be depressed. Illusion, it had to be an illusion. But, what should he eat for breakfast? Yesterday's fish soup wasn't bad, but wouldn't it be too greasy to drink fish soup so early in the morning? As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Yu's face darkened. He discovered that he seemed to have been infected by Liaoshe and turned into a foodie. No, he seemed to have forgotten something very important. He remembered, it was the 10-day agreement. Today was the 10th day. Hey, Liao She, you promised me that you would tell me everything in 10 days. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Liao She turned around, a smile on her face. That's what I said, but it's only the 10th day. Moreover, I haven't eaten yet, so I don't have the strength to talk to you. Qin Yu was so angry that his vision darkened. His first thought was that this woman was going to break her promise. Damn it. I should have known that with Liao She's personality, there was no way she would reveal everything so easily. No, he definitely couldn't let this go. Even if he had to interrogate her this time, he had to dig out the information he wanted from her. Qin Yu had enough of being kept in the dark, of not understanding anything at all. Stop right there. Just stand there. We didn't say that before. If you dare to brush me off again, there's definitely no end between us. Qin Yu shouted as he chased after her. Liao She laughed heartily as she ran forward. Come on, even if you catch up to me. I won't tell you that it hasn't even been 10 days. Reality had proven that when a woman acted shamelessly, especially a woman like Liao She, her stubbornness was absolutely maddening. Qin Yu threatened her again and again. She puffed out her chest and shouted, "You dare come over?" He glared at her again and again, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Breakfast passed in an atmosphere of confrontation between the two of them. This caused Old Fox and He Tiangang to sigh with emotion. They thought that the relationship between Miss Liao She and Sir Qin Yu was really good. But this feeling didn't last for too long. This was because just as breakfast ended, an uninvited guest arrived at the camp. Although he had already restrained his aura as much as he could, everyone still felt as if they were facing a giant beast of destruction as he walked. It was like a blazing sun. Any flame from it could engulf all of them and burn them to ashes. The two little fox fellows were so frightened that they shivered. They hid behind Mianya, only daring to reveal half of their eyes as they stared at the approaching person. Old Fox and He Tiangang respectfully bowed. Shadowless Demon also revealed himself and lowered his head in awe. This was because the person who had arrived was an elder of the Abyssal Demon Dragon clan, one of the truly powerful existences that had stepped onto the peak of the abyss, Elder Alpha. He bowed slightly and said with a respectful tone, "Miss Liao She, 10 days have passed. I have come as promised." Chapter 1085. Qin Yu was sure that he wasn't mistaken. The moment Liao She saw Elder Alpha, an unnatural expression appeared on her face. Although it quickly vanished from sight, it was enough to prove his previous guess. There really was some secret between her and this elder demon dragon. Moreover, it was an agreement of 10 days. Just what did this woman want? Before Qin Yu could think too much about it, Liao She pushed away her bowl and stood up. She smiled, "Elder Alpha, you came quite quickly." Sensing a trace of dissatisfaction in her words, Elder Alpha had a cautious expression. "Of course. Miss, how could I dare to delay matters?" With a humph, Liao She turned and walked away. "Come with me." She muttered something to herself, but her voice was too low to be heard clearly. Elder Alpha smiled. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, paused for a moment, and then nodded. Then, he followed. Beside the waterfall was a cave. Perhaps a long time ago, a demon beast had once lived here, but now it had been abandoned. Old Fox had tidied it up. Liao She hadn't been able to stay in last night, so she brought it over to speak with Elder Alpha. The rumbling sound of the waterfall poured into their minds, covering up all other sounds. No one knew what they were talking about. Around 2 hours later, Elder Alpha emerged from the cave. His complexion was pale and there was shock in his eyes, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His eyes fell on Qin Yu once more. Elder Alpha's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Instead, there was a complex look in his eyes. There was a bit of confusion, a bit of envy, and even a bit of unwillingness. "Miss Liao She has asked you to enter." Elder Alpha walked to the side. Qin Yu frowned. He strode towards the cave. The area inside wasn't too large. After Old Fox had carefully arranged it, it was quite comfortable. Behind a large table, Liao She sat on a soft couch. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Qin Yu. You came. Qin Yu nodded. He felt that these words were unnecessary, but he also felt that it was inexplicable. He didn't want to bicker with her, so he went straight to the point. What happened with your agreement of 10 days? Liaoshe waved his hand. I'll explain everything to you later. I need to make some arrangements first. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the pile of bottles and jars on the table. The ones with names on them were specially prepared by me. The ones without names are for you to use in the future. I've already written down their effects. He Tiangong's potential is very good. If it weren't for the fact that he was heavily injured in his early years and his bloodline had atrophied, he would have reached his current realm long ago. In fact, he might even have the slightest chance of breaking through to the Devil King realm and obtaining the recognition of the will of the Abyss. What I can give him is to make up for his lack of cultivation over the years. I can give him a chance to attack the Demon King realm. Once he succeeds, you will have one more Demon King level helper. Liaoshe glared at Qin Yu, indicating that he should not interrupt and let him finish speaking. He paused for a moment before continuing. Old Hu's cooking skills are indeed first-rate, but unfortunately, his demonic bloodline is a bit lacking. Even if he uses the potion I gave him, breaking through to the Demon Commander realm is basically the end of his life. It is almost impossible for him to take another step forward. As for Shadowless Demon, that fellow's condition is the most marvelous. I don't know what he experienced, but his demonic bloodline has mutated, allowing him to have such powerful concealment methods. Of course, while he is strong, he is also bad in this area. Because of his mutated bloodline, he can't find a suitable direction to improve himself, so his achievements are doomed to be limited. The potion I gave him was only a test. Perhaps it will open up a completely different path for him, or perhaps it won't be of any use to him. In short, the result will depend on his luck. After saying so much in a single breath, Liaoshe licked his lips. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, letting out a satisfied breath. Of course, there is no such thing as reaping without sowing. Although they have contributed a great deal, my potion isn't so cheap that it can be easily obtained. I left behind a contingency plan in the potion. If they are willing to serve you as their master, of course, it won't be the abyssal slave contract, that sort of freakish thing. But, at the very least, you can control them and they won't dare to betray you. If they agree, then they will naturally be able to fully absorb the medicinal efficacy and have the qualifications to reach an even brighter and more powerful future. If they refuse, then a portion of the medicinal efficacy will be absorbed by them. Consider it a reward for all the hard work they have put into this period of time. But, if they want to achieve the effects I mentioned before, that is simply impossible. You don't need to say anything about this matter. Let them make their own choice. Qin Yu was expressionless. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his calm and indifferent demeanor gave off a stiff and rigid feeling. It was like he was forcefully faking it, hiding away the true fluctuations of emotions in his heart. He looked at Liaoshe and slowly let out a breath. Why are you telling me all of this? Liaoshe, just what do you want to do? Liaoshe rolled his eyes. Don't interrupt me. Can you let me finish speaking in a single breath and then you can ask me questions? She flicked her sleeves. Without the slightest fluctuation of strength, space twisted and 3 more jade boxes appeared. Compared to the previous bottles and jars, these 3 jade boxes were clearly different. They were pitch black without the slightest impurity, as if they were formed from the darkest night. The surface of the boxes were engraved with complex and exquisite textures that connected together. Although one didn't know what they were, they still gave off a mysterious and mystical feeling. Dang dang dang, these are jade boxes made from top-level demon crystals. They are things I stole from that old arcane demon dragon. They can hold all sorts of precious items without fear of their strength leaking out or their aura leaking out. Liaoshe's eyebrows arched up, a smug look on his face. That's me. Why don't you try someone else? Anyone who dares to try extorting the treasure-loving abyssal demon dragon must be tired of living. I'll tear you to pieces with a single bite. Liaoshe glared at Qin Yu. Brat, although you are usually disrespectful to me and even have some very rude thoughts, I am still a magnanimous person and won't lower myself to your level. So, the things in these 3 jade boxes are the gifts I carefully prepared for you. Hehe, if someone could spend so much effort to prepare a gift for me, that would truly be a blessing. What a pity, what a pity. Qin, you must be overjoyed right now. Timpage. The first jade box contains the fresh and warm dragon blood that was released from that old arcane demon dragon. After you bathe in this, your demon body will automatically absorb it and become a half-dragon. Although it is still a little weaker than a true abyssal demon dragon, it is enough to make your body 10 times stronger than it is now. The abyssal demon race's strength originates from the demon bloodline in their bodies. But they don't seem to realize that only a sufficiently powerful mortal body can contain an even stronger demon bloodline. The second jade box contains the blood sphere condensed by the leader of the Blood-Eye demon race after he died. If you are preparing to refine an avatar in the future, it will be the best material. Don't ask about the specifics. In short, if you want to refine an avatar, don't forget this thing. As for the last one, it can strengthen the Titan bloodline in your body. Of course, because of the time and materials, I'm not too sure what the final effect will be. But it shouldn't be any worse than it is now. After all, you have the 1000 illusion demon mirror. At the very least, you should be able to summon the Titan true body. Liaosha raised a hand and rubbed her forehead. Her face was slightly pale. It seemed that speaking so much had taken a lot of her energy. She raised her hand and drank the tea in one gulp. She casually put down the cup and looked at Qin for a while. Then, she suddenly laughed. So obedient. I told you to be quiet. Now that I've said everything I need to say, it's your turn to ask questions. Qin frowned. His eyes were solemn. Liaosha, what's wrong? The promise in 10 days could go to hell now. He suddenly realized that things weren't as he thought. Liaosha laughed. Did you think that what I said just now was like saying my last words? You're just too smart. She snapped her fingers and pointed at Qin. Well then, congratulations again. You're right. Qin face darkened. He gritted his teeth and growled, Liaosha, how can you joke about something like this? I'm asking you very seriously. I know. That's why I'm answering you very seriously. Liaosha was still smiling. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. I'm really going to die. Qin's body stiffened. His brows furrowed even tighter. The heavy emotions in his eyes were like a raging volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. Liaosha shrunk her head and said with dissatisfaction, What? You clearly sensed that I wasn't lying. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? I'm about to die. Don't you have any sympathy at all? You should know that I just gave you so many parting gift. Qin's lips moved several times. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse to the point of being frightening. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to die? Liaosha nodded. An inexplicable emotion flashed deep in her eyes. But before she could catch it, it had already vanished. She patted the soft couch beside her and beckoned Qin over. Sit here. I don't have much time left. If you have anything you want to ask, hurry up and ask. I've already told you everything I can. Qin nodded. He walked over and sat down beside her. His first words were, Are you really going to die? You know what I mean, so I want you to answer me very seriously. He turned his head and stared straight into Liaosha's eyes. Of course, it's not true. Liaosha patted his shoulder. She said in the tone of a big shot, Boy, we will meet again. And, I think it won't be too long before we meet again. Of course, the premise is that you leave the abyss alive. I've prepared so many good things for you. If you were to be killed by the abyssals, that would really be shameful. Qin didn't pay attention to her words. His eyes fell on her face, capturing the slightest change in her expression. There were no flaws at all. She spoke as if it were a matter of course and from her heart. In other words, they really would meet again. The death that Liaosha spoke of should be described as dissipating. That would be more accurate. Qin had already expected this. She should be the projection of some extremely formidable existence in the world of living beings. This was because this could explain everything that had happened to Liaosha. For instance, she couldn't easily use her strength in order to avoid arousing the awareness of the abyss's will. The reason she was able to rapidly grow into a formidable demon refiner was because she possessed a pair of eyes that could see through the truth. As for the demon dragon elder offers reverence towards her, this was also proof of this. This was only a projection, or at most an avatar, and yet it possessed such might. If so, then Liaosha's true strength was beyond imagination. How could someone as mysterious and formidable as her die? A projection or avatar that dissipated was a part of her strength. If the two of them met again in the future, Liaosha would still be Liaosha. Their shared memories would forever exist. Thinking of this, the depression in Qin Yu's heart lifted a little. But, for some unknown reason, he was still shrouded in a low pressure that made it hard for him to raise his spirits. Perhaps it was because Liaosha had always been by his side ever since he entered the abyss. It was because of her existence that he was able to achieve his current situation. Once she left, he would definitely find it hard to adapt, or perhaps, he would miss this woman a little. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He leaned backwards and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely return alive. At that time, don't hide from me. I won't hide. But, if you want to see me, it won't be easy. That will depend on whether or not you have the strength to do so." Liaosha had a smug expression. "My status in the world of living beings isn't ordinary at all. In the future, you will know just how thick a thigh you are holding on to. As long as you don't court death, you will be able to travel back and forth in the world of living beings." Qin Yu said, "Then I ask this thigh to protect me more in the future." "It's nothing, just a word from me." Liaosha laughed. After a moment of silence, she reached out a hand and pushed Qin Yu. "You don't want to ask anything else?" Qin Yu thought for a moment. "There doesn't seem to be anything to ask. Moreover, I don't think you will tell me what I want to ask." Liaosha curled her lips. "Even a monkey is smarter than a dog. I originally wanted to make you feel depressed for a bit." After a moment of silence, she continued to say, "You have always been thinking about the myriad soul Tao. Although I haven't found the answer yet, the foundation of the myriad soul Tao came from the abyss nightmare race. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. If you follow this direction, perhaps you will be able to find the answer." Qin Yu grunted in acknowledgement. Liaosha stretched her body and then lay back down. "Old Hu, this person, his stewards are all very good. He arranged this soft couch very well." She tossed and turned twice before turning her head and snuggling into Qin Yu's chest. "Don't move and don't think too much. I just don't feel comfortable lying down, so I will find something to hold on to. Just think of yourself as a rock or a piece of wood. In short, just stay still and don't move." Qin Yu nodded. "I won't move. I'm tired. Let's sleep for a bit." Liaosha closed her eyes and her breathing soon became even. Qin Yu frowned. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just raised his arms and held her. This carefree woman who acted like a big boss was only a woman. She was very small and he could hold her with one hand. Liaosha grunted twice. She seemed a little dissatisfied with Qin Yu's offense, but that was all. She didn't ask him to move his hand away. Soon, she fell asleep as if she had a dream. Qin Yu didn't know what happened in the dream, but seeing her laugh from time to time, he guessed it was a sweet dream. Oh, she was actually drooling. This woman couldn't be dreaming of all kinds of delicious food, right? Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. The light at the entrance of the cave gradually dimmed. Liaosha seemed to be very tired. After falling asleep, she didn't wake up. Qin Yu lay there, staring up at the ceiling. His heart was calm, even blank. He didn't know what to think, and he didn't want to think about anything. Until a certain moment, he suddenly felt the woman in his arms become a little lighter. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked down. Liaosha was still sleeping in his arms. Her breathing was even and there was a smile on her lips. But her entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. She became a bit blurry, making it impossible to see her clearly. But this haziness caused her to become incomparably beautiful. At this moment, Qin Yu could feel the shock that the abyssal demons felt when they saw Liaosha. Because at this moment, she was truly beautiful. Liaosha, who was getting more and more beautiful, was also getting lighter and lighter as time passed. She was like a shadow, light and weightless. Her figure became increasingly faint, like the ink on a painting of a beautiful woman on a piece of white paper. Gradually, all that was left was a faint shadow. Just as Qin Yu thought that she would disappear in her sleep, Liaosha suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Qin Yu, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. There was no way to describe this smile. It seemed to contain all the beauty in the world, sucking away Qin Yu's mind and causing his thoughts to go blank. By the time he snapped out of his daze, Liaosha had already disappeared from sight. Just like when she arrived, she suddenly appeared by Qin Yu's side. Today, she suddenly left. Drops of cool liquid fell to the ground and shattered. Qin Yu lifted a hand to touch his face and discovered that he was crying. It seemed as if he hadn't cried for a very, very long time. This was an emotion that he hadn't felt in a very, very long time. But why was he crying? Liaosha had dissipated, but she hadn't truly died. They would meet again in the future. Yes, that was it. Perhaps if he had to blame someone, he could only blame this woman. Why did she smile so beautifully at the end? She had tricked him into crying. Luckily, no one had seen this. He had to keep this matter to himself and not let anyone else know of it. Otherwise, Qin Yu could already imagine Liaosha's smug expression the next time they met. Humph. He couldn't let her be too smug. Wiping away his tears, Qin Yu turned and looked around the cave. Then, he adjusted his mood, put away the things that Liaosha had left behind, and walked out. Although he hadn't asked anything today, Qin Yu believed that before Liaosha dissipated, she had made all the necessary preparations. Thus, the abyssal demon dragon Elder Alfar wouldn't pose a threat to him. In fact, he seemed to be a great help to him in the abyss. Outside the cave, Elder Alfar stood there. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, who had just walked out. His eyes flashed for a moment before returning to tranquility. He lightly said, "The agreement between me and Miss Liaosha is now officially in effect. Remember what I said before. No matter what the situation is, you have the right to summon me once." With that said, Elder Alfar glanced at the cave one more time before turning and leaving. Demonic energy flashed and he vanished from sight. Chapter 1086. Liaosha left. Qin Yu spoke of this matter to Old Fox, He Tiangang, Shadowless Demon, Mianya, and the others. Seeing that he didn't seem to be in a good mood, it was clear he didn't have any intention of explaining this matter. No matter how shocked the abyssal demons were, they didn't dare to continue asking. Indeed, Qin Yu didn't speak the truth. Firstly, he didn't want to think about Liaosha's disappearance. Secondly, this would allow the people in front of him to maintain a sense of pressure and awe. Even if they had to make a decision in the future, they would have some more concerns. These were all things to prepare for a rainy day. Moreover, with the things that Liaosha had left behind, it was impossible for Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others to betray him. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was safer than safer. Qin Yu knew that Liaosha's existence was the core of the team's stability. She had suddenly disappeared. Although Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others didn't say anything, they were clearly a bit unsettled. If this situation continued for too long, it wouldn't be a good thing. If he wanted the team to stabilize, Qin Yu had to establish his position as the core of the team as soon as possible and fill in the gap left by Liaosha's departure. The bottles and jars that she had left behind were the best choice. Perhaps it was because she had come too late or her talent wasn't high enough, but Liaosha hadn't made any arrangements for Mianya before he left. After thinking about it, Qin Yu took out a bottle of potion and gave it to her. According to the information that Liaosha had left behind, this potion could strengthen a demonic bloodline and even repair damaged bloodlines. Looking at Mianya's pleasantly surprised expression as she held onto the two little nine-tailed demon foxes in her hands, it was clear that she wasn't planning on using this potion herself. After she left with the two little foxes, Qin Yu looked into the cave and saw Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon respectfully standing to the side. Their expressions were calm, but there was a bit of restlessness in their eyes. Before Liaosha left, he made some arrangements for you. He flicked his sleeves and demonic energy flashed and 3 bottles appeared. Your information is on them. Take them and then choose a safe place to use them. As for the effects, that will depend on your own luck. The 3 demon commanders took deep breaths and their eyes blazed with heat. They bowed together. Thank you, Miss Liao Shi. Thank you, Your Excellency Qin Yu. Each of them found their own bottle and held it tightly in their hands. Within their chests, their hearts were beating rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu saw this and waved his hand. Go. I will wait for you here for 5 days. But, I have to remind you that there are no free gains in the abyss. The more you get, the abyss, the more you have to pay. You must think everything through. Yes, Your Excellency. The 3 old devils paused for a moment, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces as if they had thought of something. After bowing, the 3 of them turned around and left. Miu Shi, Wu Shan Shan, Tian Demon, Yu, Tian Shi, and Fox, Yu, and Gang Yu, and Fox, Fox, Shin, and Ao, Wu, Li, Yu, Hao, Yu. Looking at the place where He Tiangang had left, he frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and murmured, I've already decided on something, and now I'm actually hesitating. Sure enough, I can't break through to Demon Commander. Is it because I lack a little decisiveness to kill? Old Fox glanced at the silent shadowless demon. He cupped his hands together and walked away, disappearing from sight in several blinks of an eye. Beneath the black robes, shadowless demon frowned, his eyes full of hesitation. He had already expected that today's situation would occur, but he didn't think it would come so quickly. Moreover, Miss Liao had left. In truth, if it was simply to find a powerful master, Shadowless Demon had many choices. There was no lack of formidable abyssal demon kings among them. One of the reasons he had wandered the world alone for so many years was because he enjoyed his freedom. But more importantly, he feared that once he was controlled, he wouldn't be able to control himself. At that time, the hidden strength that gave him his current status might also push him into the abyss of eternal damnation. This potion, he couldn't give it up. It was left behind by Miss Liao, so it was likely to be an extraordinary treasure. Since that was the case, he would have to see the value of this potion and see whether or not it was worth risking his life for. A sharp light flashed in Shadowless Demon's eyes. He took a step forward and his figure rapidly faded, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the cave, Qin Yu's expression was calm. For now, he didn't have any thoughts of taking the things that Liao Shi had left for him. He took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the soft couch. He could still smell the scent that Liao Shi had left behind in his nose. When he closed his eyes, it was as if she was still beside him, but this was just an illusion. No matter what the reason was, Liao Shi had already disappeared. Then, he could only venture into the abyss alone. The Nightmare Tribe. Qin Yu muttered. As he thought of Liao Shi's actions, a light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. As expected, he already knew where he had to go next. It was just that after being toyed with by Liao Shi, the difficulty of his appearance had undoubtedly increased. But without a storm, how could he see through everything that was hidden beneath the deep waters? Since Liao Shi already knew that he didn't have much time left, then she definitely wouldn't waste it on useless things. Perhaps she had already expected this, and this was just a chess piece that she had placed ahead of time. After Mion gave the potion to 2 of her fellow tribesmen, the damage to their bloodline caused by Qin Yu's extraction of the chaotic energy from their bodies was completely healed. In fact, they were even stronger than before. This left her pleasantly surprised. Her attitude towards Qin Yu became even more respectful. Of course, her thoughts of seducing him also became heavier. After Liao Shi left, she was the only woman left in the entire squad. Moreover, she was so beautiful and charming. Which man wouldn't be tempted by her? This was a heaven-sent opportunity, so she naturally couldn't miss it. As for Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon, Liao Shi could roughly guess where they were, but he was smart enough not to ask. Even a little girl like her, who was marginalized in the squad, was able to obtain such a precious potion, much less 3 demon commanders who could clearly provide great support. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious. But, Mion had always been a woman who knew her own limits and knew what was appropriate. The first to leave was He Tiangang, and the first to return was also him. He arrived in front of Qin Yu and knelt down. He lowered his head and respectfully said, Sir, I have returned. Qin Yu smiled. There is no need to be so polite. Stand up. When he stood up, he looked up and down several times. His smile widened. Congratulations, congratulations. He Tiangang had a calm expression. It was the Miss and Sir who raised me. Standing at the side, Mion Ya couldn't help but open her mouth. It had to be known that when He Tiangang faced Qin Yu, he was respectful, but he absolutely didn't have this sort of attitude. Moreover, no matter how she looked at it, his kneeling just now didn't seem normal. It was as if there was some sort of tacit understanding between them. Moreover, what shocked her the most was that He Tiangang's aura didn't seem to change, but there seemed to be some sort of earth-shattering change. But as for what this change was, she couldn't explain it. She only felt that his entire person seemed to have gained an inviolable dignity. Old Fox was the second to return. Like He Tiangang, he knelt down in front of Qin Yu without hesitation. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. He touched his head to the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Sir and Miss, for your great graciousness. I, Hu Bushan, vow to follow Sir with my life." Mion Ya had noticed the change in his body with a single glance. This was because there was a difference in cultivation realms. Although Old Fox's aura had been strong before, that strength was a bit unstable. Moreover, she could faintly feel it. But now, when she faced Old Fox again, it was like facing a boundless lake. There was even a feeling that it was endless. Demon Commander. He had broken into the Demon Commander realm. Without a doubt, this was because of the effects of the potion that Qin Yu had given him. And that potion must have come from Liao She. This discovery left Mion Ya's heart shaking. She had never personally experienced the amazing effects of Liao She's potion, so she naturally found it hard to believe. Unavoidably, Mion Ya felt a trace of regret. If she had eaten the potion that Qin Yu had given her, just as this thought appeared, she suppressed it. She looked at the two little fellows and her eyes softened once more. The future of the nine-tailed demon fox clan rested on them. Her decision was correct. Moreover, Mion Ya's eyes turned to Qin Yu. Her expression didn't change, but the heat in her eyes became even hotter. As long as she climbed into his bed, obtaining the potion wouldn't be a problem at all. No need to be so polite. Old Fox, please rise. Qin Yu smiled. He couldn't help but sigh at Liao She's abilities. If she said that he could break into the Demon Commander realm, then he really did. But as he thought about how she had been busy refining these potions in the last moments of her life, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit sour in his heart. After all, although these potions weren't for him, they were ultimately helping him. He felt that he owed this woman more and more favors. He took a light breath and suppressed all these thoughts. Then, his lips curled up in a smile. It didn't matter. They would eventually meet again. At that time, he would naturally find a way to return these favors. But, he didn't know whether or not this woman would try anything funny. He felt that returning her favors wouldn't be a simple matter. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, Old Fox stood up and looked at He Tiangang. His pupils shrank and then he revealed a look of joy. He solemnly bowed, "Old Black Dog, congratulations." These words contained far too many emotions. There was joy, excitement, as well as a sense of relief, as well as complete relaxation. There was no longer any meaning in talking about what happened in the past. But, He Tiangang had been plagued by illness for many years. He had once been so depressed that he could only be the master of a mere merry forest in Giant Deer City. This was inextricably linked to him. Now, He Tiangang could be considered a blessing in disguise. After all these years of tempering, he had finally forged the good fortune he had today. Old Fox could finally calmly face his old friend. He no longer needed to feel any guilt or entanglement in his heart. He Tiangang could hear the emotions in his words. He smiled and said, "I was a step ahead of you, so I don't want to fall too far behind. You will need to work hard." Old Fox laughed. In this life, to be able to break into the Demon Commander realm is already a great lucky chance. If it weren't for Sir and Miss helping me, I would have had no hope. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I know my own limits. I don't dare to have any thoughts of reaching the Demon King realm. His voice paused for a moment. His smile faded and he revealed a solemn expression. As for you, since you have a chance, you should bravely move forward and fight for your own world. He Tiangang nodded. I will do my best. Mion Yae's eyes widened. She had been frightened by the information revealed in the conversation between the two old demons. What did this mean? She looked at He Tiangang, then at him, and then at him. This old fellow, could it be that he had already touched upon the threshold of breaking into the Demon King realm? Although touching upon the threshold didn't mean he could definitely break through, at least there was a great chance. Once he succeeded, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He would obtain the recognition of the will of the abyss and become an abyssal demon king. At that time, he would be able to directly rule an entire level of the abyss and become the supreme ruler of his entire race. This was the wish of all abyssal demons. From the day they were born, under the influence of their demonic bloodline, it had been branded into their souls. Demon King, it meant the peak of the abyss, it meant a supreme existence. It also meant a nearly endless life that coexisted with the abyss. In the world of flesh and blood, it was a level that all cultivators pursued, a level that corresponded to immortality. Within her mind, it was like countless bolts of thunder had exploded. Mion Yae's thoughts were torn to shreds. She didn't know how long it took before she regained her composure. She looked at He Tiangang, a look of endless awe in her eyes. But soon, Mion Yae realized something. Her eyes widened and she slowly turned her head. Finally, her gaze fell onto Qin Yu. He Tiangang, who had touched upon the threshold of the Abyss King realm and could step into it at any moment, had done the same thing as Old Fox. He had knelt down in front of Qin Yu. Although he hadn't done it in such a straightforward manner, he had still expressed his respect and submission. In other words, he was willing to become a demon under Qin Yu's command. No, I'm a little dizzy. It was only at this moment that Mion Yae realized just what sort of status the man she wanted to seduce and climb into her bed had. But after this dizziness, there was an incomparably strong fighting spirit and a raging flame burning deep in her eyes. Capture him. She had to capture him. As long as she could hold onto the thick and invincible thigh that was Qin Yu, then the revival and rise of the nine-tailed demon fox clan would be within reach. And in this world, was there any method that could establish an inseparable bond faster and more directly than the matters between men and women? Perhaps there was, but Mion Yae didn't know. And even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to take a detour. The path to the heavens was right in front of her, so who had the time to think about anything else? Qin Yu, don't even think of escaping from my palms. Being stared at by this burning gaze, Qin Yu felt uncomfortable. His lips couldn't help but twitch. He wondered if he should find a chance to drive away this woman Mion Yae. If he kept her by his side, he always felt that she would be a disaster. As if sensing Qin Yu's ill intentions, Mion Yae lowered her head. When she looked up again, her eyes were incomparably clear. She faintly smiled as she met Qin Yu's surprised gaze. Within her respectful gaze, there was actually a trace of coldness and distance. His Excellency Qin Yu clearly didn't like people who were too direct and proactive. Then, she would change her strategy. Give up. Haha, it was impossible for her to give up. No matter what, it was impossible. Qin Yu sighed in amazement. Although he didn't know what this woman was thinking, he couldn't help but admire her acting skills. Moreover, he faintly felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to drive her away. In the future, he would have to worry about her. After waiting for another 3 days, Shadowless Demon still hadn't returned. There was a bit of disappointment in Qin Yu's eyes, but he immediately composed himself. When he gave them the potions, he had already told them to think carefully before making their choice. It seemed that he had chosen a different path. Fine, he would let him be. Since there was no longer a need to continue waiting, there was no need to waste any more time. Qin Yu stood up and said, "Let's go." He Tiangang bowed. "Sir, do you want me to go with you?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No need. Whether he stays or goes is up to him. I can accept it." Old Fox coldly sneered. "What a short-sighted fellow, leaving today will surely be his greatest regret. He, if we meet again in the future, young master may be magnanimous and not care about this, but I will not let this matter rest. It was still He Tiangang driving the carriage and Old Fox riding on his wildebeest. When Qin Yu boarded the carriage, he looked back at the rumbling waterfall as well as the cave not too far away. He looked at it earnestly, as if he wanted to completely imprint this scene into his mind. He turned back and narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered the carriage. He Tiangang said, "Young master, where are we going?" Qin Yu paused. "Which race's sphere of influence does Erfeng City belong to?" He Tiangang thought for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, "The nightmare race." Qin Yu smiled. "Then that's right. Let's go. Teacher Liao, I want to see what kind of endgame you have prepared for me ahead of time." Chapter 1087. The abyss was endless. Even now, no one knew how many layers it had. But in every layer of the abyss, there was a channel that led to other abysses. These channels were called World Abyss by the demons. The World Abyss ruled by the three-headed demon hound race was located in the northeast. They had built a large city to guard it so that if there was an invasion, they could immediately respond. After all, there had never been true peace and stability in the abyss. Borrowing the convenience of the Black Heavenly Dipper, he released a little bit of the bloodline aura that belonged to the three-headed demon hound race. The demons guarding the realm abyss all respectfully bowed. Then, the green lights were turned on the entire way. Without any proper inspection, they watched as the group stepped into the realm abyss. In fact, he was even exempted from collecting the magical crystals as per usual. The speed was so fast that many of the surrounding demons were left dumbfounded. They secretly guessed just where this tyrannical character had come from. Looking at the endless pitch-black world abyss that was like a horrifying maw that swallowed He Tiangang and his group, on a high platform not too far away, the demon powerhouse that had been ordered to guard the world abyss let out a long breath. He wiped away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead at some unknown time. "My lord, what's wrong?" The subordinate beside him was puzzled. To be sent here to guard the world abyss, his lord's strength was beyond doubt. He had long since become a demon commander-level powerhouse and was highly regarded by His Majesty the Demon King. Even ordinary royal family members had to respectfully bow when they saw his lord. He couldn't understand why he would behave like this. "You don't understand." The demon powerhouse guarding the world abyss had a dignified expression. There was fear and shock deep in his eyes. He must have already sensed my existence, thus he released his aura on his own initiative. "This is a warning to me." He was silent for a moment, his eyes filled with emotion. "It seems that the rumors are true. He Tiangang has obtained a great lucky chance. Not only has his bloodline dried up, but he has also taken a critical step and touched upon the threshold of breaking into the king level. Just one step, he is just one step away. No, perhaps he is only half a step away. He can break through the bottleneck at any time and attract the attention of the will of the abyss, becoming the new king of his race." The subordinate's eyes widened, his body shivering. He had been thoroughly shocked by the information in these words. Breaking through the threshold of the king stage. The new king of the race. Of course he knew what this meant. If He Tiangang wanted to, once he successfully obtained the approval of the abyss, he could directly set off a terrifying war that would engulf the entire abyss. Between the new king and the old king, the final victor would be decided. The loser would be completely destroyed, because only one demon king was allowed to exist in a race. This was the law of the abyss. Fortunately, He Tiangang had already left. According to the rules of the abyss, once he touched the threshold of the king step and left this level of the abyss, he would automatically give up the qualifications to become the new king of his race. Sucking in a deep breath, the demon race powerhouse's eyes turned cold. "This matter cannot be leaked out. Do you understand?" The subordinate knelt down with a thud. "Lord, rest assured. Even if I die 10,000 times, I will not dare to say a single word. As long as you understand." The voice of the expert guarding the devil race softened a little, then he turned around and left. "Although He Tiangang has already left, I still have to personally report this matter to His Majesty." Sure, his figure disappeared. Evil Peak City. As the most important city that guarded the Nightmare Race's ancestral land, The scale of this city was no less than that of an ordinary capital city. As for its defensive strength, it was said that even if several abyssal kings joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to break through it. Towering over the mountains, it was like a giant beast crouching on the ground. As long as it opened its mouth, it could swallow the world. Currently, there was an inn in the city that had been completely booked out. All the inn staff had been sent away, and guards from the City Lord mansion stood guard with icy cold eyes. To be able to set up such a grand scene in Evil Peak City where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers and tyrannical characters, it was certainly not an ordinary person. Today, the one who had booked out the entire place and was personally guarded by the City Lord mansion guards was the brother of the Lord City Lord, Sir Lanbo otherwise, with Smoky Wave Tower, which was renowned for its high quality and astonishing prices. Just who could book out the entire place? Before the banquet began, everyone who received an invitation had arrived without a single one missing. To be valued so highly by Sir Lanbo to the point of booking out the entire Smoky Wave Tower to entertain them should have been an incredible honor. But today, everyone present had forced expressions on their faces. Their faces were all pale. Even though they forced out a smile, it was even uglier than if they were crying. Beside Lanbo, a fiery and alluring woman with her head slightly lowered poured him a cup of wine. He lifted it and swept his eyes across everyone present. Everyone, you and I can be considered to have experienced life and death together, going through trials and tribulations together. For us to be able to meet again today is truly something worth celebrating. Please raise your cups and drink with me. After this cup, everything in the past will vanish like smoke and be forgotten. His tone was calm, but there was a trace of oppression in his eyes. However, hearing this, everyone who was invited relaxed slightly, and joy appeared on their faces. They had originally thought that Lanbo had become rotten meat in the stomach of the blood-eyed demon race, which was why they had fled all the way back. Who would have thought that when they returned to the city, they would discover that not only was Lanbo alive and well, but he had also returned to Evil Peak City before them. Before these demon guards could react, they were all pulled into the Smoky Wave Tower by an invitation. Of course, it would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. After all, once what happened that day spread, Lanbo would definitely be in trouble. Now, from the meaning of these words, Sir Lanbo clearly realized this. That was why he immediately brought all of them here to seal their mouths. Seal. Absolutely seal. Whoever said that was a coward. They were already very satisfied with being able to survive. How would they dare to move or have any other thoughts? Sir is right. Everything in the past will disappear with this cup of wine. Things in the past? What? How come I didn't know about it? Ha ha ha, that's right. Nothing happened. Lanbo revealed a smile, seemingly very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He drained the cup of wine in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone drained their cups in one gulp and revealed smiles on their faces. It looked like they had passed this hurdle. After all, there were so many of them. There was no way they could hide it. If something happened, it would definitely attract attention. Sir Lanbo had just arrived, so it was better to avoid trouble. That was the best decision. Of course, even though that was the case, caution was something that could not be considered too much. The moment they put down their cups, some of the guards were already thinking about how to leave Evil Peak City as soon as possible. Nothing happened now, but that did not mean that it would be fine in the future. After all, no one wanted to be in trouble. Lanbo's smile was brilliant. He clasped his hands together and said, "Today, I will send you all on your way. I will naturally take care of your family." You. A demon guard suddenly stood up. But before he could finish his sentence, black blood began to flow out of his nose and mouth. He fell to the ground with a thud, and in the blink of an eye, he was dead. A series of muffled sounds rang out. The poison that Lanbo had prepared was indeed very effective. None of the demon guards were able to resist. They all fell to the ground and died. In the blink of an eye, this exquisitely decorated private room had become a purgatory filled with corpses. Because of the pain of death, their faces were twisted, and blood flowed out of their eyes and mouths. It was truly a ghastly sight. The thick smell of blood floated in the air. Lanbo's face was expressionless. His eyes were cold and sinister. Of course, He knew that killing everyone with poison would definitely attract some trouble. Even if his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, he would still have to pay a price. But he had no choice. In this world, only the dead could keep secrets. And the things that had happened that day could not be revealed in the slightest. Tell me, don't you think these people are stupid? If they dare to come back, then they clearly believe that you are dead. The woman beside him spoke in a calm voice. She looked up, revealing a charming face. It was Spring Breeze 13. Lan Bo's lips twitched. He seemed to recall some very bad memories, and his entire face twisted. He grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair and pressed her beneath his body. His other hand had already ripped open her belt. Spring Breeze 13 did not resist. She obediently lowered her head, and her tongue began to move in and out. But a cold sneer flashed in her eyes. This was a man who couldn't even get hard. The more he made her like this, the more pitiful he was. "Bit. You bitch." Lan Bo clenched his teeth and cursed in a low voice. His eyes flashed with madness and cruelty, but in the deepest depths there was a trace of fear that he couldn't conceal. He couldn't deceive himself with these emotions that came from the depths of his heart. So, his face twisted even more. He grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair with one hand and thrust his other hand into her chest, vigorously kneading. "Young master." There was a knock on the box door. From start to finish, the guards of the City Lord's mansion hadn't taken a single step inside. It was clear that they had been warned beforehand. "The City Lord has asked for you to go back." Lan Bo grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair and threw her to the side. The twisted expression on his face quickly disappeared. He took a deep breath and stood up, a smile on his face. "Come, help me tidy up my clothes." Spring Breeze 13 walked over expressionlessly. A moment later, Lan Bo knocked on the door of the City Lord's mansion's study. He stepped in and bowed respectfully. "Elder brother, why did you summon me?" Lan Hai's expression was calm. Just a slight frown still filled the study with an invisible pressure. His eyes paused on Lan Bo for a moment. He slowly said, "Those guards were carefully selected by me. Why did you kill them?" Lan Bo licked his lips. "Elder brother, these people know a secret about me. Once this secret is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to me." Lan Hai's frown deepened, but he soon let out a breath. "I understand. I will help you deal with this matter. You need to rest for the time being, so don't go out if there's nothing important." Lan Bo bowed. "Thank you, elder brother." Lan Hai looked at his back as he left. A light flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment and then said, "Go investigate what happened on the way second young master came." "Yes, City Lord." A faint fluctuation of magic appeared in the air before disappearing.